To help follow along with the action, we've built a spectator interface that shows you all the information you need. Let's walk through it so you know exactly what to look out for during combat. For each player, we have 2 rows of spells located underneath their health bar. The first row of icons you see are defensive abilities that reduce or prevent damage. When a player activates a vital defensive cooldown like Divine Shield, you'll see a blue shield effect pop up. Players will be harder to kill while these spells are active. The bottom row of ability icons you see are offensive cooldowns. These will be abilities that greatly increase a player's damage output or how much healing they're able to generate as a healer. When a player activates a strong offensive cooldown, a visible fire effect appears behind their health bar. They'll be very dangerous while that's active. In the top right corner of each player's frame, you can see which of the 3 anti-crowd control honor talents they've picked. These are powerful abilities that remove or reduce incoming crowd control effects. Lastly, if matches go on for a long period of time, the healers will have to contend with the built-in dampening effect. Dampening kicks in once 5 minutes have elapsed and reduces the effectiveness of all healing spells and effects. Now you're ready to follow along with the fast-paced action of the World of Warcraft arena.
I think it's important that we talk about this quick tip, which is that you can actually stack your frenzy regenerations, so press them one after another, and you'll get both heals. It's not an overlap. So in this clip, we can see I'm caught by a jungle cleave and they're looking to swap over to me in this maim stun. This is going to be a 5-second stun, so I'm going to take a lot of damage in this, and it's actually the exact same duration as the frenzy regeneration will heal me over. So if we play the clip right now, we can see my min can take a fair bit of damage, so I'm going to want to be topping myself off immediately off this. As soon as the stun expires, I immediately go into bear form, and I use not one, but 2 frenzy regeneration stacks here. And just look at the amount of healing I get from this. I go from 54% with only 1 hot through all their dots, straight back up to full.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the EU June Clash. I am happy to announce that we have the one and only Sid Supatease comes in here to cast with our dear friend Dmachine, who was here yesterday. And man, we have some really exciting games to lined up for you today. And yesterday we had crazy games and we had some dampening games, but we're not going to talk about those because today is not going to be a dampening day. It's going to be a good day full of great games. And how are you guys? Are you guys excited for the non-dampening games? Huh?
Yep.
I'm feeling flute-tastic.
Oh.
That was a good intro. I'm feeling really good too, man.
We have the dampening flute, we have the dampening goggles. I'm pretty sure we're good today. I mean,
I've been wearing my alliance hat on this EU tournament because all the EU players are mostly alliance, and I have to just
gotta
represent, dude.
Yeah. So if we take a look here at the brackets, we'll see our first matchup. Okay, white. Okay, bracket scene. Anyways, the bracket scene will work later. But our first match of the day is KFC Managers versus Enjoy Legion. And as we talked about yesterday, KFC Managers has kind of figured out a way to beat the almost unbeatable Enjoy Legion. Although, I mean, Enjoy Legion's in the losers bracket. So what once was a team that looked pretty unstoppable are now a team that, looks like they have a few chinks in their armor. But, I mean, they're still a team to be reckoned with here. So that is our first series of the day. And I want to get bold here. Let's make some predictions here. So, Supatease, who do you think comes out on top here? KFC Managers or Enjoy Legion?
I don't know. Enjoy Legion has had overall inconsistent performance, I feel like. They did really well early on, and then since recent changes, they've kind of been struggling, whereas KFC Managers are kind of always consistently getting third to fourth. So this is kind of the tournament that's going to decide who's getting ahead. It's really hard. I'd say they're more even than anything. It's hard to predict.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, though I think KFC Managers was capable of beating Enjoy Legion a little bit earlier on before all of the changes hit to demo and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe now that all the changes occurred and KFC Managers has been pretty consistent as well. Well, I mean, they both have been consistently placing top 8, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm feeling KFC Managers. I feel like they're going to take the series for whatever reason. I think it's going to be a close one though. At least 3-1, maybe 3-2.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Enjoy Legion actually. I think Enjoy Legion has kind of had time to figure out and kind of game plan with what KFC had brought to them last time, because I'm sure they weren't too happy with the KFC knocking them down to the lower bracket last time, and I mean they didn't even place in a point earning spot in the last last EU Cup actually. So I think they're hungry for it. They want to prove to the world once again that they are the top team in the EU region. But I guess we'll have to wait and see here. The teams are getting ready. We're getting ready here to load into the game. And man, I think the most exciting thing about this is that it's exciting to see the KFC's blind pick, because we actually have no idea what they can play all the time. They always bring out these random comps that no one else is playing, and it's just so exciting to see the team of KFC Managers, like a Boomkin, Survival Hunter, Boomkin. I mean, we saw so many things yesterday that we're not really used to seeing here on the NA Meta. So, man. Enjoy Legion kind of doesn't give us those picks. We kind of get the same kind of old bread and butter, like a Demon Hunter or Demon Warlock, and Ellie Shaman, or yeah. So
we saw something weird come out from them yesterday, though. What did we see come out for? We're like, oh, they're definitely gonna lock in the Demon Hunter, and then they
had TSG,
like Thunder or something.
Thunder, but even so, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that weird. So we're in the game here. Let me reload the UI, and we will be starting the action. Oh, here we go. Okay, well, I did not expect this. Gotta be honest here.
Okay. Well, we see a bunch of Mistweaver monks in the arena. EU has been really, really vocal about how Mistweaver monks have been performing very well. It's nice to see. We don't see this many Mistweaver monks nearly as much in NA, so I've been really enjoying seeing these guys. And we do have ourselves a Boomkin Warrior composition versus a Elemental Shaman Warrior, and I know Sid is familiar with Boomkin Warrior, at least from previous patches.
Yeah, Boomkin Warrior is pretty good at against other Warrior comps actually, so it'll be interesting. I feel like they actually got a little bit ahead on the blind pick. Corky's going to be a lot tankier than Fnobbers, I feel like, later into dampening. Have to wait and see how it plays out, but the monks are kind of a recent change. Their mana regeneration as of recently is probably the best of any healer, and since most of the meta is dampening matches, the healers that EU tends to play with are the monks because they can drag the fight on as long as possible. But there's like opening pressure on Fnobbers as a full fear over out onto Looney. Death Run trying to chase down Zeepai actually, and Zeepai is probably one of the most difficult elemental shamans to actually connect onto, so he's just hiding out of line of sight, setting up his burst. That forces them to swap to Looney instead with that Sharpened Blade Star Surge combo. They're going to Stormbolt him right before he gets behind the pillar, but he should be able to escape to safety and recover.
Yep. And Corky's just getting completely chunked this entire time. But Frosty is taking, like, you know, the off dots and everything, and as well as the crackling from original God X over here. Corky looking to try to line up a full moon. He's going to get interrupted again, and Frosty just constantly looking for those well-timed kicks and looking for those interrupts on those full moons. He doesn't want those to get casted off. But like you said, this Boomkin has been relatively tanky, but Zeepai, on the other hand, has been hovering at around half health this entire time. But both teams playing a very defensive game, positioned extremely well. Corky out in the middle of the map here has those the mobility of a Boomkin to reposition if he needs to get away from this warrior this whole time. And both of these monks are just staying out of line of sight and healing through that. But a Stormbolt actually lands on the Looney. Not a whole lot to follow it up, and it looks like the other Mistweaver monk is actually pushing in maybe to follow it up with a leg sweep.
Zeepai is basically trolling Death Run. He just roots him on the other side of the pillar, goes full to the other side, heals himself back up. He's been running around this pillar with Death Run for like the past 30 seconds, and Death Run gives up. He's having none of that. He's actually going to swap to Frosty, and this is the thing with Zeepai. If he's able to kite to the point where you can't attack him, he forces you to attack Frosty, which is the target they really don't want to be on, at least not this early in the match. They're going to start losing out on mana, I think. Zeepai's in a great position. Drainer in a good position as well, but you're saying the Boomkin mobility, I don't really agree with that. Boomkin actually doesn't have any mobility when they choose to run the renewal talent, so he's kind of relying on his bonus armor and his innate tankiness to physical damage to try and tank out the fight. In the meantime, though, Drainer trying to set up a play with that leg sweep on Looney behind the pillar, but Fnobbers was already Zeepai was already in a great position. You can see he's Ghost Wolfing again. Even with Blade Storm, Death Run can't catch up, so he's going to get paralyzed by Drainer. They're going to bash Frosty as they try to set up a swap to him. What's interesting is Death Run is actually playing the Rend talent, so he's trying to get some more damage over time, maybe drag the fight out into dampening. I would imagine that seems to be their strategy throughout most series. Decent burst going out there towards Zeepai. Death Run's going to swap with a charged Stormbolt, and that's basically the only opportunity he's going to get to attack Zeepai is during those Stormbolts. If they can set up a couple more of those, they just got his trinket. Next time he won't have that.
Yeah, Frosty's keeping an eye out on Death Run basically this whole time, trying to see when Death Run actually does get the connect onto Zeepai. And every single time he does, he drops a War Banner, but the Death Run has a really, really good ability to see that War Banner, and he's not Stormbolting into it. He's getting those nice Stormbolt charges off and getting decent damage. And that short window of opportunity that he does get the connect onto Zeepai, he chunks him to half health there. So maybe if they can continue to do that, especially going deeper into dampening, it can really be difficult for Looney to heal through. It looks like Corky for now is the one who's taking the short end of the stick. Stormbolt lands out onto him. He still has that Bark Skin up in just 4 short seconds, and Drainer's just out of line of sight, healing him through this, no problem. And I really do think that this is going to really come down to dampening. And Looney, you know, we haven't really seen him on the Mistweaver monk as much as Drainer, but so far he's been doing an incredible job maintaining his mana here. And probably a big reason to that is because Zeepai hasn't really been taking a whole lot of damage only in those Stormbolts. He's been really utilizing those Earth Grab totems. And we saw him do this to Nixie the other day, and Nixie just looked absolutely desperate to touch Zeepai all game long when he faced him on his warrior, and we're just seeing a repeat of that. Zeepai is one slippery shaman to hit for sure.
Okay, so Drainer's running Ancient Mistweaver Arts, and Looney is running Surge of Mist. And Surge of Mist is super mana efficient, but I think if we get deeper into dampening, that Ancient Mistweaver Arts might actually be required to deal with the amount of damage coming out. So in the early game, Looney's going to have a lead, I think, over Drainer unless he finds drinks, which he did. So Drainer's trying to keep every advantage that he can. He's actually playing right on top of Looney. I'm wondering what he's trying to get done with that. They're getting more aggressive. They're pushing Frosty down. He's overextended quite far from Looney. Looney's going to need to make sure he gets in line of sight of Frosty here shortly. Actually just tops him off immediately with his artifact ability. Fnobber's getting cloned up there for a second. Maybe if Corky can move in and get some Cyclones on Looney, they could set up Burst with that, but it seems difficult to get crowd control on a Mistweaver Monk when there's portaling behind the pillar. Frosty is trying to set up a swap to Drainer by himself, but he gets cloned up on his stun. Good peel from Corky. Drainer rolls to safety. Death Run tries to connect to Zeepai. He leaps over. He charges the Thunderstorm. He stuns up Fnobbers. They are going to both connect for at least a couple seconds with the Sharpened Blade active. So Looney may struggle to heal Zeepai. But as he's just Ghost Wolfing around the pillar, Death Run cannot keep up with the little Ghost Wolf. He's positioned that Earthbind Totem and Earth Grab Totem on the corners of the pillar, and Death Run's forced to swap off. They're going to swap off with a stun on Frosty. Now Zeepai should be able to come out and attack. He's dropped his Sky Fury Totem. I like that he played it patient and waited for Death Run to swap off before dropping that Sky Fury. It's going to boost his damage quite a lot here if he can get any casts off. Corki, in the meantime, though, is looking to try and set up a full moon. Not able to find it. They're going to stun up Zeepai, but he pre-Earth Grab rooted the stun. That's going to delay the swap to him. Now Ring of Peace protects him. Death Run Blade Storms through. Full moon attempt from Corki, not able to get off. Looks like Zeepai is going to be fine again. They're going for the fear on Looney, but Zeepai just kites and Ghost Wolf. Death Run's trying to do his best to connect to his target, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Zeepai is just a slippery little Ghost Wolf. Corki, in the meantime, though, is going to be taking some pain from Frosty, as Frosty has basically 100% uptime on the Boomkin. But looks like Death Run has swapped and Storm Bolted Frosty. Sharpened Blade is active. Looney's trying to pick him back up, but because he's playing Surge of Mist, he has no big burst healing. He only has this consistent healing. He's relying on the damage reduction of defensive stance to buy time for his Soothing Mist to top off the target, or he needs to get Shayloon's gifts off. He just got Solar Beamed on that Shayloon gift attempt. If Drainer can paralyze him, he's going to use the leg sweep. They're going to bash up Frosty, looking for the win. Looney trinkets out of it. He should be able to pick him up here very shortly. This is a Sharpened Blade. There's the Sharpened Blade attempt from Death Run, and Frosty's in trouble. Down into execute range. Dangerously low. Top of the sword. At 19%, he's hanging on by a thread. Bit of a greedy play, but Frosty survives, and that's what I'm saying. We move deeper into dampening, and Looney's Surge of Mist is not going to have the HPS to deal with the burst.
Yeah, we definitely see it, but I have to commend those guys. Frosty got so low, barely near death range, or barely near execute range, and he actually held onto his trinket until the follow-up stun, and just used Die by the Sword didn't overlap the cocoon, which would be a big deal. But 15% dampening, and the mana pools for both of these monks look really healthy getting deeper into this. But the HPS could be that a window of opportunity, and Drainer's playing so aggressive, basically on top of Looney all game. Another leg sweep goes out, and Frosty feels the pain because of it. Full moon being casted, it gets interrupted again, and Corki's just desperately trying this entire game to get those full moons off at the crucial times. Let's see if he can maybe sync it up outside of this Cyclone on the Frosty. This is Avatar coming out for him, so that was a solid Cyclone. There's the fear on the Drainer. He reconnects onto Corki. Corki getting Storm Bolted up. He's playing Relentless. He cannot trinket out of that. He's dipping lower and lower, and that's going to force the Cocoon onto Drainer. So both teams, forcing defensive cooldowns here, not just going for attrition.
I actually like that play from Zeepai. He hexed the Warrior to bait Corki into Dispelling instead of going into Bear form, so they could get a bit extra damage on him before he jumped into it. Unfortunately, it didn't result in the kill. It got them a cooldown. Life Cocoon's out of the way. Renewal actually not available for a minute, so Zeepai and Frosty need to start getting some work done. They're going to use the Sharpened Blade on Corki, but because Drainer's playing Ancient Mistweaver Arts, it's very easy for him to burst heal his target to full, and he's playing with his mana extremely well to be on par with Surge of Mist talent from Looney. But here's where the Surge of Mist is not good. Frosty did slow. Corki low as well. He jumps into Bear form. The Drainer needs to get him picked up. He's not able to find the heals. He barely connects that Revival, pick him out of execute range, and now Frosty is still low as well. Corki camping that Bear form out to try and stay alive, trying to kite back to the pillar with the bash over on the Warrior. Earth grab root from Zeepai to try and slow down their retreat, but Corki manages to escape to safety. He's going to want to be careful and maybe Bear form earlier during the recklessness from Frosty to negate more pressure so he doesn't fall behind like that. Drainer doesn't have his trinket now for quite some time. Another Stormbolt attempt over onto Corki. Drainer's trying to burst heal him back up, but he gets paralyzed. If they have any follow-up out of the paralyzed, doesn't look like they do. Frosty's going to use the Sharpened Blade instead. Corki's looking for a Cyclone, but he gets locked out. And this is where he needs to be careful and jump into Bear form. Avatar active. It's a big boost of pressure for Frosty. Corki's still just tanking it out, but at the expense of Drainer's mana. He may even need to try and look for a drink here shortly. Corki attempting a full moon, not able to find it. I feel like he's been trying to cast that full moon for the past 3 minutes.
I mean, look at the positioning of Enjoy Legion. I think that kind of tells the story as well. Zeepai was hugging a pillar and making sure Death Run had to run after him, but now Zeepai is pushed in on a different pillar, and Death Run is trying to take advantage of that. Jumping on top of him with that Stormbolt, but a Ring of Peace is going to get dropped by Looney. Now Looney pushing it onto Drainer, looking for some more additional CC. There's a quick sap follow-up. Corki with no Barkskin available to him, but he's going to get a nice Cyclone on the Frosty. Not going to be able to get the full moon off, though. Stormbolt lands onto him. A bunch of damage goes out on the Corki. No Barkskin, and at at 31% dampening, that renewal isn't going to do a whole lot more than it is in the beginning of the game, right? So Looney pushing in yet again, but maybe getting leg sweeped out of this sap. Drainer goes for the leg sweep, and Frosty gets Stormbolt. That could be it for him. Zeepai also getting cross CC'd. A root from Looney. Die by the sword is going to be used. If Deathring can hit him from behind, he can still do damage onto Frosty, and Frosty's got to be so careful. No cocoon available. A Cyclone to follow it up. Corky pops his incarnation. A triple fear from Frosty, though, is going to stun up the entire team of KFC managers there for just a second. Corky, though, taking a bunch of damage. He's going to pop that Barkskin, but he's still getting chunked down. He's got to be careful. Bashing the Frosty. He trinkets out of it immediately. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to continue this momentum onto Corky, and Barkskin's going to be fading very, very soon, but Cocoon is going to be coming back up for Drainer in just a few seconds.
He still can't get this full moon off. He's been trying. He actually got spell reflected on 2 wraths there, and that took a lot of health away from him. Frosty and Corky still the primary focus as he finally gets the full moon cast off. Frosty dipping low with no die by the sword, no life cocoon available. Looney in desperation to pick him back up. A full hex over to Drainer. Corky needs to dispel that, but he gets stunned up. Unable to, but Frosty's the one that's going to go down. Sharpened Blade's active, and that Surge of Mist talent just does not have the health per second to deal with the burst that deep into dampening. It's a great mana efficiency talent, but when you get to that point in the game, where you just can't out heal the damage with Surge of Mist, AFK healing with Soothing Mist, you're gonna have a rough time recovering. So I actually like Drainer playing the Ancient Mistweaver arts instead of Looney's Surge of Mist in this specific matchup. The Surge of Mist may be something you use against a team that has more inconsistent damage, where it's all burst windows, but Boomkin Warrior is a lot more sustained pressure, and eventually your Soothing Mist is not going to be enough with that Surge of Mist talent.
So do you think overall, I mean, we talked a little bit about it earlier where you felt like, the Boomkin Warrior composition had the advantage in this scenario. Do you think that KFC managers, they won the game, so did they actually win that blind pick though? Did they, composition wise? I mean, both of these teams have so many comps available to them. Just to give you guys a little bit of insight, for you to be able to go into this matchup and to choose like a blind pick composition, it's incredibly difficult to know what your opponent is going to be playing when your opponents are this versatile, right? And so we saw Thunder come out, we saw Boomkin Warrior come out. That looks. Did it just come down to that Mistweaver talent, or was it the composition as a whole that KFC came on top with?
I mean, they came close to killing Corky. I think it's possible for them to win, but it's kind of, they need to drag it out. They probably need like another minute for Corky's team to run out of cooldowns, but they didn't have another minute with the Surge of Mist talent. There's just not enough healing output for Looney to recover from that, especially during like a Sharpened Blade double Star Surge. That's going to burst somebody down to maybe like 40-30% almost immediately, and then you're just sitting there channeling Soothing Mist into 50% Mortal Strike. It's not going to do very much.
Yeah. No, I totally hear you there. And not only that, but like the cocoons that were being forced out from KFC managers were actually without CC a lot of the times. And I think maybe that also had to do with not having that heals per second, regardless of not being in CC. You still needed those defensive cooldowns just to keep up with the damage. Yeah, I was actually really surprised by the lack of kiting, like you said, of the Boomkin. Like when I see a Boomkin, I immediately think to myself, we're gonna see like that Rhett Hunter team, like we saw earlier today, and that Boomkin just kind of make that Rhett's life hell. But in reality, he went for that removal talent, and
kiting a Rhett Paladin is a lot different than kiting a Warrior.
Yeah, apparently, as Corky decided to just kind of tank that damage. In reality, but Zeepai actually chose to kite around on the Elemental Shaman. So two different casters, two different dynamics, of course. What I want to see if we do see Zeepai Elemental Shaman come back out is something similar with the Elemental Shaman stuns. I know that they're on that Earth Shock, so it's really difficult to synergize it. But the few moments that Zeepai actually was able to get like a stun on a DPS in the middle of the map, they took a ridiculous amount of pressure. So maybe they could do something else with that sort of scenario. Maybe more of those on Corky instead of the Warrior. I
also think that Enjoy Legion just don't have the classes that can really destroy a Boomkin team.
Yeah, so
from my experience, like Survival Hunter Sub Rogue is actually a really good comp to just train a Boomkin, kill him. Feral Druid Mage is another one. Feral Druid Hunter is another one. But they don't have any of those, so it's going to be difficult for them.
I see a pattern, but so I was actually talking to Corky actually after the EU Cup #2, where they had actually taken out Enjoy Legion, and I was asking him like, well, what did you do? And he says, we found a comp that can out dampen the dampeners. And that was his like joke of saying like I can out dampen Legion or enjoy Legion. We found the comp, and I guess we kind of see that here where their Boomkin comps just can outlast the Enjoy Legion comp. But the map pick is actually Ashmane's Fall here. So Enjoy Legion wanting another kind of neutral map, and I guess we're gonna have to see if they switch up their comp. Maybe see if Walrek comes in. If not, but okay.
What in the world?
Well, I guess they don't really care what map they're on. But
I mean that's I mean I don't really want to talk about it on stream, but that's definitely not something. So they asked if they could request like a random map, but no, unfortunately in our rules that it does specifically say needs to lock in a map. But it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it's like old school days of like Super Smash Bros. You play, let's play a random map or something like that.
Well, what's cool about it is that it doesn't give the the winning team any information at all, right? They don't give them
Ring of Valor. Anyone?
Ooh.
Ring of Valor.
I think that would make Jamila the happiest person in the world if that came back. Honestly, I think we would have.
That would be the new Temple Storm map instead of Blade's Edge.
That'd be the new Temple Storm map. But what do you think? Do you think KFC Manager is going to stick with their Boomkin Warrior comp? This is the comp that they took to against Enjoy Legion the first time they beat them. I think they're pretty comfortable with it. I think they're going to stick on it. But do you think Enjoy Legion has anything that can possibly counter? I know Sid was talking about a Hunter Cleave that could take out Boomkins, but I mean, unless Walrek picked up a Hunter or Z-Pie maybe has a Hunter. I mean, they have. When we get the character list, there's literally like 1,000 names, so they have something. Well, I know Z-Pie is a DK.
Assassin Rogue maybe.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
he
what
has
they'd play it with
too.
Assassin Rogue.
They don't have the combo.
Warrior.
You need a very specific combination of like bleed-based classes, and then you can make a Boomkin look very squishy.
What about just not going on the Boomkin? What about going on like the Warrior or maybe even running at Drainer? I don't know. Drainer is a slippery one, and Mystery Monks have really good mobility.
We have seen
then
him
it's just both teams
though.
tunneling a Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it would go in their favor either. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly though, Enjoy Legion, they do have a bajillion classes listed. The real question is though, which one of these classes do they actually, have the confidence to play in a tournament scenario?
Exactly.
Like you can list, every single class in the game. If you were bringing it out in a tournament scenario is a whole different ball game. You have to be really confident with it. You have to be really confident with the composition. But I do think that, considering these teams have faced each other in the past before, and we do have like this scenario where Quirky feels like he's able to out dampen his opponent, which is kind of like the theme of Enjoy Legion.
Yeah.
They can also play a monk killing comp.
Yeah.
Ooh, what would a monk killing comp consist of? Do you think?
Sub-rogue BM Hunter.
Yeah, I would love to see more of that. I mean, Dilly was talking, Dilly and El, but you guys were both talking about that Thug Cleave yesterday and how prominent they were, and we saw it a few times, but I would love to see more of it. It's such a fast-paced and exciting composition.
Oh yeah.
And I really do think that Mistweaver Monks do take an absurd amount of damage when you do finally get to connect to them.
Yeah.
When they do get connected, they get chunked immediately. You saw the Marksman Hunter the other day. Whenever Drainer was in the middle of the map, the Marksman Hunter was able to really punish him immediately, bring him down to half health just by looking at him. So if they're able to, utilize that sort of composition, that'd be really exciting.
Like as a
BM
Hunter,
kind of in their
fun.
not in their comfort zone right now.
Yeah, no, this is a little different from him. So same comp from KFC. So now it's now Enjoy Legion's time to try and pick a comp maybe that they could do well against. How do you think TSG will do if they choose to train the Boomkin here? Do you think TSG has a chance or no chance?
Boomkins normally do really good against Warriors.
Yeah.
Unless they are Warrior Caster. That way you're not completely negated by Bear Form. If you have two melee classes and you're just completely locked out by Bear Form.
We need more Outlaw Rogues, man. That's the key.
They need the Lucky
No, I don't think Outlaw Rogue is.
I just want to
Rogue is best.
Really, you think that even with the the armor reduction, do you think that Sub Rogue just because of the lockdowns?
Well, they do mostly magic damage. Sub Rogues, they do shatter damage.
Right.
They don't do.
That doesn't need to worry about armor at all.
Yeah, that's why. Last time I remember, was it the boys? They played Assassin Rogue Feral Druid.
To beat KFC,
and that's how they beat Corky's team.
Yep.
Like those two specs are really good. So you either need a comp that's completely specialized to killing a boomkin, which I think would be smart because KFC managers seem to be only playing with a
Very
boomkin.
relying on boomkin, yeah.
Or you need a comp that can kill a monk. One or the other. I don't know if there's many comps that are focused at killing warriors.
It seems like a lot of the classes that you were referring to, like sub rogues, can do both. They have the opportunity to go on the monk, and they also have the opportunity to go on the boomkin based off of what you were saying. But maybe not so much BM hunters. How would a BM hunter fare chasing down a boomkin druid? Probably not nearly as good as.
The BM hunter would do nothing to boomkin. BM hunter would just be only to kill monk.
Okay, we got the old school composition that we know Enjoy Legion has played and had very much success in the past with Demo Warlock, Elemental Shaman, Restoration, Druid. So instead of going for like the very abnormal composition to try to find that advantage, they're just going with the composition that they know that they're extremely familiar with, maybe to find like an outplay potential, possibly.
But
I don't know. We're
but
gonna see how that
KFC has
pans
beat
out.
like this is the thing though, is that KFC has beaten this comp. Like KFC specifically tailored their Boomkin Warrior to beat these comps like this. Like they knew that Enjoy Legion plays a demo alley Resto Druid, and they like tailored that comp to beat that comp, right? Because they had much success in the first two comps. So, man, I don't know.
It might be able to kill a warrior. If they're running like double caster, that might be their plan, is to just drag the warrior around and try and kill him the same way that Corky's team dragged the Ret Paladin around yesterday and just eventually killed him later in the game.
In the game, waiting for, there we go, Death Run has loaded into the game. Wow, the Ashman.
They have two options. They can do monk swaps with Fel Lord, like stun into Fel Lord on monk with Vortex and try and 100-0 the monk in a swap. Or they can play a really long kiting, dampening game where they're just running away from the warrior and dragging him into bad positions. I think those are going to be the two main strategies, though, for Enjoy Legion in this matchup.
Yesterday we saw something crazy happen with Walrick setting up a Curse of Fragility in the Falcules on a Hunter and just basically going from 80 to 0. So we know that this team is capable of doing crazy bursts, like you were saying, possibly making those swaps onto the monk. So maybe that's what they're thinking. They're thinking just go on those classes that we know that we're best at and try to find those opportunities to really get like maybe those big one-shot kills. But here we go. Leg sweep goes out on the Walrus. His Drainer is playing really, really aggressive, and immediately Corky popping that Celestial Alignment, trying to get a full moon off. There's a Stormbolt going out on the Looney. He pre-bear forms it. Death Run still chunking him down to half. There's a stun on a Corky. Into the Fel Lord stun, into another stun to follow it up. It's in his bark skin, as well as that cocoon. He's going to be able to survive through all that, no problem. But Drainer really respecting the damage of this Enjoy Legion.
I think it's smart. Life Cocoon is the same cooldown as Fel Lord, so you can use it at the same time every time, but big damage going towards Walrix there in a hurry. With that Sharpened Blade double Star Surge combo, it forces the target very low and then puts them in a position where they end up overlapping cooldowns, and they used Iron Bark and Unending Resolve at the same time. Looney's still caught in a stun. Walrix is still on the run. He's going to gate to line of sight Corky, but Corky's on the other side already, setting up that Full Moon cast. Full Moon out towards Walrix. He Nether Wards to try and reflect the Star Surge follow-up. A Nether Ward buys him a couple seconds to stay alive, but Corky secures a full Cyclone on Looney. If Death Run can connect to his target, Zeepai is trying to harass him, force him away as much as possible, frost shocking him and snaring him. But he does inevitably connect here with the Stormbolt. Then he's going to deflect that stun with the Thorns. So Death Run actually tried to spell reflect the Thorns damage, but he's still attacking into it, and he's getting low on health. Drainer feared away. If they got more control for Drainer, a stun or anything, they Cyclone Death Run at low HP. They fully hex Drainer. Corky needs to dispel that. He dispels it right before the bash. If that bash was 1 second faster, Death Run could be in a lot of trouble. Corky now getting fully cycloned up. I'd really like to see Walrix maybe positioned further away from Drainer's pillar, but Walrix's portal's right on top of Drainer, so he just portals into the healer. It's more of an aggressive play. I don't know if they should be the aggressors in this matchup. Drainer's moving across the map. He stuns up Looney. They stun up Walrix. Double stun combo. Zeepai needs to be the one to save the day. Corky's looking for a full moon. He gets thunderstormed away out of his Starfall, so it interrupted the cast because you can't have move casting outside of it. It's a nice play from Zeepai. Looney, though, still getting cycloned up. Walrix is trying to deflect the assault with a Fel Lord here. Drainer appears to be recovering for now, and Drainer's actually playing Way of the Crane, so he just activated Way of the Crane to stand in the Fel Lord, but even still with Way of Crane, they're killing him through it. They Cyclone Walrix to try and buy Drainer some time, but he needs to find another target to start attacking. He's going to attack Zeepai to try and punch himself back to full health, but That's not enough. He's going for his Shayloons. That's going to top him off immediately. Walrix portals away as Looney did get fully cycloned. Walrix's portals have been really good in terms of defense, constantly waiting for his healer to get crowd control before using it. Looney now repositioned. Zeepai trying to drag Deathrun, but Drainer is playing so aggressive with his Way of Crane talent. He can completely immune the Fell Lord burst and also add a lot of damage to his team. So Enjoy Legion need to find a way to play around that. I would like to see them fear him during the Way of Crane, but unfortunately if he does it in the Fell Lord, it's probably going to break. It's going to be a rough position. We can see Way of Crane activated again, and Drainer's actually the one chasing down Fnobbers, just punching away, or Zeepai, sorry, and Zeepai's already down at half, trying to heal himself back up. He has to kite a monk and a warrior, basically, as with Way of Crane, you're basically a miniature Windwalker monk.
Yeah, he really is. I've been watching Drainer throughout this game, and he's literally just running across the map, attacking people. At first, I really did think he was a Mistwalker monk. There's a full moon from Corki constantly getting interrupted over and over and over again. He's dipping down to about half health here at this point. This is a Celestial alignment. He wants to get aggressive here, and he's just trying to do damage to whatever's in line of sight, and that right now is Walrix. He's going to catch the artifact weapon of Looney. Stormbolt goes out into Looney. He's going to pop the Iron Bark to follow it up. But look at the damage going out on the opposing team. The Fell Lord actually cleaving up Deathrun. Deathrun going to go ahead and pop that dive by the sword. It's going to fade for now, though. Drainer's Way of the Crane is going to stabilize his team for just a moment. Deathrun's still really, really low. This is a big opportunity for them. But Walrix taking damage from Drainer as well as Deathrun in the middle of the map. And I like that Walrix is staying in the middle of the map. They seem to be the best kill target for Enjoy Legion, and I think they want him to go on him, but there's a Stormbolt. Now he's popping that wall. They have no Iron Bark as well. If they can continue this momentum onto Walrix, this just could be the game, especially with the mobility between this warrior and this monk. They're able to just connect on whatever target they want, and it just really does feel like the advantage is going to this KFC manager's composition so far in this game.
Yeah, with Way of the Crane, since you're healing with physical attacks that don't cost mana, Drainer's going to out-mana Looney no matter what here into the later stages of the game. Really, they are relying on just one-shotting the warrior. So as long as Deathrun knows that and saves his Spell Reflect for when he gets dangerously low, he can Spell Reflect important spells, Lava Burst, Thalkiel's Consumption, Ice Fury, that type of spell of the sort. So he wants to wait till Drainer's in crowd control, save Spell Reflect till he's low HP, and deny the lethal setup. Corky's looking for some full moons. He gets Wind Sheared. He jumps into bear form. He should be all right with that bear form, reducing magic damage as well, and he's just waiting till the lockout's over, and I'd imagine he wants to go for another full moon attempt. In the meantime, Way of the Crane comes up in about 10 seconds for Drainer, so when that cooldown comes up, I would expect him to be getting in there, getting in the faces. They go for the full moon. They're really looking for pressure. Walrix Nether wards to deny the Star Surges afterwards, so the full moon by itself isn't going to do too much damage. It's usually just 2 Star Surges after, which are now following up. Walrix portals away. Deathrun leaps on top of him. Looney's caught into a paralyze, and Walrix is in so much trouble. That Sharpened Blade's still up. Iron Bark from Looney in the nick of time to stabilize Deathrun. Blade storming towards him, not able to find the target. He's going to swap to Zeepai instead. Zeepai roots up the entire team in a Fell Lord. Zeepai kiting away. Now he should be able to unleash a Lightning Assault. Drainer, though, trying to get out of that Fell Lord as soon as possible. They're going to keep their target on Zeepai. They're trying to force his Astral Shift. They're really not finding it, though. I'd like to see them get back onto Walrix ASAP, but Corky's in trouble, just randomly getting bursted down by that Thalkiel's Consumption, trying to recover. Drainer doesn't have Way of Crane, so his healing output without it isn't as high. He's moving in. He gets feared on the Way of Crane, potentially. If they can keep him crowd controlled, Corky could be in trouble. He gets rooted. He ports away from the Cyclone. Nice job, but Corky's still low on health. They pop the Way of the Crane. He's really just relying on the Rising Sun Kick to heal Corky. It seems to be enough to keep him alive for now. Now Fnobbers, though, is getting pressured down by Drainer. Drainer's just soloing Zeepai behind the pillar. He gets Stormbolted. It's 2-on-1. Looney gets paralyzed. Sharpened Blade's active. Corky's moving in. Almost enough Astral Power to get a Star Surge, looking for a full moon to combo, but they don't force the Astral Shift, which was an important defensive cooldown goal for them. In the meantime, Looney needs to drink if he has any hope of out-manaing the Way of the Crane. He needs to constantly drink here, moving into dampening. They came close to killing Corky, though. There might be a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
No, yeah, that was really exciting. We saw this composition in the past. Zeepai and Walrix doing a fantastic job bringing it into deep dampening, but they're looking for setup kills. It's a very refreshing way of seeing this comp. There's the Sharpen going out onto Walrix, though. He's got to be careful. He's so low. He pops that wall. Isn't even going to be enough. 13% dampening at this point. It's going to be the Iron Bark as well. Walrix still just sitting in the face of danger. He's going to pop that Fell Lord, but he's going to get cycloned up at low health from Corky. If they can follow anything up onto Looney, this could be it for Walrix. No a wall, no Iron Bark available to him. Walrix still in the middle of the map. He's gonna port away, and it looks like they're gonna fall off of Walrix for now. Looney desperately trying to get to his Warlock. Death Run doesn't care. He just leaps right in, and he's on his tail. A gateway, though, comes out from Walrix, and he gets away yet again. A Cyclone going out onto Death Run, really just hammering in that kiting from Walrix. At 16% damping, we're going to get deeper and deeper into, and Drainer's actually the one who's losing this Mana War because of those drinks from Looney.
Paralyzed on Looney. Unfortunately, it breaks. Drainer moves in to get a leg sweep. Looney displaces away. Now Drainer's in the middle of the map, and he can't attack a target. He moves desperately to Walrix. He needs a target to attack the heal, but now he's connected. It's 3 DPS basically on Walrix. 1 execute connected. The next Mortal Strike is going to be a fat one. Death Run, if he can connect, Mortal Strike just takes him down. KFC Managers 2 up in the series now with 1 win to go. I don't know. Enjoy Legion, maybe they need to expand their class pool either to something that is extremely good at killing a Mistweaver or something that's extremely good at killing a Balanced Druid, because right now, with the compositions that they have, I don't think they have a good answer.
No, I 100% agree with you there, for sure. Though, I do want to point out that they did do those weird setups, which I thought was absolutely cool. They looked for those opportunities to, get like, the stun onto Corki. Zeepai was pushing in and nearly took out Corki at one moment in that game, and that was really, really interesting to see. A much different play style. It just shows that regardless of composition, they can definitely change it up of how it works out. But oh man, that definitely seemed one-sided from my perspective. I mean, Corki got really, really low sometimes. And you mentioned at the very end there that the Immortal Strike was going to be a juicy one. And those of you who don't know, if there's an artifact trait on Warrior where if you can get an execute off, if someone drops below a certain percentage and you get an execute off, you get a buff that actually increases the amount of, I believe it's damage that Mortal Strike does by a significant margin. So that really is scary. I think that Mortal Strike does even more damage than another execute would. So it's basically a scarier execute. And as soon as you get close into that range, you're just doomed unless you can just get away or get a huge defensive cooldown. And there it is. It's a 2-0 lead for KFC Managers right now. Enjoy Legion, the #1 point earner in this region, is 1 game away, 1 loss away from being eliminated. This is the lower bracket.
Well, I mean, it's like that in everything, right? So any esport, any regular sport, if you guys watch that, is like if you are the #1 team, you have a target on your back. And Enjoy Legion definitely has a target on their back to where teams are just going to figure out anything they can do to win. And KFC seems to have done it, man. I mean, Corki was super confident when I talked to him about that they have comps now to beat Enjoy Legion. They can out-dampen the dampeners, he told me over and over and over again. So, I mean, unfortunately for Enjoy Legion, when you have a lot of success at the beginning of the year, man, you set up this giant target for other teams to follow you, and they figure it out. So I think it's up to Enjoy Legion now to try and change up their own meta, like maybe get some more classes, get some more comps here, because like right now, I mean, they're getting
living in the
apart.
past.
Yeah, they're getting picked apart.
No, yeah, talking about like the point system and stuff like that, and patch changes and balance changes and all this stuff. It's really putting these teams to the test to be able to adapt throughout the year, and not just place high in like 1 or 2 tournaments, but to consistently find opportunities to overcome whatever nerfs or buffs that come your way. So so far KFC Managers, I think one thing that's really on their side, and maybe this is wrong in EU, but it's probably something that would help them in NA, is that their compositions aren't necessarily super common. So it's not like all of these teams are getting a ridiculous amount of practice around them. The only practice that these teams probably get against these compositions like Demon Hunter, Boomkin, and stuff like that are against just this team.
Yeah. I think I can think of 2 teams maybe in NA that run the Demon Hunter Boomkin. That was after seeing Corki's team run it so well. So I mean, even in NA, it's not that common. I think Method Synergy has like picked it up to like one of their comps that they feel confident about.
Oh, it's so exciting.
But I mean, seriously, like KFC has just like, I remember in the beginning of the cups where we were talking about, they have a resto. Okay, well maybe Enjoy Legion has a comp that's gonna kill the Boomkin. Maybe they're going to bring out something.
Because of that map choice? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Something. Like, they want to kill somebody fast.
So the map choice is Ruins of Lordaeron, which is a very, very small map, which is peculiar. And it's also a very open map. There's fewer places to hide on a map like Ruins of Lordaeron. KFC is just going to go ahead and lock in the same composition. Why not? Mm-hmm. It's working for them. It's looking confident for them.
What I like about Corki's comp is typically like Shadow Priest does really well against Boomkin, but with the Warrior on your team and then the Way of the Crane Monk also adding damage, it kind of like shores up the weakness.
Yeah.
So Shadow Priest that Frosty could play is not really an option. I think they have to have like a hunter rogue, something that can train down the monk, or I mean, if survival and sub were their options, I think survival sub rogue is actually like survival sub disc is probably the best comp you could have to play against KFC managers, but I don't know if they have it.
Yeah, it's not a super common composition, especially on like ladder. At least not in
It's the
NA.
only one that plays it. That's why I know it's so good.
Yeah.
You felt the pain of that composition.
Yes.
You just
All
lose
right.
in 20 seconds. It's pretty painful.
Oh. Well, we saw Survival Hunter yesterday. We saw Survival Hunter Boomkin, but unfortunately, that's the team that Enjoy Legion has to beat here. So, I mean, do we think we're gonna see
Demon Hunter Boomkin, Survival Hunter Boomkin? Man, all tastes of Boomkin.
Yeah. It seems like a team that Sid likes it. Okay.
Okay. All right. We got the TSG coming out.
Yeah.
So they brought it to an extremely small map like Ruins of Lordaeron, and then they brought out the double melee Arms Warrior, Unholy Death Knight, Restoration Druid, Enjoy Legion's composition. So we'll see how this pans out for them. Like you said, Sid, you're kind of harping on how Warriors have a tough time against these Boomkins.
Yeah.
With a map like Ruins of Lordaeron, is that going to give this team enough of an edge to really take a game off of KFC managers? Or is this just going to be a 3-0? What do you think?
I think it's possible that they can kill the Boomkin if they stun him out of form and get like a lot of damage in the stun, but I kind of feel like it's on Corky to not let that happen.
Well, maybe
this should actually be pretty easy for them.
Maybe they're going somewhere else though. Maybe they don't think they want to kill Corky here. Maybe they think they have enough
Hard swaps to Drainer?
Yeah,
or
something. They just make really good swaps. Maybe they think they have a small enough map to where it's possible. But I mean, it's 2-0. Like they've got to do something here. This is literally their tournament lives. They could be.
I feel like
out again.
they're gonna have to invest a lot in the swaps onto Drainer. Like they're gonna have to invest like grip and stuns and stuff like that. It's gonna have to be like almost like their main strat, I think. If they want to hit the Mystery Monk even on a smaller map like this, but we'll have to wait and see. We were watching TSG against Drainer actually a little bit earlier on in this tournament, and it seemed impossible for them to touch the Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah.
But they were also trying to really spread out what they were doing. They were getting stun combinations on the healer while killing a DPS, and using very little stuns to make swaps to the healer. But every time they even just look at him, if they're able to touch him, Drainer could be in a lot of trouble.
I think Looney's making a mistake going Resto Druid. I think he would be better off on Monk. This is like going to be very difficult for him to heal if Corky plays the Starfall spec. He's just going to run at Looney and keep them all in Starfall, and he can just kill the whole team at the same time. I think you probably need the Monk to survive that. So have to wait and see. Maybe Looney's a god. He can deal with the pressure. Corky might not play the Starfall spec too. Normally against Resto Druid, though, it's pretty strong, especially when it's a melee cleave and they're guaranteed to have 2 targets in Starfall. It's usually a good situation to use it. We have to wait and see here. Ruins of Lordaeron is the map, so Elbareth, Dmachine, you guys think they're going to be more aggressive? They're going to swap to Drainer.
Possibly,
I feel
yeah.
like Lordaeron's also a really good map for Monk to kite. You can put your portal in the room, kite behind 2 corners to one of the gates, and then portal into the room, and they never get back to you. Like, there's no way for the Death Knight to get back to the Monk when that happens. So even though they think the map might be good for them aggressively, I actually think it's probably one of the best monks to live on as a monk.
Yeah, not only that, but like that positioning that you were just talking about, if these double melee go onto Drainer and Drainer is doing that strategy of porting back into the room, surely these double melee are going to be overextended so much to be able to maintain that. Looney might be too vulnerable to heal them, and he's not going to get nearly as many drinks in that scenario. So here we go. The gates are about to open. It's game number 3 between KFC managers and Enjoy Legion. And Enjoy Legion down 0-2. They're fighting for their tournament lives. This is the lower bracket. Drainer actually getting hit by Frostbeat immediately. Drainer just kind of getting away. There's the full stun. If both of these melee can connect, this could be trouble for Drainer. They do. Frosty continues to maintain the damage out on the Drainer. Drainer's going to go ahead and port behind the team for now. Frosty going to pull right off of him and just get that consistent pressure going out onto Corky whenever you can't hit him. This is Celestial Alignment, however, and a bunch of damage is going out onto the Death Knight. Leg sweep goes out onto Looney. They're making a hard
God, he's dead.
Brain. Both skins being used. There's the displace. Drainer getting feared. Corky at low health now. Drainer's got to be careful. Corky has that renewal available to him as well. Where the Crane fades, and that's going to be the cocoon onto Corky.
It's interesting that Drainer's actually playing Way of the Crane, so I guess that removes the option really of going him, since he's a human monkey. Or is he a human monkey? He might actually be an orc.
I think he's human.
It's hard to tell. He's a human
Oh
monk.
no,
so
he's orc.
He's orc, so it's never mind. He doesn't have the human racial to break out a stun, so it could be scary for him if they swapped him outside of Way of Crane. Looney getting paralyzed, but unfortunately was in Starfall. Corki trying to set up a full moon, and this is the risk of training down the healer, is that you leave that boomkin open, it's going to be devastating. Already forcing Icebound Fortitude from the Death Knight. Frosty getting stunned up. That leg sweep might have been a mistake, though. He stunned into Icebound Fortitude, which immune stuns, so Drainer maybe making a bit of a misplay. They're going to use the Sharpened Blade towards the Death Knight, trying to burst him down, and Corki is playing that Starfall spec, so if they can get Frosty and the Death Knight and Looney to stack on top of each other, it's going to become very difficult for Looney to recover. Frosty's trying to chase down Drainer in the back line, but he ends up being paralyzed. Drainer rolling away. Frosty reconnects, but Zeepai and the Death Knight's going to have a hard time really connecting to him. He might even just need to hit a different target, try and waddle his way over. They do bash up Drainer at half, but Looney's also dipping low. Death Run is really tearing into him. Sharpened Blades, the Iron Bark, and the Cenarian Ward, so that lowers the healing quite a lot. Looney, though, is trying to kite away. Death Run is still chasing him down. Corki trying to set up a full moon, not able to find it. Looney displaces behind the tombstone. Drainer activated that Way of the Crane, so he's really trying to get some pressure going. He leg sweeps Looney. He's trying to solo Looney behind the pillar as the Mistweaver, but he's not finding enough damage to do it. Death Run can't connect, so they paralyze him low health instead and swap to the Death Knight, but he walks into a triple fear from Frosty. Nice play. Unfortunately, it ends up breaking. Zeepai in a lot of trouble. Looney trying to recover, but he gets fully feared. AMS traded out. Looney Priest and Iron Warded the fear, so that boosts his healing here. Really the only thing keeping the Death Knight alive. Frosty now getting paralyzed without Berserker Rage. I like that, actually, the Monk of using the long cooldown on the Berserker Rage. It's 1 minute, so he can get maybe 3 paralyzes every minute on the Warrior if they decide to train him like this, but he gets bashed up. Looney gets bashed up as well. Drainer bursted down to half. Looney caught into a shockwave. Everybody's starting to rot down. Looney trying to kite out of the Starfall as much as possible. Unfortunately, Corki's Starfall there only hitting Looney. Now he repositions it over on top of the melee. Corki trying to set up a full moon as he did get pummeled on Cyclone. He gets that off. Looney trying to recover. Looney's been doing actually a great job in terms of mana and keeping his Vim and Vigor. I thought it would be more difficult for him to do it. Maybe they could swap more to him to try and punish that. When he has that bonus 20% healing, it's going to be much easier for him to deal with his damage.
No, totally. 5 seconds left until AMS comes back up for Zeepai on that Death Knight, but he's been getting chunked quite a bit. He's popping that gargoyle, he's trying to get aggressive, but Drainer, while being aggressive, going for the leg sweeps, going for these Way of the Crane damages, is doing a fantastic job keeping his team alive. And now the clone lands on the Looney. He is running that relentless. Avatar Battlecry gets popped onto Draenor, and he actually does, he gets Vortex back into the middle of the map. That was crazy. Frosty's still on top of Drainer. Is this going to be a defensive cooldown? Drainer so solo. He's in that execute range. Way of the Crane is going to be popped. Drainer trying to hold on to that cocoon as best he can, as well as that fortifying brew. Leg sweep on the Frosty. Clone goes out onto Zeepai, and Drainer is going to stabilize just fine. He's jumping on top of Looney with that Way of the Crane whenever he can, just getting that additional pressure all the time. Looney holding on to both of his skins, however, and Looney's doing a great job not only maintaining his mana, but also, you know, rotating his skins. Corki in trouble. There's the clone to follow it up. He gets the bubble. He gets the cocoon in between the Cyclones. Great job by him, but now Corki gets cycloned up, and that cocoon is going to get chunked through very, very soon. That's going to be the Bark skin as well. He's so low. He's in execute range. Triple fear comes out from Death Run, saving Corki's life there in the nick of time. Bash to follow it up on the Corki, and Drainer doesn't have a cocoon to deal with this.
Yeah, he's got his Way of the Crane, though, and he got a 3-stack Tiger Palm, so that Blackout Kick's going to do quite a lot of healing. Now he's going for his Shayloon's Gift, spamming out the Effuses, trying to get as many Mist Clouds out to use Shayloon's again as soon as possible. Drainer with that Way of the Crane will have his team basically completely topped off. Looney looking to try and root up Death Run the Warrior, trying to slow down his assault. Drainer charges over. He leg sweeps Looney. Looney pre-bear farms it, so Drainer's not going to get too much pressure. Way of Crane is over. He gets sharpened by Frosty. Frosty looking for the kill. Drainer ports away. Cyclone on Frosty denies the follow-up. Now the Death Knight Zeepai in a bit of danger as he did get sharpened bladed, low at health. Looney's Iron Bark seems to be stabilizing him for now. As we move it into dampening, things are going to get a little bit more interesting. Full Cyclone there over onto Corki. Drainer getting stunned up as they make a double swap. Soul Reaper active. A lot of damage out here from Zeepai, but he gets shockwaved into a clone. Good teamwork between Death Run and Corki. Drainer rolls to safety. Now Drainer has Way of the Crane available. He's getting his Tiger Palm stacks, looking for that big Blackout combo. Who are they going to go on to? I'd really like to maybe see the Death Knight or even the Druid swap too. They're going to paralyze Looney, but unfortunately he's in Starfall. They interrupt the Tranquility with it at least. The Way of the Crane really not getting too much damage done here. At least it's topping his team. Looney now getting fully cycloned. They're all in Starfall. This is the perfect positioning for Corki to unleash devastating his Star Assault, but Drainer in the meantime got swapped to. He portals away. Death Knight rotting down. Frosty rotting down. Looney going for Wild Growth, a very important heal to recover his team from this spread pressure, but he's expended so much mana to recover through it. Looney getting paralyzed. He's going to get the leg sweep out. Doesn't look like they have it. Drainer now getting sharpened. Corki is low as well. Zeepai's been tearing into him onto that Death Knight, and both Drainer and Corki are low. They go for a full moon counter kill, but Drainer needs help. He's going to go down, and I actually don't really like the way the Crane in this matchup. He's very exposed outside of it to just get trained down like that. And Enjoy Legion pull off a win, but I think that Drainer can either change his talents or they can change their comp as an option if they need to. I don't think they need to change their comp, but yeah, the way the Crane has a huge weakness, if you can actually connect to the Monk outside of it, he just gets popped really quickly. So they found that opportunity and they killed him.
Yeah, Drainer played really aggressive. It was so exciting to watch that way of the Crane, but like you said, that does cause his positioning to be really scary. For example, at the very end there, he was popping away with the Crane. He was trying to get aggressive. He was getting the interrupts on the Tranquility and stuff like that in the Looney, which is all super valuable. But without Trinket in that scenario, that was a crazy 1-2 punch that this double melee can just kind of turn to him and punish him for. And I do like that Frosty was like going after Drainer throughout the game. I think that it's super valuable. But like you said, I definitely can see where just a play style shift from this composition of KFC managers can really, be the key to taking out Enjoy Legion.
Yeah, I don't think Drainer would do that that exact kind of play style in the next game. I think they're pretty confident here in their map choice, and unfortunately for Enjoy Legion, they have to fight back 2 games now against KFC's map choice, and that's a tall task to ask, but
it's a big deal, especially with Ruins of Lordaeron off the table now.
Yeah, it was good of them though to find a way to win and get those swaps on the Drainer, which we were all kind of predicting would happen, and they made it work. But I think it was more of Drainer kind of playing that really aggressive playstyle, which is, it's really fun to watch. I do enjoy following him around and watching him be aggressive. I like the aggressive healing playstyle. It's fun. So KFC here, it's up to their map pick, and I think they're going to take their time here, really figure out what kind of map they want to play. And Tolvaron. So yeah, no surprise really. They want to
the polar opposite of Ruins of Lordaeron.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Boomkin Ellie is probably what they're thinking if it's going to be a Warrior Death Knight. Good luck, TSG against Boomkin Ellie.
I don't know though if Enjoy Legion wants to play the TSG into that though. I think they might.
Yeah, but then they just play Warrior Boomkin. I don't know. I feel like
they're caught.
Should be their game to win.
They're caught.
Yeah, it's TSG again. So
okay. Oh well. Goodbye.
So Tolvaron Arena was the map choice. It's like, all right, so you won one time. You found a composition that can beat us in a specific scenario. Can you do it on a map like Tolvaron Arena? This is a tall task, man. Mm-hmm. This is a tall task for this TSG.
Boomkin Ellie's going to be really rough for them. Elemental Shaman and Frost Mage I would definitely put as the #1 casters to just prevent melee from moving.
Yeah, Earthbind Totem and Earth Grab if they want to go for both of them.
And Ghost Wolf. They have Ghost Wolf travel form, so while one of them slowing and cloning or rooting and running,
Yeah. And purging, if you have a freedom, that's an issue. Elemental Shaman's toolkit is actually really, really strong against melee for sure. Mm-hmm. I wonder if they're going to go with the element. I feel like there's no reason why not. We've seen them on that Elemental Shaman, and they seemed really, really confident with it. Yeah, there it is. Ellie Boom, Mistweaver is going to get locked in for KFC managers, and these guys are just in their element. They know what's up. Uh-huh. This is as favorable a matchup as they could ask for against a crazy team like Enjoy Legion, and they're up 2-1. So Enjoy Legion not only needs to win here, but they need to win again to follow this up to take this series. So if they're able to win on Tolvaron Arena, though, that is a big deal. Mm-hmm. That big map no longer being in the pool could really be the ticket they need to take the series. But it just seems impossible.
I really hope that Drainer does not play Wave Crane. I feel like he's giving them a kill target. If he doesn't play it and he just plays max range, then Zeepai and Frosty don't have a target that's very easy to kill. Since Zeepai can, is it Death Rend on Elemental?
Yeah.
If Death Rend supports properly for Corki when he's stunned, and vice versa, Corki supports Death Rend on the Elemental. It's kind of impenetrable for a melee cleave.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
it's also a triple healer.
I feel like if I was Enjoy Legion right now, I'd be like, Supa, shh. Let him do what he wants to do, man.
Yeah.
He wants to weigh the crane.
Let him weigh the crane. While we wait for the game here to load, man, it's crazy to see a team like KFC, basically a team we saw only really have a Resto Shaman at the beginning of this Road to BlizzCon thing, all of a sudden now has a great Mistweaver Monk, and they have all these comps now that, you know, can take out the top dogs like Enjoy Legion. And man, that's what I think is really good about this point system, is where, like, you know, just because you won a couple tournaments does not mean you're going to stay on top, because there are teams that are hunting for you. And as we can see here, KFC's in the driver's seat. They're up 2-1, and they're about to take Enjoy Legion out of the tournament.
Just trying to look at the talents to see if there's anything super unique.
There is the
other weakness Z-Bite's gonna have on Death Knight is that his pet's just gonna die over and over. It's just gonna constantly get cleaved by Chain Lightning and Starfall, and it's gonna get dotted. So his pet's gonna be getting harassed and killed a lot, which makes him even squishier. It's a really big map, so he's gonna be running in the open a lot. Just everything is not going in favor of Enjoyed Legion on this map, basically. I don't know what to say. Like, this is probably going to be their hardest game of the entire tournament. Unless they just get some sort of random bursty kill, which would be up to the KFC managers to kind of allow to happen. I don't think they're going to be able to take this. Z-Bite charging in, though, towards Death Run. Death Run already kiting away in Ghost Wolf. And it's kind of funny how the tables have turned now. Death Run's on the Elemental and Z-Bite's on the melee. He manages to connect for now, but he's still kiting away in the Ghost Wolf. They reconnect with that charge. They force the Astral Shift out already very early on. I'd almost like to just see a Life Cocoon, since they've committed most of their cooldowns. There's a Cocoon and the Innervate combo together, so Drainer can spam heal for free. And now Z-Bite in some trouble as he's kited out into the open. Corki setting up some Cyclones on Looney. Anti-Magic Shell has basically been shredded through, and they survive the initial burst. They trade out the cooldowns effectively. Astral Shift is the same cooldown as Apocalypse, so you'll be able to trade that 1-for-1 every time. Drainer trade Life Cocoon for Avatar, so they should be all right in this position to continue to fight out through that initial burst. Now they need to try and drag in position Frosty and Z-Pi so that Looney can't heal the way that he is on the pillar. They need Looney out in the open, so I'd like to see Death Run constantly kiting corner to corner, and then when Looney runs out in the middle of the map, Corki can Cyclone him, Corki can attack him. If they hold in the middle like this, Looney actually wants this positioning. It's very easy for him to run behind the pillar and drink and then go back to the middle and heal his team, so I'd like to see Death Run repositioned.
There's a Death Grip into Asphyxiate onto Drainer and making a swap onto him. He has got no Cocoon available to him, so he's got to be a little careful. Leg sweep port onto Frosty. There's the Iron Bark coming out onto Z-Pi preemptively, maybe, possibly. That was Icebound Fortitude as well. So he's getting a lot of healing from that, and he's completely fine because of it. Now Looney repositioning himself on another pillar there, and it looks like they are trying to pull Looney off of the pillar. Death Run's position is constantly trying to move further and further away, to it being slowed up. And it's so interesting to see a team like Enjoy Legion go from a very attrition-based play to a very aggressive-based play that we're seeing right now, just constantly trying to get pressure. There's the grip into fear onto Drainer. Death Run trying to get away with that leap. He's going to go ahead and disrespect the damage, pop the wall for now. Cyclone goes out onto Looney, into another Cyclone to follow it up. Frosty not taking a whole lot of damage, though, so nothing to really follow that up onto Frosty. Death Run, though, is just constantly getting chunked. There's the stun onto Drainer. They're making a swap onto him, and I like the grip swaps onto him. There's the Vortex to follow it up. He's at half health here. This might be his Cocoon. He's desperately trying to get away. There's the port. Frosty's on the run. He's chasing after Drainer right now. He's trying to prevent any of the heals that he can, but he's rooted up there. There's the charge finally. Z-Fi wants to connect too, but he's getting stunned in the middle of the map. He's got to be careful. He's going to catch the Iron Bark from Looney, which should keep him completely fine for now, regardless of the full moon's connecting on him. That was the nice corpse shield by Z-Pi to eat that full moon, but every single time Drainer gets gripped, it's a scary amount of damage, but Drainer handles it so well.
Oh, nice Starfall on Looney there. It actually stopped him from drinking. Mana bar is basically what they're trying to play against this melee cleave, so they need to deny Looney from drinking constantly. It looks like he's trying to sneak away. Corki is chasing after him, but while Looney's looking to drink, Corki isn't doing damage. And if he keeps baiting these Starfalls on him, then the Starfall aren't on his DPS, so I think if one way Looney could pull this off is to just constantly bait Corki into chasing him for drinks. Unfortunately, now he's caught into a bash stun, but Drainer in the meantime getting swapped to. He's going to double leg sweep, portal behind the pillar, and now Z-Pi's caught in the open. Looney still in Cyclone's full moon, gets AMS'd. Nice AMS from Z-Pi, denies all of the damage. Looney getting fully dotted. I'd actually like to see them either run 80 yards away from Looney or run right on top of him. Again, like, they need the triple Starfall against Arresto Druid. If it's just double, he can Wild Growth play at the pillar and be very safe. He did get Solar Beam there. Nice Solar Beam from Corki. They're trying to build some momentum with that, and I would find it. Looney actually displaces in and bashes Corki. Deathrun needs to support him to deny the Cyclone. He's not even going to try to get it. It seems like Zeepai is still in a bit of trouble. He gets Iron Bark from Looney. He's going to recover Life Cocoon from Drainer as well. But now Life Cocoon isn't available for Avatar. Frosty has a lot of damage available. He's going to set up a Fear on the Boomkin, try and Spell Reflect some Burst maybe as he charges towards Deathrun. I'd like to see him save that charge, actually. He charged like 2 feet. He could have maybe saved that for a swap to Drainer or otherwise. He still has Avatar and Battlecry. He's hanging on to it for quite some time. And because he doesn't have Fear now, he can't bait a Trinket either. So I don't know if he could be using those abilities a little bit better, because now he's going to be just stuck on a target that can use defensive cooldowns. Astral Shift became available, so Frosty's going to have to wait. He charges to Corki, so again, now not able to chase Drainer. They're going to try and tunnel down the Boomkin, which I think is a mistake. When you attack that Boomkin, you give him a lot of instant lunar strikes, and that's going to cleave down both targets when you're both on him. Frosty tries to go on Drainer. He baits the port. He leaps after the port, but now that he used charges earlier, it's going to be difficult for him if Drainer just rolls away. He's opting actually not to Chi Torpedo away. I'm surprised. Now Zeepai does connect with the stun. Now they're both attacking into him with Sharpened Blade. He needs some help. Drainer down to half. He leg sweeps the DPS. He rolls away. Frosty not able to connect for now. Drainer is going to get that artifact heal right back to full HP. Looney's been doing a great job on mana. I'm not entirely sure if he's been drinking this whole time or just playing really well. He does get paralyzed there, but unfortunately it was a second too late, so Corki gets Cyclone. It's going to buy Looney some breathing room. Looney goes for an Innervate Wild Growth. He gets the cast off. Very important for him to just spam out his globals. I like that, using the Efflorescence and Dispel when it's free. Those are both very expensive abilities. Going to put him a little bit ahead. Looney moving in towards Drainer as Drainer is trying to set up a drink. We've now started into Dampening, and I do not like the positioning from Deathrun as he's getting trained like this. He needs to position differently. They could actually ultimately lose if they don't get more momentum on Looney or pull Zeepai into a better position, because Looney's getting drinks. He's able to dip out and heal even immediately after drinking with where they're standing. So I'd either like to see them get more aggressive on Looney or just pull even further away, because this neutral positioning is actually giving Enjoy Legion a chance.
Absolutely. Looney is definitely spending mana, but at the same time, his positioning, because of what you were saying, not the triple Starfalls, he's able to stay in this game. We're at 7% mana, 7% dampening, and the mana is very, very similar on both sides. So it's an incredibly close game. And we were talking about how we just felt like on Tolvaron Arena, this is just going to be just like a landslide. But this TSG is really just putting this Monk's run for his money. I want to see more swaps to the Monk. I want to see grips into stun. A lot of times they're gripping him and then they're not stunning him, so he's just porting immediately and getting no trinkets, getting no defensive cooldown. So if they're able to actually make more swaps on the Drainer and maybe get some stuns out onto it, I think it's only going to force Drainer to spend more mana, but it's also going to force to get the cooldowns. We're at 10% dampening now, and the spread pressure is starting to go, and it looks like they're actually splitting on the DPS. Deathrun and Corki both getting hit by a different melee. Fear goes out on the Drainer. Deathrun is on the run. That's going to be the trinket for Drainer. He's getting scared of falling too far behind here at this point. Wall from Deathrun is going to be used. Barkskin fades for Corki, and this TSG is getting cooldowns wherever they can find it.
Yeah, and Looney was able to drink throughout that, not getting too much mana, still about even with Drainer, but I think Drainer's healing output's going to be better here, deeper into Dampening. I don't know, I just feel like they need to start getting Looney included in the fight, either by dragging him out and bursting him or dragging him out and just crowd controlling him, because he's able to just stay on this pillar very easily and out of line of sight of everybody. Deathrun's trying to kite them out of range. Now Looney's moving into the middle of the map. So when Looney moves in the middle of the map, Corki needs to turn his attention to him. Drainer's going to move in. They're going to paralyze him, but Zeepai anti-magic zone that entire setup, so Frosty should be able to stay alive as a result. Good cooldown rotation there, as Looney was in crowd control and not able to save his partner, but now he may need to use his Iron Bark. As Frosty's getting low, they do Iron Bark him just to keep him in the fight. Corki looking for some Cyclones. He gets interrupted, gets Mind Frozen on the Full Moon follow-up, now gets the Cyclone. Now looking for a Full Moon on Looney, I would imagine. No, actually, Full Moon's the Death Knight and clones Looney. I'm not sure if that was actually a focus Full Moon. Now Frosty, though, getting bursted down low on health. Bad by the Sword and Rallying Cry buys him a second to stay alive. Looney's still getting Cycloned up. I really like that positioning there. They drag Looney out. They got him crowd controlled. They've forced Frosty really low. Now Corki needs to be a bit careful. Looney actually blinks away, Shadow Melt drinks, gets Starfalled instantly. Good awareness from Corki. He needs to keep that mana lead. Find a victory here, fully dotted up. Death Knight and Warrior, it means that there's gonna be a lot of momentum. Ice Fury, this Elemental Shaman is free casting, unloading so much burst towards Frosty, down at 9%. Looney can't handle it. KFC managers claim victory 3-1. Finally dragging them out into a bad position and allowed the Elemental Shaman to free cast because they couldn't compromise the positioning. They had to pull back. And as soon as the Elemental Shaman was open, slam dunks the Warrior into the dirt. And it's going to be a 3-0 or 3-1 win for KFC managers. I can imagine that Enjoy Legion are going to be trying to think of a way or think of a composition that they can practice to deal with this team specifically.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
they look so strong. KFC managers.
They've done it.
Yeah.
They've gotten past fourth place.
Gods do bleed.
They finished. Let's see. They finished fourth, I think, in almost every single tournament that we've had for EU, and they've done it. Yep. They've gotten past the fourth place hurdle, which means they're gonna get more points.
They're confirmed at least third place now.
So
even if they lose their next series, they're still going to place third, so they're still going to get that third place points. So congratulations to them. Enjoy Legion is going to place fourth, so they're still getting points. They're not walking away empty-handed here. But I'm so excited for this next match.
Oh, yeah. So if we take a quick look at the brackets here, our next match is Northern Gaming Blue versus the brand new roster of Making a Movie, which, if you guys don't know, is now Maro and Fry in place of No Lifer. And I forget the other person, unfortunately. That Rogue. Anyways.
Pry?
No. Pry is now in.
Porky asked me to play flute.
Oh, if you want to play flute for Porky.
Let's see.
There's the Boomkin flute.
The flute for
the Boomkin flute.
The Boomkin flute.
So it's Chaz, Pry, Maro, and Valet. That's what it is.
Yeah, no. That's the new roster. That's a brand new roster.
Oh, what was the old roster? Oh, I don't really remember
No
either.
Lifer and the A name, Rogue. I'm sorry. Yeah. The EU region boggles my brain sometimes, unfortunately. But, I mean, they have done well. Obviously, we had the Yahtzee champion, Pry, in his prime there, just keeping himself in the upper bracket there. And, I mean, this is going to be... Do we see a mirror? Do you think we can see?
No way.
No way. You don't think Northern Gaming is too smart for that? You think, huh?
Well, I don't know.
It could be sweet.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I feel like, and now that Warrior Mage has entered the fray, I feel like every single time we anticipate a mirror, it's always like Rogue Mage versus Warrior Mage, or like something to do with like a Shadow Priest or something along those lines. So I don't know. I would absolutely die happy if we just here in the upper bracket. That would be so exciting to me, assuming it'd be an RMP mirror.
Yeah. But before we get into we're going to wait for our teams to get their blind picks locked in. Admin Toxin is blocking them right in right now. We're going to watch a quick ad here from Skillcapped. I want to thank Skillcapped, obviously one of our big sponsors here, because, I mean, they do support WoW esports even outside of tournament scene. They have a ton of guides for you guys to learn WoW PvP. I mean, it's basically entire who's who of pros that write guides for them, make videos. So we will be right back.
Mute it and narrate it next
And thank you to Skillcap for sponsoring this awesome tournament. You guys can check them out below on the link, and you can put exclamation point Skillcapped in the chat, and we'll link to their site. They have a ton of guides if you guys have ever wanted to learn how to play a new class, right? We just heard from Dilly yesterday. He used it to learn new classes, and I have actually. Seriously though, he actually legit used the Skillcap guide from an EU Hunter to learn marks. I've used guides to learn Shadow Priest and stuff like that. One of my new alts I picked up. So I mean, they're really good guides, and if you want to, I mean, Legion is the expansion of basically. Well, people say it's not the expansion of alts, but as we've seen in the competitive WoW esports scene, you kind of need alts. You kind of need multiple comps here to be successful. So
it's tough to make alts too. Like obviously the barrier to entry is rough. So these guys are putting in the work. And it's always nice to have like that additional asset to learn a little bit faster than you would on your own.
Yeah.
One thing that I really like the guides for are actually to understand talent choices in specific scenarios. So like obviously you guys know with like the PvP honor talents and the regular talents as well, you can change those up and you can really build your character for a specific matchup, and understanding what's good in what scenario. Absorbing that knowledge quickly is
and they do have a few free guides up there right now. Actually, the UI guide that I've used is free, so you guys can check that out. But we are about to enter the game, Making a Movie versus NG Blue. I've not seen the comps yet, but I have seen a name.
Ooh.
I have seen a name, so kind of, oh boy. So we're not gonna get the mirror, but we're gonna get something.
Somebody in chat was saying they were in the voice comms for making a movie, and they said that Pry is asleep. I don't know if that's true or not, but
I mean, this kind of stays consistent with that, but yeah, I mean, we saw Shadow Priest Frost Mage come out against Rogue Mage so often in the past. And it was widely viewed as, like, you know, the Shadow Priest Frost Mage had that advantage over Rogue Mage. But this is Legion. I haven't seen this matchup nearly as much as I have in the past, so I'm curious to see if it's still favored. We do have a Sub-Rogue on the side, Sub-Rogue Fire Mage, Resto Druid on the side of Northern Blue going up against Making a Movie, which is Chaz and the Resto Druid, Maro on the Frost Mage, and Shadow Priest, Valet, of course, on the Shadow Priest. We get the gates of opened.
Yeah, this isn't a matchup that I've seen since last expansion almost. So
Yeah.
last expansion, I think it was favored to the Shadow Priest Mage, but they don't have as much instant cast crowd control as they used to have to kind of lock all 3 members of the RMD in place. So without that crowd control, it might be more difficult.
Bless you.
Welcome. Good morning.
Sap goes out onto Chaz, and it looks like they are going to open up onto Maru. Maru's on the run there. Waz follows it up with a full kidney shot into Chaz. Chaz actually running that relent. Full polymorph onto Maru here, as I think they're actually going to fall off of him. And Poiki taking a little bit of damage here from Valet. Valet trying to get those VTs off of him. Bash goes out onto Poiki. He's still not going to Barkskin. Finally, he Barkskin. Triple fear coming out from Valet. Solid choice for him. Silence to follow it up on Mimpoike, and they are relentless on Northern Gaming Blues. Resto Druid, full blind onto Chaz, no out available. They're switching it over out onto Valet, but Was has to be careful. He's trying not to cloak here, dipping down to half health. Line is sighting the VTs coming out from Valet, reconnecting onto him yet again. Valet's just trying to get these VTs out so desperately, looking for the jukes and everything. Chaz gets sapped out of the full ring. There's the full kidney shot out onto Maru. They're making a swap out onto him. Let's see if they have the damage. They still have that Comet Storm to follow it up for damage, but Maru completely fine for now, and both teams kind of just at a standstill.
Yeah, so it seems like the Shadow Priest Mage are more focused at raw pressure. It's almost as if they're playing Warlock Elemental. They're just dotting as many targets as possible and just doing as much damage as possible and making swaps to Mimpoike when they can. Actually, Maru blinked in and snuck a sheep, catching Mimpoike off guard, polymorphing him on his Dispel. Now Raiku's got into a clone, and they've switched from that triple dot strat to a single target burst as they swap to Mimpoike. Mimpoike Barkskins, will that even be enough? If they can keep up the pressure or silence him? They can't silence him. Valet was in a polymorph. Good denial from Raiku, but Waz is still rotting down. Maru almost soloing him. Mimpoike trying to recover through the situation, and he is playing Vim and Viger, so it's going to be difficult for him to recover if he's constantly below 80%, and Maru blinks on top of him, snaring him so Valet can catch up. They drop the Frozen Orb. They're just cleaving down the whole team. And Poike blinks out of the Frozen Orb. Nice reaction from him. Maru in a polymorph, triple crowd control out from Northern Gaming as they set up the kill towards Valet. They follow up the kidney shot with the Ring of Frost. Unfortunately, it broke to Raiku's Phoenix Flame. It cleaved over and broke Chaz out of that Ring of Frost, so now Valet recovers quite easily. He did trade out the Dispersion, though, so there's one cooldown of the way. They swap to Maru, trying to get more bang for their buck. I don't think they have enough damage to take him out. Chaz recovers. Chaz looking for a Cyclone here, trying to fake cast the counterspell. He fake casts the counterspell, but he gets bashed by Mimpoike, so Valet moves in and double fears instead. Good follow-up. Raiku in a polymorph. Maru setting up an Ebon Bolt towards Mimpoike, followed up with the Flurry. Mimpoike Shadow Melt. He's trying to Shadow Melt to silence there. Unfortunately, Valet didn't have it. Valet now getting kidney shot. He doesn't have Dispersion, so Chaz needs to Iron Bark him potentially on the setup. He gets Cyclone, though. Not that low on health. Chaz should be able to deal with this. He jumps in Moonkin form to immune any polymorphs. He blinks over, bashes Mimpoike as they swap to Mimpoike. Mimpoike trinkets out of the bash, but he's caught into a Frozen Orb. It doesn't look like he's able to displace out, so they're able to have free reign. He gets Vortex back in. Now he displaces away. That's why he was saving it. Wanted to get Vortex in and blinked away. Now triple CC set up from Northern Gaming. They need more on Chaz. They don't find the follow-up, so Maru should recover. Chaz connects Iron Bark. Chaz even star surging there for a second, trying to help his team do as much damage as possible. They're really focusing down the Rogue and the Druid. It would seem like they're kind of just ignoring Raiku in their strategy.
Yep, so far so good, and it's working out for them, but really the only defensive cooldown that they have to deal with right now is Mimpoike's Trinket. Mimpoike still has that Barkskin, still has that Artifact, still has Overgrowth, lots of buttons to go. There's the kidney shot in the chest in human form. Maybe they can get a follow-up. They do. They get the Ring of Frost. Maru at half health. Was connecting out onto him. They got to be careful, though. There's defensive cooldowns on the other side, but they get the Ice Block, which is going to swing the momentum back in their favor. But here we go. Raiku at low health now. Mimpoike getting Barkskin. There's the full silence.
He's in the middle of the map. Flurry combo, he needs to get out of there. Blinks back behind the pillar. Nice innervate, actually. He's going to be able to burst heal himself back to full if he needs to. His team, in the meantime, is getting momentum on Valet. Chaz into his stun polymorph. Now able to find the Mass Dispel. Vampiric Embrace was activated to boost his self-healing. Will that be enough on its own? He needs to get his Vampiric touches out. He actually doesn't have any. He got one over to Waz. He jumps into Void form. Now they swap to Raikou. Huge burst following it up. He blinks using Prismatic Cloak to try and immune some incoming pressure. Stays alive as a result without having that cauterized trigger. In the meantime, Chaz caught into a blind, but no follow-up. A bit of a choke there. They do go for the kidney shot now. They need more out of it. They need a Ring of Frost. They get the Polymorph instead. Valet and a Cyclone. Nice setup for Northern Gaming. They get the second block, I believe, of the match, and it was overlapped with Ironbark. If they can keep Chaz out of the game a little bit longer, Maru doesn't have very much to survive. He gets sapped out of the ice block, and Chaz gets fully cycloned. Valet down to half. Valet jumps out of line of sight. They're just chasing Valet down. He has Dispersion, though. He should be able to survive. He's using the Void Shield instead, trying to boost his self-healing, but Dispersion is forced, and Northern Gaming Blue are all over the map. Basically, at this point, making a movie, are going to be quivering in fear. Raikou getting bursted down, but he blinks away. Prismatic Cloak immuning that pressure. He still has cauterized. He still has blocks, so I'd like to see Northern Gaming Blue just make an all-out push to find the kill.
Absolutely, but Minpoike caught into a full polymorph. This could be Raikou's cauterized or his ice block. 2% dampening. Chaz in a full polymorph though. Valet getting chunked down. He has no disperse like you were saying. Raikou still playing aggressive, however. DB goes out into Maru. Maru not able to really follow up with anything. Chaz gets cycloned again. And Raikou's going to catch the Ironbark, which is going to keep him completely healthy, and Valet is in trouble. There's the cheap shot, the Cyclone to follow it up on a Chaz. A nice swap Cyclone onto Valet, keeping him nice and low, making sure that he can't get those heals. If they can swap the CC, they do. There's the full kidney on the Chaz. Valet still at really, really low health here, but this aggression from Northern Blue is getting punished. No trinket available. Minpoike pops the bark skin. Raikou dipping low. Waz dipping low. That's the Cloak of Shadows. Minpoike caught into a full clone, and it looks like Making a Movie is trying to push Northern Blue off their pillar. Raikou's so low. Is this going to be the cauterized? No. He's going to block first. Possibly. I'm not sure if Cauterized already popped. It gets MS dispelled. Raikou's in a little bit of trouble. Minpoike doesn't have a trinket. They have anything to follow it up. This could be it. Waz also needs to be careful. No. There's the blind on the Chaz. Maru, without a block available to him, has got to be careful. But at the same time, they have momentum in their favor. Ironbark artifact weapon gets popped from Minpoike as he desperately tries to keep his team aggressive here. Maru still at low health. There's the kidney shot on the Chaz. And this aggression slash defense from Making a Movie is so crazy. This could be it for Raikou. He still has that Cauterized, I believe. I think actually did proc, so they got to be careful. Or actually, this is combustion coming out from Raikou. 11% dampening, and both of these healers are struggling. Raikou could go down right here, right now. Ring of Frost, very desperate. Out comes out from him. Minpoike. Cauterized does finally cross. Minpoike caught into a silence, and after all that, Chaz gets sapped up. But this could be it for Raikou. A sliver of health, 12% dampening, and that is going to be it. Regardless of just being in an absolute control, Making a Movie takes a win on the Grand Arena. That was insane. I for sure thought that game was Northern Blues all game long.
They had all the momentum, and then what ended up happening was Valet and Mario just pulled back behind the pillar. They stacked up the whole team of Northern Gaming, and they just were like, hey, you're all stacked up. Here's a frozen orb. Enjoy your ice lance. And just killed the whole team. And then Minpoike was kind of just like, what is going on? Tried to heal through the pressure. They couldn't ever stay on top of them to actually kill them. So it was interesting strategy from them. Just pull away, stack on top of each other, and then just blow up the whole team when they stack up, pushing in onto you. So they were able to turn it around.
Yeah, Admin actually just said something really interesting in chat. He said, that's the first time I've seen Sap out of block an attorney. And I just want to touch base on that Sap too. Not only did that Sap, take control of the game, of course, but it also was so key. At that moment, there was no trinket, no skins available from Minpoike for 8 more seconds. And that Sap onto Maru and that swap onto Valet, forcing that disperse, just gave him that aggression, that ability to just, because when a team is getting bursted down like that, they have to play defensive. It's the best defense is a good offense, right? And in that scenario, literally every defensive cooldown came back up from Minpoike, and that gave them so much momentum moving forward into it. No one had defensive cooldowns on the opposing team. Chaz not running a trinket, that was also really scary. Running that relent, but at the end of the game, I guess that worked out really well for him. But it's like those little plays like that, like the sap out of the block and forcing the disperse and getting those defenses back. It's like that's really where you see these world-class tier players come out and really make these plays. But that overextension, that's in finding the opportunity to get aggressive when you're also hovering at 10% health there is also a perfect example of a world-class play too. I
don't think I've ever seen a healer sit more CC than I saw Chaz. I think I saw Chaz get sapped individually 4 individual times full saps, and still his team just survived. It was crazy. I swear every time I looked at Chaz, he just sapped or cycloned or some other sort of CC, setting a ring.
I suppose when there's that much CC coming out, Relentless is a good choice.
Yeah, because he literally said everything. But good on making a movie there. Valet and Morrow just absolutely just dominating there at the end and getting the kill. And Tiger's Peak here is the map here from Northern Gaming. And do we think Northern Gaming switches up their comp, or do you think that because I mean they looked really good for majority of that game, and then at the end there kind of all fell apart. So
yeah, if only like Northern Gaming had like a really good Shadow Priest in their team.
I know there's.
Oh wait, they do. They have Zuniaki.
Hey, dude, what
is
are you talking about?
Is he a Shadow Priest now though? Is he a Shadow Priest?
Really good Shadow Priest.
So good.
Do you want a mirror, David? Do you want a mirror, David? Is that what you're asking for here? Is a mirror?
No. I was being more sarcastic than anything else, I swear. But I absolutely think that they should feel completely comfortable with the mirror in this. They
also have a really good thug cleave. Just putting that out there. They play
okay, making
a
movie is gonna lock in the God comp, or AKA the Shadow Priest mage.
We're on you. It's Shatter. Come on, David.
Shatter.
It's
I'm
Shatter.
so sorry.
Come on.
And then they're going to be going up against Northern Gaming. It's their time to choose a composition. And I'd love to see the mirror in this matchup. Every single one of these players are incredibly confident on every class that they're capable of playing in that matchup. So seeing a mirror, I think, would be an absolute treat. And I don't think we've seen too many, if ever, a Shatter mirror in a tournament. Okay. All right. Assassination, Fire Mage, Restoration,
That's
Druid.
boring. God, that's boring.
That's boring.
Come
Okay,
on.
That's
Elbareth.
boring.
Come on, guys.
No way.
Elbareth wants to see prop paladin mirrors.
No, never.
That
Stop,
excites
please.
him.
Please, no. Although, to be fair, no more prop paladins, please. I don't want to do that anymore. That was the dampening goggle had to get out. You know, we had to pull up the dampening goggles. And
Wait, you have dampening goggles?
oh yeah, dampening goggles now to like get rid of dampening.
You need to get a sticker that goes across them.
just
It says dampening.
dampening.
Yeah.
Just have
Yeah,
a
because
graphic
you can
made.
see through them just fine now, right?
Yeah.
The sticker will totally help that.
But so it's the same comp on Tiger's Peak. How do you think this? I mean,
It's not. It's assassination
Yeah,
instead
assassination. So sub. Okay. Well,
I mean,
yeah.
they had absurd control, and I don't know if they're going to be able to have a similar amount of control with assassination rogue, of course, but they are going to have a lot more, throughput damage.
Mhm.
Maybe that's what they need. I mean, they had the defensive cooldowns being forced basically all game. Maybe they need less control and more damage. But I can't imagine that Northern Gaming Blue is like extremely familiar with this matchup in Legion.
Yeah.
So far.
I mean, I think might be the first time I've seen this at a European tournament at least. I think actually I can't think of another team that's played Shatter so far in a GCT tournament at least. So
I feel like I haven't seen a single one.
yeah.
It's exciting. That also means though that this team probably isn't extremely practiced. Though I mean, they could probably take a lot of the things that they've learned for the years of playing it and apply it to now. So
I don't know what their plan is with the assassin. I feel like Waz is not going to move. I don't know what their plan is with this, unless they just have enough damage that they can run the Shadow Priest down the ground. Maybe even the Mage. Maybe it's just enough, like Kidney Shot and Vendetta is enough damage to kill the Mage. Every Vendetta might equal an Ice Block or something like that, but I don't know if I like the Assassin pick. I don't know how much experience they have against this. Obviously, I have zero. I don't see this comp very often, let alone see Rogue Mage fight it. So it's just wait and see how the Assassin Rogue plays out. You get to sap on Chaz, they open on Valet. Seems the Shadow Priest is going to be the target for now. He's saving his Kidney Shot, though. Curious if he's going to use that Kidney Shot for crowd control or if he's going to swap it to somebody else. Chaz getting sapped 1 second out of that Ring of Frost, now into a bash, but overlapped with a blind, so a bit of a misplay from Northern Gaming Blue, and Chaz can trinket both for free, connect Ironbark on Valet. Now Valet should stabilize and be able to start turning this around. He needs to get through the interrupt, so he got through kick and counterspell. Valet is able to free cast now. Vampiric touches all over the place. They swapped him in Poike in the bash. He backs Barkskins. That should reduce a lot of pressure over to himself. Chaz actually playing tree form this time to deal with the initial burst from the Assassin Rogue, and it's allowing Valet to play much more aggressive. He's able to just stand still and turret into his targets. Poike innervating, trying to get out some expensive heals, always making sure to drop that efflorescence. He actually cyclones the tree form, but with only a cyclone, I don't think it's long enough to find the kill. And Waz and Raiko are just rotting down to the pressure of Valet. So much damage coming out from that void form, and Poike recovers though with a tranquility behind the pillar. Nice play. And Poike stabilizes, but now walks into a silence. But Valet gets Kidney Shot. Good peel from Waz. And Poike moves in. He bashes up Chaz. Again, a bit of an overlap with the polymorph, so the bash stun DR isn't going to be available for Chaz. Raikou gets interrupted on the follow-up polymorph from Maru. Maru trying to set up an Ebon Bolt. Raikou blinks away, but actually didn't have Blink available, so Ebon Bolt connected, and Poike now caught into a bash. They need to force Cauterize from Raikou here. They don't have enough damage to do it. I don't think they do. They're still just training down Valet. Chaz seems to be all right with him behind the pillar. Maru, though, into a polymorph. He's going to have to sit that. I guess Chaz doesn't want to risk getting polymorphed on Dispel. Now he's caught into a cheap shot. Raikou goes for a Ring of Frost from line of sight, connects the Ring of Frost. 2-on-1 Valet. Actually 3-on-1, 3-on-0 almost there for a second. Valet disperses. Nice setup from Northern Gaming Blue. They force that major cooldown out of the way. Now they need to make sure that when they go for the kill, though, that Valet can't get his Void Shift off. He might even need to use it right now. Chaz seems to be struggling with the damage. He's running lower on mana, and the pressure from the Assassin Rogue is so much higher. Valet in a bit of trouble, but they use Thorns to try and force Waz away. They get a full polymorph from Poike. He snuck that in on the global cooldown, but Valet is still the one that's dying. He's still below 20% and may need to use that Void Shift. Lower and lower, he Void Shifts Maru. Chaz caught into a kidney shot. Maru now maybe even gets swapped over to. Now they're just going to train down the Shadow Priest, I think. Constantly going after him. Chaz now fully cycloned, and Valet is falling more and more behind. They're trying to find a miracle opportunity on Raikou. Raikou shuts it down. Chaz gets sapped. Valet with no dispersion for 30 seconds. Chaz Trinket Ironbark. So he gets cycloned on the Trinket Ironbark. Valet trinkets out of the cyclone to reverse it on Poike. Trying to punish him and force him back or find the kill. They bash him. He Barkskins. Will the Barkskin be enough? Silence is available in 1. They silence him. They're looking for the kill. He gets Vortex back into the orb. And Poike gets punished.
Wow.
Despite Valet having nothing left, they find that miracle opportunity and take Poike down, now leading 2-0.
That's unbelievable, man. That was unbelievable. Look at the mana. Look at the defensives. Until that very last moment where they made that swap onto Poike, Chaz and Valet had nothing. No disperse at the very end. No void swap. No Ironbark. Nothing. And then at the very end, they make a swap onto Poike, get every defensive.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, they did it again, right? So Northern Gaming seems to be in the driver's seat for most of that game, and then all of a sudden the tables turn, and they turn so suddenly, and they get a kill that way.
Takes that one swap, man.
Crazy. Just
swap.
absolutely insane. So, I mean, what do you do as Northern Gaming now? I mean, you can't feel good about 2 games ending like that because
Bring out Zuniaki.
the mirror. You want the mirror. What if they just bring out the Thug Cleave? What if they bring out the Thug Cleave with Zuniaki healing? Like, I don't know. I just like the Thug
I mean, that'd be cool too, but I still want to see Zuniaki on a Shadow Priest.
Raikou BM Hunter.
Could just be. I might not even thinking about the logistics of like the composition advantages at this point. I just want to see Zuniaki on a Shadow Priest.
I've been talking
and Elb just wants a hunter.
I'm a little biased against hunters here. I'm missing my hunter buddy Dilly today, so it's a little hard. You know, I got a Boomkin and a Rep Paladin.
Gotta represent, man.
Okay, what?
Yeah, I mean, the mirror is there open, and I think Chad has informed me that we cannot call it Shatter because there is no Paladin, although I'm not sure how accurate that is. So all I know is that
Sat tree play, and he was playing tree and
mage,
everything.
anything with a mage and Shadow Priest. Adrian has quietly corrected us every day, as me and Toxic usually say God comp because we are from NA. We are the NA scum, and he is Shatri or.
Why would you just call it Shadow Priest Mage, or Spreece Mage?
Spreece Mage. That's boring.
It's almost like everyone will know what that means. Isn't that
Shatri
crazy?
is what it was called in Canada.
Shatri play.
That's like, I feel like that's like close to as many syllables. Like, let's just call it Shadow Priest Mage. Shatter Holy Paladin. Shat Tree equals Druid. Yeah, Shat Tree is something that I haven't really heard a lot about.
Just from Adrian.
I mean,
literally. But he's
just Adrian.
That's
well,
all.
Adrian is our EU representation
Yes.
of K-Man. So
He gives me all my EU now. Actually, no, I have a new EU snitch. I mean, informant thing. Not gonna call him out, but Ratapie.
is it Ratapie?
Yes. He keeps me up.
Pry has awakened apparently, so this was all an accident. I don't know if they intended to play this. But
Oh
Pry
my god, that's such a nice surprise.
They're
They
just
go
gonna-
like,
he wakes up.
wake
to
up,
2-0.
hear the birds chirping. Know you're 2-0 against.
Oh, my
Northern
team is
Blue.
winning. All right, going back to sleep.
Going back to bed. Well, I mean, so we're still waiting here for a map pick from Northern Gaming. Obviously, they're going to take their time here. They do not want to fall to the lower bracket against KFC. Ashamains is the map. So, I mean, wow, maybe we do see a mirror. Juicy. Or do we think that, you know, now that Pry has awakened, we just...
I don't think we see Pry, man.
yeah,
Keep him on the bench.
I mean, don't fix what ain't broke. We say that time and time again, but
Yeah,
I
but
guess it's really
that didn't really work last
this scenario.
during the NA. Cups.
Wait, is Valet German?
No.
I know Pry is German.
Pry's German. I don't think Valet is German. No,
I mean,
Valet is not German.
when you're in a situation and you need more damage, you bring a German. But in this situation, I don't think they need more damage.
So you're not even looking at comps anymore. You're just looking at where they're from.
No, the Germans do the most damage in the game. That's literally a fact.
Is it a fact?
Every German player does
They're
the
very
most
efficient.
damage.
They're very efficient.
It's literally a fact.
Is
That's
Valet German?
awesome.
Okay, all I know is that I know Pry's accent very well since I've obviously have admin with Pry a lot, and I've only not admin Valet. I've team managed Valet. I've met Valet once.
So no surprise, they're running the same comp. Oh, everyone's running the same comp.
Oh,
So Assassination Rogue's coming back out. I mean, honestly, if I was Northern Blue, I would be second guessing if the comp works as well either. Like they were up all game
Literally.
long, and I think a big reason to why they're able to like this team is able to make just like a nice swap back is because possibly positioning. In game one, we saw the RMD pushing in and getting punished for it. In that game, we kind of just saw the game pan out in this little cubby of the map the entire time.
yeah.
Maybe instead of staying in when they don't have their goes, Northern Blue could walk away from the battle, come back when they have their DRs and their stuns and whatnot.
I don't want to say the wins are random, but they seem so random to me because of just how they happen, right? Because you're like, okay, Northern Gaming's up here, look at all these cooldowns they have, and then all of a sudden, oh my god, Minpoke's dead. What just happened here? But I mean,
One
it's happened
setup, man.
2 games in a row. Yeah, like just one setup is all it takes, I guess, for them.
Bash silence, no trinket, no bear, no
They're
Peel's dead.
They're just all listening to Eminem, and when that moment comes,
Oh.
they just don't let it slip.
Wait, can you do
You
the
know?
song?
I don't actually. I'm trying
play
to
the
remember the
backing
lyrics.
track.
I'm just remembering bits and pieces.
Do you want to rap for us, David?
You failed us. Can I get Failfish in chat?
Failfish
Give me a
fan.
Failfish, guys. I
This is a
deserve it.
letdown.
But I mean, it's 2-0, making a movie over NG Blue. If making a movie can get out a win here, NG Blue is knocked to the lower bracket against KFC, and I don't think anybody wants to really facing KFC right now. They just dominated Enjoy Legion.
Yeah, this is a really surprising scenario for me. I think we made some guesses yesterday on who was going to take this series, and I guessed Northern Gaming, and they are down currently 0-2. So I'm very surprised right now. Northern Gaming has been really, really consistent. The Rogue Mage has been downright terrifying, and I don't think they anticipated, the Shet tree play coming out. Jazz actually not running that tree, but there's the sap, there's the stun onto Valet, into the Garrote. This is a good opener from Northern Blue. This is a combustion as well. They need to get the damage off. Chaz leaves the sap. They need to follow it up. A fear from Valet is going to hit onto Minpoke and Dawaz, and Valet still at half health though. Chaz needs to pick him up. Full blind goes out. Chaz still not trinketing this. Finally, he gets the trinket off. Maybe it's a little too late. Nope, doesn't look like it just yet. Valet seems perfectly content to continue to run to this pillar and heal back up. So there's the stun going out onto Chaz, I believe. There's the full polymorph to follow it up. And that's immediately going to be the respect dispersed from Valet. He sees the setup, and he's just going to prevent the damage as best he can immediately by trading that up.
I think it's smart. Dispersion's basically the same cooldown as Vendetta, so if Valet goes 1-for-1 with that, then Chaz can use Iron Bark in between those burst windows to kind of stall out the match. And Poike obviously knows he's going to be a target, so he's trying to play away from the fight, constantly moving back. Chaz now getting cheap shot, caught into a vortex from Poike. Valet's going to get sucked in as well. But I think Valet wants them to stack up for a Frozen Orb attempt from Maru, so the more that they stack up, the better it is for Maru. They blink into Basham Poike. Looks like they want to swap to him. Maru's trying to solo him. I don't think he's going to be able to solo him. Poike now looking for a Cyclone. Maru blink immunes the Cyclone. Maru now swapping that Ebon Bolt over to Valet instead. Really looking to try and get that Ebon Bolt off. Doesn't find it. Raikou counterspells him. Good interrupt there. That could have been the kill. Valet doesn't have... He can't Void Shift when he's stunned, obviously, so that might have actually been the end of the match. Raikou now seems to be the target. Minpoke is playing ultra safe to not get swapped to, but that means that he's falling behind on his DPS members who are quite overextended. Minpoke now getting silenced, but he pre-artifacted with full HOTS, so that silence is basically going to do nothing. Valet falls over the fear, though. Unfortunately, Valet gets kidney shot, so that will deny any sort of damage follow-up. Maru in a polymorph. Chaz looking for Cyclones. He Cyclones Raikou at low health, trying to Cyclone Minpoke's Iron Bark, but Minpoke is not falling for the trap. Minpoke now trying to reverse it with a Cyclone of his own, but he's caught in that vortex. He doesn't want to get swapped to. Chaz right on top of Minpoke. I'm really wondering if he wants to bash him. They do bash him. Maru blinks in. Frostbolts connect. Valet in Void form. A lot of burst to follow it up. Flurry connects. Iron Bark's at very low health. Gets Vortex back. Maru getting peeled away by Raikou. They need to save Minpoke here. Triple fear, though, out from Valet. Minpoke once again on the run. He's playing Defender of the Week this time instead of Vim and Vigor, so that at least gives him some benefit while he's getting trained down like this. He gets silenced. The whole team is rotting. Valet is just annihilating Northern Gaming Blue, and Poike Shadow Melts looks for a Cyclone, not able to find it. trying to recover, repositions away from Valet and Maru. He's still just low on health. Chaz, though, into a full blind, and Poike blinks to safety. Chaz trinkets out of the blind to stay ahead of the damage, trying to make sure that Valet is perfectly fine and doesn't need to disperse outside of Vendetta. Valet still has triple of Empiric touches. Good pressure out from him so far. Maru, though, getting cycloned up, and Poike trying to switch that over. Needs to be careful, though, when he pushes in for these cyclones. He opens himself up to getting swapped to. Valet just dotting him up now, cycloning him low on health, and Waz could get swapped to. Waz, Cloak of Shadows immediately to immune that Thorns pressure and stay on target. Double Fear on the DPS. Maru has got Icy Veins up, so Maru's looking to try and set up a kill for the win. Let's see if they can. Then Poike gets silenced. Maru unleashes the flurry combo. Waz has no Cloak of Shadows. And Poike pre-Iron Barks the bash, but he's caught into a full polymorph, and Waz is still low on health. Delay in void form. Waz is on the run. Maru drops the Frozen Orb, blinks on top of Waz. 2 Ice Lances, not enough to take him down. But then Poike still polymorphed. Another Ice Lance into the Ice Nova, still not enough.
Wow.
And Waz stays alive. But for how much longer?
I feel like not much longer. We're not into dampening just yet, but look at the mana pools of these druids. They're feeling the pressure. Cyclone goes out in the walls. 30 seconds until he gets that cloak back. Full kidney shot onto Vlay. Polymorph onto Maru. Bash onto Chaz. The NG blue cross CC is there, and immediately Vlay is just going to pop that disperse yet again. Very efficient trade, I might add. I feel like with that much cross CC, you really just got to respect that coming out from them. Chaz caught in the middle of the map into another polymorph, a cyclone onto Maru, and Valet without the disperse needs to be careful. There's a silence going on in Poike, and every time I see that icon, I get scared for him, because every time we saw that icon in the past and a swap onto him has been the victory for making a movie. He's got to be careful. Valet just staying on top of this pillar, keeping a really good position, and just keep the damage up all game long. Chaz, Maru, and Valet just having that triangle formation on the other side of the pillar, just kind of teeing off on whatever wants to show its face. Cyclone goes out onto Waz there just for a brief moment, switches it back over out onto Raikou. Chaz trying to control the game, but now gets cheaped up into a clone of himself. There's the full kidney onto Valet. This is the damage that Northern Blue needs. Can they get the follow-up on the Chaz? Nothing so far. Half poly goes out onto Maru, trying to stop, so Raikou just spamming out the polys over and over and over again. Dampening finally kicks in. Valet seems to be okay for now, but as dampening gets deeper and deeper, I don't know which one of these druids is going to be able to keep alive longer.
Yeah, mana is going to be an issue. And Poike gets silenced. They set up for the kill on Raikou. Raikou blink immunes to Flurry, but the Frozen Orb is still down. Maru looking for Ringer Frost. He actually blinds Maru, and Maru gets to trinket that for free. Chaz trinkets out as well. They're looking to find the kill. Cloak of Shadows available. They polymorph Raikou. I actually don't like that polymorph on Raikou. It healed him up. He was very low on health. And Poike now caught into a full fear, into a full polymorph out of it. He did pre-Ironbark Waz, but it looks like they're going after Raikou. They swap off. Raikou blinks to try and immune some burst. Valet's caught into a kidney shot. Maru setting up an Ebon Bolt. Connects to Ebon Bolt. Flurry onto Raikou. He blocks immediately for that burst to respect the pressure. And Poike comes out of the Cyclone, tries to connect some heals. Raikou does try to Klepto off all those hots. He gets reverse Kleptoed by Maru. So now Maru's in a great position to try and lead the assault. Raikou in a bit of danger. I think he still has his Cauterize, though. That will be his last saving grace. And Poike gets silenced up. Chaz is running on fumes, though, at 10% mana. They Cyclone Raikou. The Frozen Orb gets dropped over onto Waz. They're trying to swap to him, and Poike gets fully polymorphed. I really think they have to go after Raikou, though. Waz has Cloak available. They just swap back to Raikou. Flurry connects, immediately bursting him down. Ice Lance to follow up, and they proc that Cauterize. They tear right through him, and Poike trinkets out to try and recover. He blinks, connects the Iron Bark. Iron Bark saves him, and Poike gets cloned. Waz is rotting down. They kidney shot Valet to try and stall out the Cloak of Shadows, but Flurry through the pillar. Ebon Bolt combo 2 to take out Raikou, and that's sick plays from Maru. Normally it's very difficult in a Mage Mirror as a Frost Mage to get those Ebon Bolts onto another Mage, but he got every single one there at the end, 4 in a row to find the kill, and 3-0 Northern Gaming Blue.
What a series, man. I mean, we were talking a little bit about, that talent change from Mpoike to anticipating a swap onto him, and it definitely helped him survive, but the versatility coming out from the Shet Tree play as they swap over out onto Raikou, get his defensives, and ultimately take the series. They are now locking themselves into the grand finals. Super excited about that. Seeing making a movie, make this roster swap, and it's really paying its weight at this point.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see who they're going to be facing in that grand finals, but they have locked in at the bare minimum second place points.
Yeah. And that's such a good thing for this team, right? Because they're new. They lost some points there with the roster swap. So, I mean, they desperately need some points there if they want to, be considered in the top seeding there. And, I mean, I think they are shocking everybody at this point, right? So you pick up Pry, who I mean, Pry is obviously a tournament player. He's a very, very good player, but he hasn't really been playing.
Pry?
He hasn't really been playing all that much WoW lately. I mean, I've seen him playing FIFA and League and Legends, but it seems to me every year Pry is playing another game, and then all of a sudden comes back and then just qualifies and just does awesome, right? I mean, that's just the Pry we know. So I'm getting told that the other two weren't dropped. The other two on the team just kind of didn't have motivation to compete this year, and so Chaz and Valet were looking for other options. They picked up Morrow and Pry, and I mean, it seems to be working out because I mean they've locked themselves into the finals here. So if we do take a look at the bracket now, we see that Making Movie obviously is in the finals here, but we have Northern Gaming versus KFC Managers, and that's a tough matchup there for Northern Gaming. They could possibly be locked down there and out of the tournament there in third place.
Didn't they fight earlier in the tournament?
They did. Yeah, they did
Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
How did that series go? I think I missed that series. It's 3-2 on the bracket, but do we know what comps each team played?
We saw
what series are you talking about?
The Northern Gaming.
Northern Gaming Blue and KFC yesterday.
Was that in the final 8? Let's see. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's go take a look at the World of Warcraft esports Wikipedia.
Oh yeah. And while David is pulling that up, I want to quickly shout out a few of our sponsors. One sponsor in particular, MSI. They've hooked us up so much this year, and man, it's really good to have a sponsor that actually loves WoW esports. Like, there's some sponsors that say, hey, yeah, we like WoW, but they don't really mean it, and MSI truly means it. All those dudes really love the WoW esports scene, love WoW in general. So I want to get a quick message from them in a second.
It was 2016, the year of VR. You saved up $800 to invest in the future of technology, a VR headset. Sadly, you realized your computer was too weak to run it.
Your computer sucks.
You started doing research, trying to piece together a beefy machine by yourself. The road to PC Master Race was bumpy and lonely, but you didn't give up. You alienated your girlfriend and family because you knew you had to keep going. You had to master everything about it. By the time you were 40, you had become a technology tycoon, receiving a Nobel Prize for innovation in computer science. On the stage, you suddenly thought of what you'd lost during the journey, and that old VR device you once owned, which you never had a chance to go back to in all these years. I just want to play some games, you told yourself, but it was too late. As a human being, you found yourself still a noob. Don't try too hard. Just try the Trident.
And I'd like to just thank MSI there for being an awesome sponsor for us and just letting us do, basically whatever with WoW esports. And they just like to support the scene. And if you guys would like to gear up for Legion, make sure you check out the brand new Tridents. It's in the link down below. You can try to check that out. Just go to the website and tweet at MSI. Be like, hey, thanks for sponsoring GCD. You guys are awesome. But now it's time to get into the heavy hitter matchup here, man. The winner goes to the finals. The loser, unfortunately, goes home and pretty feels bad, man. And it's KFC versus Northern Gaming. And we've already had this matchup actually early in the tournament. And going on the
I got the comps pulled up.
Yeah, going on the WoW
you want me to get through them?
David, why don't you?
That wiki page, man.
Yeah,
I gotta shout her. Actually, can you shout her out for me? Because I keep mispronouncing her name. Was her name like? Duresere. I'm really terrible with names. It's not that she has a weird name. I'm just so bad with them. Yeah. If you ever watched any old GCDTV, you know this about me. One day he'll get it right. It's not. That's just not true. I'm never gonna get it right. But the Grand Arena was the first game, obviously, between these two in the upper bracket previously, and they Northern Blue locked in, the Assassination Fire Mage RMD, and the blind pick that came out from KFC Managers was actually TSG with a Mistweaver Monk. So it was Unholy Death Knight, Arms Warrior, Mistweaver Monk, and they actually lost the blind pick, which was a big deal throughout the match because they went back and forth, and Northern Blue specifically only won on their map choices. So They won on the first map, lost on the second one against the same exact comp, and then on their map in composition advantage, they beat Survival Hunter Boomkin and 33% dampening with Assassination Rogue Fire Mage. Game 4, it went to KFC Managers. Like I said, it was back and forth. KFC Managers walked in the Demon Hunter Boomkin and beat the Jungle Cleave of Northern Blue.
Yeah.
So they brought out a Jungle Cleave thinking that would be a little bit more universal in their winner's blind pick. And then in Game 5, where they had the advantage because they won in the Grand Arena, they beat the Boomkin on Holy Death Knight with the RMD on Assassination Rogue again. So game number 1 is going to be incredibly important if it's anything like the last series that they just played.
No, super important. And I mean, as we've seen in a lot of these matchups, the blind pick is the most important thing here because basically you lock in whether or not if you need to win on your map or you need to win on your opponent's map. And having to win on your opponent's map is never a fun thing, and especially when it's a series is tied 2-2 and losing that game means you go home. I mean, neither team wants to go home, and I know KFC is really trying to get to the finals here. They want to improve on their 4th place finish and stuff like that, and like it's important they win. Obviously, Northern Gaming, they've been trying to get victories here in 1st place, and they want to keep up their good run that they've had in these tournaments. So I mean, a lot of pressure here for both teams.
Absolutely. And I love being able to see like what comps that they were playing, but also like the dampening that occurred. Like, for example, when I see like the Assassination Fire Mage beat the Boomkin Survival Hunter, I'm like, oh, I wonder how that game went. Oh, it went to 33% dampening, so it was probably relatively close. Like, that's so nice to have that information available to them. But both of these teams obviously remember that series. It was yesterday.
Yeah.
So I feel like we might have a bit of mind games coming out from game number 1. I feel like Northern Blue generally sticks with like their comfort pick. They don't get too crazy. They don't try to mind game themselves, as we say in the past. When someone chooses a risky blind pick, they usually go for the standard rogue mage. But I'm curious. Really, the question that I have is, what is KFC Managers going to run?
I actually think Shadow Priest Mage is the best option for Northern Gaming Blue.
Oh, you'd rather see that?
Yeah, I think I'd rather see Shadow Priest Mage.
The only thing about Shadow Priest Mage is it's not a super ladder comp, so it's hard.
Tournament.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's just like, I wonder how practiced they are on it. Then again, we just saw Valet bust out the Shadow Priest Shat Tree play, and they looked absolutely like incredible. So man, maybe with just the years of experience of playing that comp in the past and just being efficient on those classes themselves, maybe that's all they really need to lock it in. But you think that has a better chance against the various composition that KFC Managers plays with the Boomkin?
I mean, they can also play. Does Raikou play a Hunter? I feel like they could play Thug Cleave too.
Yeah, they did. We did. We saw Feral Hunter Jungle come out from them with Zuniaki and Disc. So
yeah. So I mean, yeah. No, there are variety comps, and I guess we're just gonna have to see what the blind picks give us. I think this is the most exciting thing right here, is because both teams can throw a variety of comps at us, and here we just sit here kind of waiting.
Well, KFC is kind of predictable. I feel like Northern Gaming Blue should know that, okay, they're going to play with a Boomkin.
But
what do we need to do to beat a Boomkin?
Their blind pick last time was TSG.
Yeah, we've seen them without a Boomkin. So
I feel like Shatter play would do good against that too.
That's true. It's very, very true. We have insider info telling us. Well, I mean, they locked in the cops. Of course you have insider information. Yeah. NG Blue is the highest god comp, Resto Druid, Frostmane, Shadow Priest in the world. As that actual comp.
Why didn't they just mirror it? Why did they just get owned by Shadow Priest Frostmane?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to know whether or not they individually have the highest average on all of those characters, or if they, as that comp, are the highest rated, right? Because in the way that the ladder works now is that it's individual characters. It's not by team rosters. So, Zuniaki obviously, probably one of, if not the best Shadow Priest in the world.
Yeah.
And Valet's hello? I just won on him. But anyway, Valet definitely probably a contender. An argument there can be had for him too. And then you have, of course, the Resto Druid and Mpoike, super high rating, and the Frost Mage of Raikou, of course, super high rating. That's all their mains, right?
Yeah. But quickly before the game pops, we just got a message that the game is about to queue up. Let's get some predictions here. KFC or Northern Gaming? I'm going to actually go with KFC. I think KFC is going to take this year.
I'll give you my prediction.
trying to interpret this.
Does anybody speak flute? In the chat.
That was Northern Blue.
Ooh,
That was
I
Northern
think
Blue
so
for
too.
sure.
Yeah, it sounded
What?
bluesy.
It's the boomkin flute.
It just sounded like Northern Blue to me, man.
Yeah,
That was
I
my
don't know.
interpretation. You know, art is different for everyone, Supa.
Yeah, we
okay?
interpret it differently, Supatease. Don't be an elitist.
All right, whatever.
You elitist.
All right, I'm excited to see what this blind pick is.
I saw a glimpse of something.
Who called it? It was you, Supa. You called it, yeah?
I think it's a good monk killing comp.
It's a good monk killing cop, that's for sure, and it is a
We're gonna kill some monks
too.
today.
I've been saying
We're going
this.
to that temple. We're gonna murder all the monks.
I feel like I've been saying this all tournament long, so it kind of sounds like I might like hate Draenor or something. I actually think Draenor is an incredible Mistweaver monk, but I just want someone to train him. I want to see someone train a Mistweaver monk because they take the most amount of damage ever. So if this team is, and it is a BM hunter too, that's interesting. So we have the BM hunter for Raikou, Waz in the sub rogue, and Zuni Aki enters the arena on a Discipline Priest going up against the Warrior Boomkin Mistweaver monk. What's the name? What's like the fancy name for this comp, Supa? The Boomkin Warrior. No official name yet. Nice. So we can call it Boomkin Warrior. Awesome.
Okay, whatever. All right, sure. The only thing is like BM limits their targeting. I think it's BM that going after the Boomkin is not as effective. It looks like that's what they're trying to do. No, immediately swapping over to the Draenor. The monk already bursted down to half, caught into a full stun. Huge follow-up as well. They used the silence on the monk. That's a huge mistake. That silence is not going to proc on the monk. If they silence the Boomkin, they could have stopped the clone there. Now Draenor escapes to safety. He's able to roll away, but another swap with no trinket and no cocoon. He's just going to go down, I think. So Raikou needs to play defensive for a couple seconds. They're going to blind Draenor on the innervate. They should get a sap out of this. They need to get a sap. It looks like they're trying to get over there in time. He gets the sap into another sap. They need 3 saps into a setup with no hots. I think they can 100-0 him really easy, but they need to stop cyclones from Corki. They're going to trap him out of the sap. They're actually just going after Corki instead. Full commitment into the fear. And Corki's in trouble. He barely stayed alive at 11%. Solar beams onto Zuniaki to deny Light's Wrath, which could have killed him. They fear away the pets. It buys him enough time to recover. Close call, but now they could swap the Draenor as well. They go over to him. They stun him up. Raikou used his bursto onto Corki. I don't think they have enough damage to kill Draenor, but this comp looking much more effective against KFC managers. Zuniaki needs to play mana efficient though during the downtime if he wants to keep his fight going into the potential long game.
Yep, and Draenor is just tapped on defensive cooldowns. He has that Fortifying Brew if they do make a swap onto him yet again. Quirky getting cheap shotted up over and over and over again. Barskin in just 7 short seconds. He's hugging in that bear form. There's the full kidney shot. He has no trinket available to him. This could be it for Quirky. A full trap follow-up. Quirky's in trouble. Even Zuniaki getting a penance in on the action, and that's it. Down goes Quirky. Game number 1 goes to Northern Gaming Blue in convincing fashion.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I guess BM works. I didn't know it worked. I thought survival is the only hunter spec.
No, you gotta believe in the BM hunter, dude.
BM is nobody wants to believe in the BM hunter. Okay,
you know what?
You are now officially a scumbag.
Okay, I don't believe in BM
Everyone in
either.
chat knows that you're a scumbag
I'm a
now.
scumbag. I do play BM.
You support the BM hunter.
Main spec BM.
Wow,
though, that was a pretty convincing win there for Northern Gaming.
I can't not respect any team that plays to win though.
Yeah.
So if you're locking in the BM hunter,
well, we have an instant map pick there from KFC, so maybe a salty
Toll
run
back
instantly. Yeah, Toll run. They want to spread it out a little bit, but I mean, Nagran's pretty even too. I just maybe I'm not sure, but the Thug Cleave worked out really well there.
Question is, can they swap up? I mean, theoretically, the way that what they want to do at this point is they're kind of caught in the scenario that their opponents Enjoy Legion were caught in, right?
Yeah.
Where like, yes, this team is really, really good against Boomkin, but do they have anything to swap the Boomkin out for? I guess TSG. They can lock in TSG.
They can play Demo Ellie.
Ooh, okay, that's a really good point.
Didn't they play that before?
I think didn't they play Demon Hunter Ellie or something like that? I don't know if they played Demo Ellie.
They played Demon Hunter Ellie before. They've played. They
actually
played Unholy DK Ellie. They've played a lot of very strange comps. KFC has. It's like
actually, I think if Draenor can play Resto Druid instead of Monk, they can just play Boomkin Warrior again with Resto Druid. I think it's the Monk that makes it weak against that.
Yeah, I mean, in the opener, right, we got the Trinket and the Cocoon from Draenor, and not having those two, key tools moving forward to keep Corki alive was a gigantic variable in that matchup. So maybe switching off that healer class, being a little bit more frugal with those defensives could be the key. You're absolutely right. I don't know. I just love seeing Thug Cleave. I want to see that again.
Yeah.
I want to see more of that.
That was fun.
I don't know if it's a good into like the counter pick. I actually think Mage Shadow Priest is their better comp when they don't know what they're fighting, and then because they won the blind pick, so they can always have the advantage when they lose now.
No, I think
so they
NG
can pick Thug Cleave when they need
definitely switches it up here.
Oh yeah, I wonder. Do you think they're gonna bring out the Mage Shadow Priest?
You know what?
A lot
actually,
of people are saying that they are the highest on that comp on ladder too. So
David, you say if it's not broke, don't fix it. But I think NG Blue is pretty notorious for if it's winning or if it's not broke, they do fix it. They do. You know, they usually do switch to the comp to try and mind game. I think it's them and Method. The Method Reborn. I've seen the two teams that really kind of do this. But yeah, see, I'm correct. Thanks, Toxic. Assassination Fire Restitute. Okay,
they're
cool.
not bringing out the Shadow Priest. Yep.
Okay.
Probably see Warrior Boomkin again then.
Yeah.
Yep. Probably a much closer matchup than that Thug. That was exciting though.
Warrior Boomkin or Death Knight?
You didn't think that was close? I thought that was very close, dude.
I mean, I have to say that it's very interesting to watch, like, you know, Enjoy Legion struggle to just scrape the skin of this Boomkin for that whole series, and then we just see a matchup like that where you really do see that.
You're dead.
Yep.
Yeah,
I told you.
The Boomkin just gets completely just ripped.
Well, I mean,
apart.
they can pick up a Beyond Hunter. It's not hard to play. Trust me.
It's not. It's more the sub rogue.
Rogue.
Well,
sub rogue I think is much harder to play than assassin. And Seapip's been playing assassin. I don't know if he plays any sub.
Well, I mean, if you want to win, you gotta start learning.
Yeah. I'm just saying that sub isn't like you just log on sub rogue and you just play sub rogue the same way you log on BM Hunter and play BM Hunter. It's not the same.
Yeah. No, but if there's any team, all of these teams are so incredibly good, and that team has showed crazy amount of versatility too. There's no doubt in my mind that they're going to be able to overcome the compositions that are struggling them, and that's why I really like this point system, is because it rewards those who can show that they can be consistent, and Enjoy Legion has shown us that in the past. So there's no doubt in my mind we're going to be seeing them placing in like a top 3 again for sure.
Yeah.
But that right now this is actually the lower bracket semifinal, so the winner of this goes to the grand final. So the loser of this gets 3rd place, but the winner is guaranteed at least 2nd place points, and every single one of those points matters.
KFC going back to some of their roots there. The rest of Shaman, Boomkin, Priest. That's kind of an old school comp there for KFC. We saw them.
I remember that.
Going back to the roots.
Arsham in 2K17. I thought EU was making fun of NA for playing Arsham, and then they play Arsham.
There's a Resto Shaman in the arena.
Yeah.
I think I don't know what it is, but when it comes to Resto Shamans and Shadow Priests, I just feel like they synergize well. Maybe it's the Earth Shield to give those Shadow Priests like that extra tankiness, but it's not a maybe. It's just the Earth Shield. The Earth Shield, it's good, and it allows that as Shadow Priests. You know, Shadow Priests don't have the most amount of mobility, so that damage reduction is key, and helps them, you know, tank that damage. Shadow Priest and Resto Shamans together seem to be really strong.
Do you think when you name your pet like after somebody else, it's an insult or a compliment? Or does it depend on the kind of pet?
I named my pet
It definitely depends on the kind of pet for sure.
Because I've seen some people get like hippo pets and name it after people. Then, like, is that an insult or a compliment?
Depends on how cute the hippo is. I mean,
like, I named my pet after you, but it's a hippo. Like, is that?
I've renamed a lot of my pets after Aya, and they are all not very cute sometimes. So take that as you want.
I was waiting for Aya to come up behind you and just smack you one.
I'm locking my door.
All right, so I actually have to reload here. All right, so we do see Drainer God.
Drainer's got that Wrath the Lich King glad mount
on that Shaman. Dude, I love that OG Wrath of Lich King shield too. It's sick. Assassination Rogue RMD for Northern Blue. Their comfort pick for sure. I almost feel like this is like a comfort pick as well for Drainer. I mean, he loves his Shaman.
He's also playing Spirit Link, which is a talent we don't see very often, but it can be super effective against heavy single target damage.
It is on
so
talent, right? Yeah.
it links his whole team together, which means they share the damage output. I wonder if Northern Gaming Blue are going to want to deal with that. Normally you'd see them just train down the Shaman with this talent setup. It looks like they're going to be going after the Boomkin for the start of the match, as they do have Draenor caught into a full polymorph, and that Spirit Link will be falling shortly. Mass Dispel very early on actually broke him out and allowed him to reconnect that Spirit Link. Very important. They're all inside of the Earthen Shield, so that's going to reduce a lot of this initial pressure. And Poike innervates. He's trying to actually dispelled with the innervate. Maybe buys him time to purge it off. They're not even looking for it. They're going to be going after Raikou instead with just pressure. They clone the Temp Shield. Really nice Cyclone on Raikou that denies the extra healing that he would have gotten from it. Trimson Poike is going to have to heal through it to recover. Now without Earthen Shield Totem, though, there's an opportunity for Northern Gaming Blue to get in there, get some damage done. Draenor tries to jump away from the fight, but he gets fully blinded. His Spirit Link is going to be falling off in about 1 second. Now caught into a full polymorph. I'd actually like to see them swap to Draenor with a kidney shot with no link, but they're going to go after the Shadow Priest instead. Still, Draenor caught into a polymorphs, Corki into a Cyclone. Good CC chain, forces the dispersion out from the Shadow Priest, but unfortunately they can only do that every blind unless they can sneak a Cyclone in, which can be very difficult as a Resto Druid versus this kind of spread pressure. But Draenor is reconnected to Spirit Link. He pops the Ascendance. He's going to immediately top his team, and Poike caught into a bash. They could even swap to him. Star Surges are flying, and Poike in a bit of trouble trying to get out of that Starfall. Maybe even look for Cyclone. Fake cast the Wind Shear. Goes for the Tranquility. Nice play from Poike. He's not going to be able to get interrupted on that Tranquility. It's a very important recovery heal against this kind of damage.
Yeah, I was really scared from Poike there. Draenor was like on top of him, you know, purging as well. So great job by him having the presence of mind, going for those jukes even in the face of all that damage. Corki now dipping down to a little bit of health, and you just see like the different playstyle of the Resto Shaman sitting there and stacking on each other, utilizing those earth totems, utilizing that Spirit Link to the best of their ability. Cyclone goes out onto Death Run. Draenor trying to line of sight possibly the incoming CC here. Death Run without that disperse available to him. He's got to be careful. Draenor jumps right in there, tries to get in on the action. When Poike, every single time he peeks his head out, it looks like the team of KFC managers are trying to desperately, you know, punish that. There's a silence going out in Poike. No Barkskin used just yet. Drainor's mana now dipping down to about half here. Full kidney shot lands out in the Corki. No trinket available to him. He is running that relent, so it is going to be reduced duration there. Then Poike caught into a full clone though, and it's going to be overlapped with that Barkskin. So now the team of KFC managers are trying to get aggressive here. DB goes out into Death Run. They can't follow it up. Raikou dipping really, really low as well. Going to catch that Iron Bark, and the whole team of Northern Blue are rotting in the face of this Resto Shaman Shadow Priest composition. Then Poike's got to be careful. Mind Bomb connects on him. No trinket available to him. He has that artifact weapon ticking. He's in that bear form as well. A kidney shot from Waz is going to peel Corki, and Poike survives that. Close call for Northern Blue.
Raikou gets cloned at low health, but Corki gets fully blinded, and he's playing Relentless, so he might get sapped as well. Waz isn't going to go for it. Draenor jumps away. He needs to get a drink. He knows that Northern Gaming Blue are on the ropes, so he's trying to bait them in the open. And Minpoike fell for the bait. He gets stunned in the open. Corki looking for the full moon. Full moon connects, and Minpoike getting 100-0'd after that drink bait. He needs to be careful, trying to get out of line of sight. Mind Bomb triggers, but he will survive. Draenor didn't get the drink, so Minpoike's play does give them that advantage still, but it cost him his trinket, almost his life. Raikou's got Temp Shield up. I would imagine Corki wants to try and Cyclone that. Raikou's trying to blink to immune it. Corki doesn't manage to get the Cyclone. Minpoike's able to get back to the pillar, dispelling off the dots. Raikou gets Cyclone. Corki's going after Minpoike again. Minpoike bashes Corki. Sure, he's going to try and Cyclone him out as well. Cyclone was late, and he gets Solar Beamed. Now Corki's going to be open to keep the dots going. The Shadow Priest seems to be the target for now. Drainor's mana really the only advantage for Northern Gaming. Northern Gaming moves in. Cyclone's Corki going to be denied some pressure. Minpoike blinks away for a drink. Now how do KFC managers want to stop this? Corki's already on top of him. Sees Minpoike sneaking away. Denies the drink. But now Corki moved far away, so it might be difficult for Spirit Link to be reestablished. He goes back. Draenor gets silenced. He's trying to hold on to the Spirit Link as long as possible so he doesn't run out of mana, I guess. He's going to be trying to use it more efficiently. He's running at 20%. I guess actually even as long as they can stop Minpoike from drinking. Raikou blinks back. The Starfall denies the drink. Corki's looking for a full moon on Waz out of the Cyclone. Nice setup, bursting him down to half. Minpoike is trying to pull out there to save him. Potentially Iron Bark. They do use the Iron Bark. Shadow Priest caught into a polymorph. They're just training down the Resto Shaman, and I think this strategy is ultimately going to work. He's running on fumes. His Ascendance is now faded. Unless Corki can pull off a full moon miracle, I don't know how much longer Draenor can keep this up.
Yeah, I like that they are switching the pressure up and hitting Draenor more and more. As he gets lower, because he is running that Honor talent, he's not going to have that big reset button that is Spirit Link when it's not talented into. So he could possibly be a kill target moving forward. And he has that earthen shield in just 4 short seconds. Kidney shot goes out on to Corky. Minpoike yet again is looking for a drink, and I think he's going to get this one. 1% dampening starts, and Waz is going to go ahead and trade up that Cloak of Shadows. Temporal shield is going to be used as well, and that's going to mean Minpoike gets full mana going deeper into dampening, and now the clock is running out for KFC managers. They need to get something going right here, right now. There's the full blind. Corky's going to pop that bark skin in respect of the damage. Waz not pushing in just yet. He knows he doesn't have that Cloak of Shadow, but Minpoike has mana for days to deal with this. There's the kidney shot, the polymorph. This is going to be it for Corky. A nice health swap from Death Run is going to keep him into the game. 4% dampening as we get deeper and deeper into it. There's continuing the damage out onto Corky, though. They got to be careful. Bash goes out onto Drainer, and just the damage is all over the place. Triple DB comes out from Raikou, controlling the game consistently. Look at the AoE. They're just cleaving down KFC managers.
He has Rupture on 3 targets, and Raikou is Flame Striking, and I think that's a better strategy. Cleave down all 3 targets, that way Spirit Link becomes less effective, but Drainer has held on to 18% mana for like 2 minutes now, so I'm not sure if he could have been playing more mana efficient earlier on, because now he's kind of on the ropes. He has to play mana efficiently in this position. He's caught into a full kidney shot out of a kick, so his Spirit Link has fallen now into a polymorph, and that Spirit Link isn't up. Corky doesn't have very much left. Down to 30%, Dragon's Breath to follow up, down to 20%. He's not going into bear form. He bark skins at 7, but that's not enough. Drainer was unable to re-establish that Spirit Link in time, and Northern Gaming Blue find victory there by just cleaving down all 3 targets, trying to abuse that Spirit Link as much as possible, and Drainer ultimately falls.
Yeah, with like the Ascendance being a short distance, Earth Grab Totem, Spirit Link, all of those things make sense to stack. But I absolutely love the adaptation of playstyle coming out from Northern Blue to kind of like punish that stacking with the AoE. I think that was really, really smart of them. And ultimately, it's going to pay off. They're now up 2-0 at this point, and KFC managers are now caught themselves in a position where they need to come back on their opponent's map pick 3 times in a row.
Yeah, that's a tough task here, especially here in the lower bracket, to where, I mean, you lose this next game and you're done. That's, bye-bye. I mean, you did improve on your 4th place finisher that you usually get, but 3rd place isn't much better. And I know that KFC managers are looking for a higher finisher. They want to get to the finals. They want to be there and have a chance there to win it all. So, man, tough task ahead of them.
Yeah, to say the very least. I mean, Northern Gaming Blue, especially when they catch strides like this, they are a behemoth of an opponent to be able to kind of take the tides over. KFC managers, I know that they can get creative. They have in the past. We saw in the earlier matches, we saw Survival Hunter Boomkin come out from these guys. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to be locking in moving forward. Ashamane's Fall is going to be the map choice from KFC managers immediately. Another larger map. Slightly larger than the Grand Arena, but definitely smaller than Tolvaron Arena. But you can kind of see a pattern there with their map choices. Same comp from Northern Gaming Blue. They're going to stick with the Rogue Mage. I think that's completely fair. Being the winner of the last game, they just want to play that composition that they know will have a good opportunity to win against basically anything that KFC throws at them. But the real question that I'm really curious about is, what is KFC going to do? Their backs are against the wall. This is the lower bracket. What are they gonna bring out?
I don't think they even needed to do that last team. I think they could have kept playing the Warrior Boomkin. They're gonna do something not what I expected.
I've never seen Drainer.
I don't think it's a good idea. I'm just gonna throw it out. Oh, Reelson isn't here. So they would play TSG, I guess, if he was here.
Or something with a Demon Hunter or something.
Unfortunate.
Shadow Priest Boomkin Holy Paladin is going to be locked in for Team KFC managers. So they felt like maybe the Resto Shaman was the weak link there. Get it?
Yeah. Dude, I haven't seen this comp, literally. I mean, this might be since... Remember when CMG played with Feloria and Asper?
Oh, and yeah.
Remember when they were a team? I think this is the last time I saw that. Maybe it's been, but like my memory wise.
It's definitely a weird comp for sure. So the Holy Paladin is going to be a bit tankier than the Resto Shaman.
They played Mage Boomkin.
No, but when CMG was on the team,
sometimes they play with.
They swear they never played Shadow Priest Boomkin.
They swear.
I think it was very specific. Like it wasn't like a blind pick sort of thing.
But I've seen it before. Especially
it was like honestly, the only time I ever remember it being played is when they were like really desperate and it didn't work. so here we go. It's Ashamane's Fall, and maybe we'll see that again. Maybe they'll feel really desperate and it's not gonna work.
I like Drainer using the Ruthless Tabard with the elite paladin set from this season. It actually looks really good.
That
Makes
does
me
look
jealous
really
that I
good.
don't have the Ruthless
And the
Tabard.
mount
Or
matches
not
too,
Ruthless,
dude.
Relentless. Relentless Tabard.
That mount works really well for it too, with like the armor and stuff. Solid transmog.
Transmog on fire. Let's see if his gameplay is on as much of a point as his transmog.
One thing that I'm really curious about is if Drainer's going to stay in melee wings. Looks like he is going to be setting it for now. I mean, he can get really good value on like people like Waz, of course. So here we go. The gates are about to open. Shadow Priest, Boomkin, Holy Paladin, switching it up. So Drainer is going to be on that Holy Paladin. I feel like it's going to be a little bit more durable, and especially with melee wings, like we were saying with Way of the Crane. Same sort of thing for melee wings. It's going to be a melee ability, so it's going to cost a lot less mana. Could help him going into damping. Full polymorph hits Drainer as a kidney shot lands onto a Shadow Priest to follow it up. This is combustion from Raikou into the bash onto Corki. Northern Blue just taking full control of this opener and getting dispersed immediately to follow that up, just trading that up. But that was a lot of offensive cooldowns, including Vendetta. So I think that was completely justified. Now the melee wings are coming out from Drainer, stabilizing his team, but they're just going to polymorph up Death Rune. They don't even care about his health. They just wanted the cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, Poike knows he's going to be the target, so he's playing really far away, and that forced Drainer to charge across the middle of the map. Now he's very exposed in the middle in the blind into a sap, and now with no dispersion, if this Shadow Priest gets stunned and unable to use Void Shift, it could be devastating. Drainer actually trinkets and sacks, so that's going to allow them to get more aggressive, but unfortunately without the melee wings from Drainer, they don't really have enough damage to put anyone down. I think they wanted to go after Minpoike with Stun, Silence, and Melee Wings combo, but Minpoike just played an entire series of him getting swapped to, so he's already playing super defensive and in a good position to deny that ever. And every time Drainer gets fully polymorphed, he doesn't have the safety of Spirit Link or Earth Shield like the Shaman, so anytime he's in CC, his Shadow Priest is much more exposed. They have decent damage on Raikou so far, but still, Shadow Priest low on health. Void Shift is his last line of defense. He may need to use it. Down at 6%, trying to hang on to it against Dragon's Breath for a global. He Void Shifts over to Corki. Raikou as well got global. He was down at 18%. Then Poike got swapped to. He gets cloned again at low health. If they can stop the Tranquility, full moon out of the clone, but he blinked it. Now the Mind Bomb is up.
What? Oh.
He gets dispelled. Nice dispel. Raikou's trying to hang in there. A lot of damage came his way. Corki just free casting. As the Assassination Rogue, they don't have as much shutdown potential to really lock the Boomkin out, so he's having a lot more free reign, and Raikou's feeling the heat from that. They've got Minpoike fully stunned up. They need to try and get a cooldown here, and they need Cauterize on Raikou. They don't have any follow-up on Minpoike. They silence him, but he trinkets out of the silence. Temp Shield's up for Raikou. With that Temp Shield, you should almost go to full, back up to 70. Shadow Priest caught in the kidney shot, but no CC on Drainer. Now a Polymorph to follow it up, but no stun onto the Shadow Priest, so maybe he can Void Shield himself. No, Vendetta immediately killing him.
Oh my gosh.
Dispersion at 7%. Drainer bubbles as well to try and free cast. He gets cloned at low health on the dispersion from Minpoike, and I really feel like this is Northern Gaming Blue's game to throw. Drainer's stun was DR'd to Minpoike. They don't have that advantage either. Melee Wings is up, so they're trying to heal through it. He gets kidney shot. Overlap with the Cyclone, so first major mistake from Northern Gaming there, and that overlap of stun clone might buy them time. Nope. Full polymorph out of the Cyclone. This is the big weakness of that Holy Paladin against a mage. When you're running out into the open, you get crowd controlled so much, but he trinkets out of the next one, connects some Melee Wings heals to his Shadow Priest, but he gets silenced by Waz's Vanish, and that Vanish from Waz is going to boost his damage a lot. His Garrote does about, I think, 150% more damage from stealth, so this could be the setup to win. Drainer sees it coming, he sacrifices, but that redirects the damage to himself, and he just used Bubble to break crowd control, so if they train him down and go for a stun on him, he could be in a lot of trouble for the next 15 seconds. They stun up Drainer, but they're still going after the Shadow Priest. No Dispersion, no Void Shift. Corki's trying to set up the Full Moon to win instead. They stun up Waz, Full Moon connects, Waz trinkets out, feints the Full Moon, saves himself for now. And now the Shadow Priest in a full kidney shot, trinkets out, Mass Dispels, but Mass Dispels into a full blind, and Drainer has no way to break it out. They just leave the game. They don't even disrespect, say, okay, this is over. They stay out, and now Northern Gaming Blue get a second chance in the grand finals against making a movie.
Wow. That was really, really impressive. There was moments there where I thought that, between the Disperse, the Hand of Sacrifice, the Melee Wings, that they could rotate at an efficient pace to the setups of Northern Gaming Blue. But Northern Gaming Blue is just so good at, just being versatile. They see the Hand of Sacrifice, they just go on a Drainer. They get his bubble. That's just like the name of the game. They get cooldowns even when their kill target isn't, available to hit. So great job by Northern Gaming Blue. They are going to take the series 3-0 against a powerhouse team like KFC Managers. KFC Managers, they're going to lock in that third place, and Northern Blue is going to go ahead and go back to the finals. Like you said, it's a second chance. And I hope we see some crazy compositions come out from Northern Blue, because they know they face this opponent already now. They cannot lose. They have to win 2 series in a row. This is double elimination. Yeah. So Northern Blue coming from the lower bracket, making a move you just have to win once. So I want to see some creativity come out of Northern Gaming Blue. Maybe even Zuniaki on a Shadow Priest.
Real quick, sure. I just do want to give a shout out to KFC managers. They're such an exciting team to watch. They're one of my favorites to watch. No bias, but I mean they are literally one of my favorites to watch on stream. And the 3rd place finish is probably not what they wanted, but it's better than the 4th that they've usually been getting. And it's just more points for them. And I really like the fact that we're seeing really good things from them. I mean they've kind of taken out the Titan Enjoy Legion and kind of make them look silly in these past 2 tournaments. So who knows, if they had Reels in, it might have been a different story. But just shout out to them, shout out to all the teams, and cool. I'm really happy about that stuff. And man, we get a great finals again, right? So making a movie, their brand new roster versus Northern Gaming, kind of a roster that's been together for a really long time. So we're gonna have to see. And we heard that Prize awake, so maybe we'll get to see some Outlaw Rogue. So he's decided to wake up for the finals here. But before we get into the finals, we're obviously gonna give NG Blue a little bit of a break. They've just played back-to-back series, where you have a we have a little bit of short ad, and then after the ad, we have a huge announcement for anybody interested in the EU region. So after this ad, we will announce something.
Did you say awesome. Huge announcement?
Huge, the biggest announcement ever.
You want to stay tuned to the next episode of Elbareth's GCDTV.
Anyways, we'll be right back.
You had a friend named Tom. You used to play games with him when you were in college, sharing the same keyboard and staring at the same old 15-inch monitor together. The day when you finally bought a powerful new computer, you thought of him almost immediately. You called him and asked if you could bring your computer to his place. "We can finally play together again," you said. You grabbed your computer and headed to Tom's. It was heavy, but you knew it was going to be worth it. It was like back in college. You two had a really good time that day. Then, you decided to walk 10 miles every weekend with that heavy machine of yours, just to play with Tom. That night, the two of you had a few too many while playing. Tom kept winning with his cheap moves, which made you angry. The two of you had a fight. You called him a cheater. He called you a noob. Then, your rage boiled over. He pushed you. You pushed back. Maybe a little too hard. Little did you know, after so many days of carrying that heavy machine, your arms had become as beefy as your computer. In the end, it wasn't you who killed your best friend. It was your bulky computer. Don't try too hard. Just try the Trident.
And a big thanks to MSI for sponsoring this tournament and always helping us out. And if you guys want to gear up for Legion, make sure you check out the all-new Trident in the description below. But I think now is time for the big announcement here. Yeah, this is exciting for you guys. So if any teams who have recently just exited the tourney earlier than they thought and want some more points, I have another opportunity for you guys. And no, this is not another GCD tournament. In fact, we gave up some of these dates for another big organization that's popping in here to the esports scene. So we here at GCD are proud to announce that we'll be working with Method, the giant organization Method, to provide their first point-earning tourney this year. Signups for this tourney will close on Tuesday, June 13th, and it has a total prize pool of $8,000. So head on over to method.gg for more information. And as you can see, there we go, $8,000, June 17th and 18th, the Method Major. It's the European tournament. We will be working once again with Method. Awesome guys. We really enjoy working with them. So we will be bringing you guys another awesome tournament, and that will be June 17th and 18th. So if you are a European team, you want to sign up, make sure you sign up. The Battlefy should be linked in the chat. If not, I will link that for you guys. But yeah, I am super excited for this. It's going to be anything WoW Esports is going to be good. And yeah, I'm really excited here, guys. So the battle file will be linked here soon. If not, I will link it myself.
Sing us a song in your excitement.
You're the one who's a professional at that. So
I mean,
why don't you play us a
flute? You want to sing along with me? You know Amazing Grace?
David, you want to sing along with the Supa?
No. I'll just enjoy Supa's flute though.
And with
You
that,
didn't sing.
and with that,
I just enjoyed that, man. I'm an acoustic kind of guy.
Yeah,
Okay?
it was
Really just let down everybody.
it was too good for me, too beautiful. I had to literally just sit here in awe. So
leave it be, man.
if you guys have any questions, make sure you hit up any of the GCD admins, and we can give you more information there on the method GCD. Basically, what is it called? The method majors. Method majors, they are called. So really exciting stuff, and we're really excited to partner with Method and provide you guys an awesome tournament, and an $8,000 prize pool is bigger than what we've been providing lately. So it's awesome. I'm super stoked, and it's fun working with the guys over there at Method. So yeah, but before we get into the game, obviously we've given Northern Gaming a little bit of time there to rest and go to the bathroom and maybe get a snack, maybe some G Fuel. I don't know what the kids nowadays are drinking for energy.
Okay, don't even. Why you gotta recommend G Fuel?
I don't recommend G Fuel. Listen, I drink my tea. I drink tea. I like green tea. It's good stuff. Or matcha.
I swear, I don't remember if it was Absurge or it was Roasty, but he had way too much G Fuel and he punched a hole in the hotel wall. That's my G Fuel story.
That's interesting. I don't know.
That's a solid story, dude.
I don't know anything about that. But speaking of sponsors, and G Fuel's not a sponsor, although if you guys want to sponsor us, you can hit our contact email. I'm not sure how that will go. Yeah, but one of our sponsors, Skillcapped, we are super happy to have them on board. Obviously, they make such great guides. They provide a lot of content here for World of Warcraft and for Legion, and they help me out because sometimes I don't know what I'm doing in World of Warcraft, as the chat has mentioned. So yes, I do use Skillcapped because I'm a 1200 noob. So I do read Skillcapped to help me get up to that 1300 mark, which I'm hoping I'll get here in this year. So hopefully I hit 1300. I'm not sure. And I'm told if I hit 1500, I actually can type in the chat. So I'm really excited. I'm actually really excited about that.
Oh my gosh, the meme meta, dude.
If chat could help me out and get me 1500, I could type in the chat and actually meme with you guys. Anyways, though, quick word here from Skillcapped. And thank you so much to Skillcapped for sponsoring this tournament. We all love those dudes at Skillcapped. And if you guys want to check out Skillcapped, make sure you guys check the link out down below. Also, you can put exclamation point Skillcapped in the chat, and the MooBot will help you out there and link it for you, unless you don't want to scroll down. Sometimes scrolling down is a little hard. I get that. So hopefully. Oh, I have just been informed that we got the blinds, so we should be getting into the game here pretty soon. And this is making a movie versus Northern Gaming Blue. And oh boy, do you think Northern Gaming Blue's like, hey, we got Zuniaki, he's our boy, he's one of the best sharp priests in the world. Do you think they're gonna bring him out, or do you think they're like, no, we're not gonna deal with that?
I have no idea, man. Yeah. I feel like every time I make a guess in EU, they just prove me wrong. So I'm gonna say that I'm gonna go away from my instincts and say they're just gonna go with the same thing. They're gonna go with the rogue mage. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna say.
Rogue de la mage.
They're just gonna see if they can overcome with some creative rogue mage play. But yeah, this is the grand finals, and the reason why there's delay between these two series, guys, is because Northern Gaming Blue literally just played a series, right?
Yeah.
They come from the lower bracket, they go to the upper bracket, and they need that time to use the bathroom, grab a drink, and then also lock in their blind picks. So there's a lot of things that have to happen and behind the scenes logistically. So I do appreciate everyone's patience. But this is a super hype grand finals. The Grand Arena has popped. I'm so excited right now.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything because okay. Well, I see the characters and I'm okay. The stream has not seen it yet.
I didn't even see the characters loaded yet. How do you know?
Well, clearly, my client is better than your client. Think about that.
Yeah, probably.
All right, they're gonna have to wait a little bit longer because for some reason Vilay is permanently blinded. Oh, there we go. And wow. What a blind pick.
All right, so we got Waz on the Warrior, Raikou on the Frost Mage, and Minpoike on the Monk. I believe this is the first time we saw Minpoike and the Monk in this tournament. Could be wrong about that. Wouldn't be the first time. But on the other side, we do have, the comp that got making a movie here. They're bringing Chaz and the rest of Druid. Vilay, of course, on that Shadow Priest, and Maru on the Frost Mage. And here we go. I do like that Northern Gaming isn't just going with like the Rogue Mage and doing the same thing over and over again. I like that they're changing it up and trying something new. Let's see if it pays off for them. The gates have opened.
Playing a Mistweaver Monk because they can take an honor talent called Healing Sphere and dispel off damage over time effects without any sort of penalty. So you can remove Vampiric Touch and removing Vampiric Touch, if you've tuned into skill caps guides for Shadow Priest, will lower their self-healing significantly. So I would imagine that they've built this composition to specialize at killing a Shadow Priest. Let's see how well they can execute it.
Here we go. It looks like Waz is pushing in on Vilay, trying to get something going. Chaz just cycling him up, controlling now, switching that clone over out on the Raikou, stopping a lot of this momentum for now. Maru actually getting swapped to as Vilay's put into that full fear. Waz getting good uptime on him and good damage too. Chaz pulling him out in the middle of the map here. Blade Storm by Waz to get good uptime on Maru, and it's chunking him down. There is the Temporal Shield going to be popped from Maru. Even Bolt onto Waz in the middle of the map as well. Out of that Mind Bomb avatar being popped from Waz. He wants to get aggressive with it, but Chaz and Vilay doing a good job, as well as Maru just kind of positioning himself and forcing Waz into an awkward position. Look at Minpoike's position. He's on the run. Chaz wants a bash, but Minpoike is not letting him have it. And that's the key of this positioning. When you pull back the melee like that, you're able to get that bash, and there it is. Full polymorph to follow it up from Maru. A little bit overlap, but Vilay's getting chunked. He's got to be a little bit careful. Waz connecting out onto him. Sharpen was used there, but not getting a whole lot done out of that, as it looks like Chaz now getting caught into a leg sweep. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Maru looking for some polymorphs as well. Minpoike getting silenced up here, and both teams just kind of like stuck at this point. This is Orb coming out from Raikou. They want to get damage done. Both sides are getting like consistent pressure, but neither side is really allowing themselves to get the setups that they need.
Yeah, Raikou getting cycloned up by Chaz. Chaz maybe moving in to try and cyclone Minpoike, and Minpoike line of sighting it. He's going to paralyze Chaz, maybe move in for leg sweep. No, not going to follow it up. Raikou getting mind bombed. Minpoike's going to want to dispel that. Dispels that right away instantly. Maru getting reversed on. Waz just, I don't know what happened, but Maru almost died because of Waz there. Now Maru coming out of the block, goes for a polymorph on Minpoike, trying to set up some burst onto Raikou. Chaz, though, getting fully feared from Waz along with Maru. Unfortunately breaking on Maru. Chaz now full polymorphed out of the fear. Nice setup, but Vilay is mind controlling Raikou away. Minpoike leg sweeps the mind control to try and get Raikou open to take out Maru while he's still on hypo, but I don't think they have enough damage to do it. One more second on that hypo. Chaz seems to be stabilizing Maru. All right, Iron Bark now available in case of an emergency. Minpoike in the meantime full Cyclone, trying to go after Raikou into a full polymorph. Maru trying to set up an Ebon Bolt. Raikou temp shields it. Maru spell steals off the temp shield. Now Raikou gets cloned at low health, and Minpoike caught into a polymorph. I think Minpoike's on crowd control DR for basically everything right now, though, so he should be able to save Raikou pretty easily. They're going to paralyze Chaz, set up the burst on Maru. Combustion gets popped by Raikou. He really wants to set up for the kill, but Maru's already out of line of sight. Good defensive positioning. Raiku's forced to blink in. Now that Raikou is blinked in, they could set up some burst towards him. Mind Bomb onto Waz. Leg sweep though onto Chaz, and Maru is the one who's on the run, down at 6%, barely blocking in time. And this this warrior mage seems to be doing very well against the frost mage. It's just hard for him to set up pressure. He's constantly on the run or dead.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of setups on a Chaz, but Waz is just man-moding damage. And in 20 short seconds, he's going to have that avatar back up. And Maru, without any ice blocks available to him, has got to be a little bit scared here pushing forward into the game. And Poike still has that that bubble available to him, that cocoon available to him. And the side of Northern Blue just seem completely comfortable so far. And this is awesome news for them, because this is their lower bracket. They have to do this twice. A triple fear from Waz is going to land on everyone on the side of making the movie. Waz connects back out onto Maru finally, and every single time that this brown nameplate connects to this blue nameplate, the blue nameplate doesn't favor the exchange. Chaz looking for some cyclones, Raikou dipping down to half health, and finally Cocoon is going to be forced out from Mpoike. More just like a throughput of anything else to just keep his team aggressive. Waz reconnecting in the middle of the map here. A charge then followed up, gets polymorphed on it though, however. No dispel available just yet, gets dispelled late. This is his avatar, and it's getting completely controlled.
Yep, and Poike on the Monk means he can deal with swaps really easily. He can still roll away when he's silenced, and then immediately recover. He can't be counterspelled because he's playing the Surge of Mist talent, and really the only weakness to that is a very late game where Dampening just outmounts the healing. But Mario's still in trouble with no blocks available. Temp Shield triggers in the nick of time, but even with the Temp Shield triggering, Waz is charging after the kill. Chaz looking to clone up. He fake cast. He doesn't fake cast. He gets spell reflected on the clone. Nice spell reflect from Waz, but Mario's going to polymorph him instead now, trying to buy himself some time. They drop the Frozen Orb to try and reverse some pressure to Raikou. Shadow Fiend out from Valet as well, but really no damage. Raikou's able to blink in aggressively on top of Maru. Chaz is running out of mana. It's really making a moving that are on a clock right now to try and turn this around. Valet's going to Void Erupt, dishing out quite a bit of shadow damage. And Poike portals away from any sort of swap or CC there. Now finally getting silence. Stun on Waz. Raikou down at half, but Maru's caught in a polymorph, so Raikou completely shutting him out, trying to deny any sort of major cooldown. Waz now charging over with the double leg sweep. Maru is in trouble. No ice blocks available. Double leg sweep into a triple fear. Sharpened blade onto the temp. Valet is forced to void shift his health over to Maru, but even with the void shift, the temp shield heals him back to full. Temp shield is now over. Void shift not available. No blocks for 3 minutes. Iron Bark is their last line of defense. Chaz needs to be on point with that. If he gets crowd controlled before he can use it, Maru will surely go down. Maru blinking to the middle of the map, kiting Waz with that blizzard behind the pillar. Raikou getting cloned up. Chaz trying to buy as much time as possible, looking for another Cyclone. He actually got pummeled there by Waz, so Waz still chasing after Maru. Maru trying to keep his space from the Warrior as much as possible, trying to reset his Frozen Orb, looking for an Ebon Bolt, trying to force them away. Raikou counterspells the Ebon Bolt. Maru immediately ducks out of line of sight. Good positioning from Maru. I think if he does this constant kiting across the map, just prevent Waz from reconnecting, that he might be able to stall this out till his block comes up.
Yeah, and in 50 seconds, he's not only going to have one block, he's going to have two if he doesn't get forced in time. So it's so far so good. If Maru can keep this up, just like you said, it could be a big deal. Iron Bark now going to get caught for Maru. 9% dampening, and they also have the advantage of the mana. Look at Mpoike's mana. It tells a story in itself. Chaz has been struggling this game, but maybe they can turn this around with defensive cooldowns. Silence goes out into Mpoike, a double stun, a triple leg sweep from Mpoike comes out, however. Chaz still caught in it for now, and Maru is just playing a very, very defensive game. He has definitely adapted to the playstyle that is required. Vortex on Waz is going to keep him away, but a charge stun finally occurs. A blink to follow it up, and Maru doing a great job so far, getting away from this Warrior. And in 5 or 8 seconds, he'll have 2 ice blocks available.
Yeah, it's basically a 1v1 scenario, Maru versus Waz. If Waz can get good uptime, then his team's going to crush them. If he can't, then they're not going to be able to crush him. It's very easy for Maru to blink Raikou's damage and also kite away from Waz at the same time. So as long as Maru's super defensive, he might be able to drag this match out to a point where that Surge of Mist talent can't heal through the pressure. That's really their only option. But he gets sharpened bladed. Huge damage following it up. He's really relying on the Temp Shield to save him, and it does. Big Temp Shield recovery from Maru. Raikou not able to steal that off through all the heal over time effects. Although I'm kind of wondering if Raikou is running Klepto or not. He is running Klepto, so it just must not have been available. In the meantime, though, Chaz caught into a full Cyclone. Maru kiting away. Waz trying to reconnect, but he pummels there, and he tries to connect an Ebon Bolt, doesn't find it. Now finding it with the Flurry combo. Blinks away from that Battle Cry Sharpened Blade combo, but Waz is still connecting, and as soon as he connects, he rips him apart. 10 more seconds. He actually had it. Oh, your eyes wrong. Ice Block available, so now he will be able to stay alive with the Ice Block. Obviously, he's immune to damage. Chaz is trying to pick him back up, comes out of the Ice Block, drops the Frozen Orb to try and reverse the pressure, but there is just no reversing the healing that Mpoike is putting out, keeping his team completely topped off on this Monk. Mario trying to kite away. Waz reconnecting, gets stunned. Mario blinks away, connecting some frost bolts. Maybe Chaz needs to try and get a drink. Their main strategy here is to kite the warrior, kill the warrior, bait him behind a pillar, try and 100-0 him, and Poike life cocoons Waz so he can stay aggressive. Mario knows that, so he preemptively temp shields, knowing that Waz is going to stay on top of him. He sharpen blades the temp shield. Ironbark comes out for Chaz to try and save Mario. Mario blinks away from the Phoenix Flames. Raikou caught in a polymorph, but Waz is right on his tail, and so long as Waz is right on top of Mario, he's going to be in trouble. Still very low on health. Chaz Swiftman looks for a Cyclone to peel. Mind Control on Raikou, Cyclone on Waz. Mario stays alive. Now we're at 24% dampening in that win condition for making a movie. Try and burst through the surge of mist. Might become more readily available. They need to hang in a little bit longer. Waz charges over right on top of Mario. Chaz caught a Ring of Frost. Delay into a polymorph. Raikou CCs the whole team. Mario getting bursted down and blocks again. I'm actually surprised to see that he has another block. Either way, that block buys him a little bit more time to try and pull off a miracle.
He's got the Temporal Shield to deal with, but even Temporal Shield gets affected by dampening here. 27%, no blocks available. Chaz can't deal with this uptime of Waz. Waz is just going ham into this Frost Mage all game long. Polymorph lands out on the Raikou. He's trying to stop some damage at all, but Waz is completely content to just continue to chunk into his face. There's a Mind Bomb onto Waz in the middle of the map, and a Mind Control onto Raikou as well. They need to make something happen. Leg Sweep goes out onto Chaz to follow it up with the Polymorph. Waz desperately trying to connect, but he's getting Mind Controlled right now. And so Mario was able to catch some heals, but he wasn't able to get topped off here. 30% dampening. Chaz is going to go ahead and use that Iron Bark immediately, but Mario's got no big defensive cooldown on the left. As soon as this Iron Bark fades, Waz is going to annihilate this mage. The clock is running out for making a movie. They need to get aggressive onto somebody as soon as humanly possible. And Minpoike's full mana bar tells so much about this series. Even at 30% dampening, though, mana's not going to do a whole lot for you if you're not able to actually get the HPS out, but he has it. He's trying to get aggressive. They get the Ice Block onto Raikou with the Icy Vein from Maru, but Maru's so scared. Temporal Shield needs the proc right here, right now. There's a Sap out onto Chaz, a Leg Sweep to follow it up. The Temporal Shield does proc, but it doesn't heal him a whole hell of a lot at 30% dampening, and Waz is still connecting onto him. Every single time I see a melee swing animation, his health bar gets annihilated to Fear to follow it up. The health swap from Valet, and they have nothing left.
Yeah, they really do. Chaz's Innervate buys him enough time to heal for free, but even with that healing at 36% dampening, doesn't seem to be enough. He blinks away, goes for the Tranquility to try and top his team, but Valet's in trouble. He disperses. Polymorph on Waz. Mario trying to stall this out as long as physically possible to try and find a bursty kill. So silence is available for Valet. Chaz must have bash as well. This next silence bash has to win the game. Do they have enough time to find it? Minpoike moves in. This could be the opportunity. They fully polymorph Minpoike. They silence Raikou. They need the damage here and now. Flurry connects. Raikou has no block. Another polymorph to follow it up. Raikou getting bursted down. Flurry combo into the bash, into another sheep, and Raikou on the run, barely hanging on by a thread. Revival comes up from Minpoike. Mind Bomb onto the whole team. Waz gets polymorphed and making a movie. Are trying to make it happen. 8% health remaining, but they can't trigger the cauterize. Minpoike saves Raikou, and now Valet is in so much trouble. No dispersion, no void shift, and no Iron Bark to save him. Minpoike trying to pick up Raikou. Valet is sharp and bladed, and Chaz can't handle it. Waz executes him out of the match. Mario's still trying to play this out. Minpoike caught into a polymorph, but it's not enough to finish. And Northern Gaming Blue, despite that final last-ditch effort, could not get taken down. Making a movie, it doesn't seem like they have an answer maybe for this comp. Obviously, they can change, but that looked pretty confident from Northern Gaming.
No, I 100% agree with you, man. After seeing that changeup, that being said, we do have 2 series for Northern Gaming Blue to have to win to be able to take this tournament in their favor. But that Shadow Priest Frost Mage combination was working so well for them in the last time they faced these guys. So it makes complete sense for why they locked it in. But just thinking about all the options that this team has, I mean, Rogue Mage specifically has been viewed as not as strong as Warrior Mage in that matchup. So they have Rogue Mage, and we've seen Shatri play as well from these guys. And both of those compositions maybe not what it takes to take out this Mistweaver Monk Warrior Mage combo from Northern Gaming Blue. So maybe they found the answer here. Game number 1's going to go to them. So that means that every single time that they lose, they need to win on their map and comp advantage to take the series. They need to do it twice.
Yeah. It's a tough task here for making a movie, but I think if anybody can do it, it's them right now. This is the grand finals, And NG Blue has just, I mean, complete 180 there from the games they had earlier in the semifinals. And I think, they took a game against KFC and we're like, okay, after that, let's think of a comp that we can actually take the Chatri play down a bit. And the Warrior Mistweaver Mage seemed to work out them. So what do we think we're going to see here for making a movie? Do you think that they stick with the Shadow Priest, or do you think they're changing it completely?
I haven't seen them really play anything other than like their comfort picks so far. So I don't really foresee them changing it up too much. Maybe they bring out the Rogue Mage and go up against the Mistweaver. But that being said, maybe they don't. Maybe they go for the Warrior Mage Druid instead of the Mistweaver. Maybe they see like a possible vulnerability in that regards, having the Mistweaver Monk. But so far, every Mistweaver in this tournament has been pretty successful on it. It's been a huge asset to a lot of different players. Asha Main's Fall is going to be the map choice for making a movie. Not really saying a whole lot to me with that map choice.
No.
I mean, I don't think either team has a big comp advantage unless, I mean, Tolvaron, I guess, is the biggest one where they could play Shadow Priest Mage and try and kite the Warrior the way that they were. It seemed like they just weren't coordinated until the very end. It just, I don't know what their plan was.
Those goes early.
Like, here's the plan. But then it's like, we have nothing left and we're 40% dampening, but here's the plan. Try and pull it together at the end, but it wasn't enough. So I think maybe with more proper execution, I like what they did with silence on the mage at the end to deny him from blinking, because blink obviously is going to immune all their pressure with Shadow Priest and mage. So if they can catch Minpoike and Bash into Poly, and then silence the mage at the same time, that could be their win condition.
Yeah, even with the same composition, they absolutely can get creative with it. We saw it in the last game. They were running like one strategy all single series, and then at the very end of the game, kind of like what we just saw there, they change it up and nearly win.
Yeah.
So I feel like it might even be like a strategy for making a movie at this point, to just kind of like feel behind all game long and then turn it around. So we're gonna have to wait and see. These guys taking their sweet time, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line here. First, the difference between first and second place is like 50%, or I'm sorry, 100% more points. So they really, this is for all the marbles. And every single one of those points matters so much, and are going to consistently matter throughout the entire road to regionals, the regional championship.
Especially for making a movie, man. The roster swap cost them, I think, half of their points. So they really want to try and climb back up with the standings and get themselves a good seed there for the European regionals. So they're going to take their time. They're going to think over comps and what they can play against Northern Gaming. But I mean, right now we're waiting on Northern Gaming, and I think Northern Gaming is going to do what they usually do and try and mind game, switch up a comp before and try and like guess what the other team's going to play and pick a comp that's going to be good against it. So because Northern Gaming wants to win this too, right? I mean, it's not just making a movie here. Northern Gaming wants to win this. They want to win this first best of 3 and then get back to the second, or best of 5, and get to the second best of 5 finals. Because Assassination Fire Disc. Okay, so an RMP, so Zuniaki will be joining the arena as the Disc Priest.
You think so? You think it's gonna be Zuni?
It is Zuni. It's always Zuni. If it's Disc, it's always Zuni. Yep. Minpoike's on the bench.
I mean, when you have a discipline priest like Zuniaki on your team, why have your healer familiarize themselves with another class? I mean, he was so good on it in the past. So we saw him play it with that jungle. Or I'm sorry, with the Thug Cleave and the Jungle Cleave earlier on today. So we know that he's extremely good on it, even in Legion. And so this is the composition that Northern Gaming is locked in anticipation for their opponent to know what they're playing. Right, they're going to lock in a composition that will have a chance against whatever it is their opponent throws at them, and so they feel like that's their Assassination Fire Disc. They feel like that's the comp that making a movie might not have a hard counter for.
Yeah, they could mirror them.
I'd agree with that for sure. I mean, we saw the Shadow Priest Frost Mage do really, really well against this comp, but only in the last like few seconds. Like it looked like it was completely confident in Northern Gaming's favor the entire game for both Grand Arena and Tigers Peak in the last time these guys played, and it wasn't until the last setup did Making a Movie turn it around. So I still don't think that this is a bad choice at all. I mean, we haven't really seen this matchup kind of like evolve in Legion yet, but it definitely seems like it's still a close matchup.
I feel like every time we go to the European region, we just see new things pop up, and then it starts to trickle over to NA, and then we're like, okay, well, I guess the Shatri is a real thing again.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to go vice versa, and we'll get some prop paladins over here.
Stop! Do not, no. Dear EU friends, no more prop paladins.
No more prop paladins. It just match it up with like an enhancement shaman, and the games will still go fast. Apparently,
yes, that was crazy.
It was actually weird. Like the taunt mechanic with the prop paladin and enhancement shaman procs seemed to work out very well for some of our NA teams. But yeah, we have seen nothing even remotely close to that over here in EU. So I love seeing the differences between the regions. I can't wait to see how this year kind of culminates and these two regions clash. All right, so we did get the composition locked in for Making a Movie. They're going to go with the Frost Shadow Resto Druid. I mean, they beat this composition with their Shatri play, and that's why they're here in the finals now. So it makes complete and total sense to me. Let's see if they can do what they did earlier.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Ashamane's Fall is the map. It'll be a disc RMP versus Frost Shadow Resto Druid.
I guess it is a disc, not a Resto Druid, though. I think that's actually really key to note. Like I feel like Discipline Priest, especially when you get into like a little bit of a later game, their CC is actually a bit better just because it's instant. You know, like when you get into a later game and you have to deal with dampening and the health bars are falling behind, you only have a global to really invest into increasing that CC chain instead of looking for those vulnerable cyclone casts.
I mean, I don't even think it's a matter of crowd control. I think it's Minpoike doesn't want to die anymore.
That's true too.
So that's why he played the monk. Like, I don't want to play a druid into this because he's too afraid of getting swapped to and dying. And I think it's much more difficult to kill the shadow or kill the discipline priest.
I sent out a bat signal to my RMP contact to see if he has any knowledge on this matchup or if they've seen it before. So if I get it in time, I will inform everybody. But we'll have to see. The bat signal sometimes does not work, unfortunately for me. But we are in the queue. Map has popped. Oh, I'm excited for this matchup.
Ashamane's Fall. I love seeing Zuniaki on the Discipline Priests.
Yeah,
it's always a treat, especially if you've been watching the scene for like a while now. You absolutely get the nostalgia feels when you see this. But here we go. It is that Shatri play, otherwise known as the Shadow Priest, Frost Mage, Restoration Druid, going up against the Discipline Priests, Zuniaki, Raikou on that Fire Mage, and Waz on the Assassination Rogue. Now, one thing that I always mention when I see an RM whatever from Northern Gaming Blue, especially when they're going up against a matchup that we think they might lose, they can get really, really creative, especially with their swaps. They can look for opportunities to make really big swaps. I mean, we saw earlier on when Making a Movie is the same thing, though, right? Because like Minpoike talented differently, got a little bit tankier. They swapped it over on the Raikou. So both of these teams are really, really capable of changing up the strategies even mid-game.
All right, Minpoike has been put to the bench. Zuniaki taken out to fight. Let's see how well he can perform here. This is the grand finals. If they lose this series, they will be taking second place. That is not something Minpoike's team wants ever. They definitely pride themselves on being the best. Chaz getting sapped early on. They might even open on him. No, they open up on him. Valet. Raiku's going to Ring of Frost out of the sap. Zuniaki's already right on top of Chaz, looking to line up a Fear out of this. Full Fear followed up, forcing Dispersion immediately from Valet. Committing that Vendetta, though, early on, so it's an even trade at least. Valet has that going for him. And now he's trying to pull back to the pillar. Zuniaki playing pretty offensive with his positioning, though, right on top of his pillar. They're actually going to make a swap to Zuniaki. They stun him up, they silence him, they swap, but really no more burst to follow it up, I don't think. And the Discipline Priest with that Radiance can pick himself up immediately, unlike the Resto Druid that we saw previously with Minpoike. So quick Penance and Radiance, he's back to full. Really, the only weakness here for the Priest is going to be his mana if he's playing Radiance, but he sets up a double fear onto both DPS with a full polymorph on Chaz. They're trying to chase down Valet, but Valet fears them away. Now caught into a kidney shot, though. Zuniaki dispelling off, trying to get his team aggressive, but Waz is still locked down in a polymorph, and without Waz supporting the pressure, Valet will be perfectly fine.
Yep, and he's sitting pretty. He's on the side of that pillar. He's got 20 seconds until that Disperse comes back off cooldown, but they even have the Bark Skin to really play with, as well as the Trinkets. So far, so good for this. And I feel like we saw this exact same scenario in this exact same position in a previous matchup between these two. So Petri Dollar Zuniaki actually getting swapped to in that Silence, getting chunked down to half health. And even on that Discipline Priest, he is still vulnerable to getting hit really hard. And the whole team on the side of Northern Gaming Blue is actually getting rotted down to about half health. No real defensive cooldowns being forced just yet. Some throughput being forced out of Zuniaki, which is completely fine to deal with for now. But it just looks like the consistent pressure of the Shadow Priest Frost Mage is what's getting ahead so far. And that Disperse is going to be forced out right there. Interesting use. Double Fear. Raikou getting hit really, really hard right here. VTs for days being popped out by Valet. And Chaz going to go ahead and pop that artifact weapon in retaliation to just keep Valet nice and healthy and super aggressive. But regardless of Zuniaki playing really, in their face, he's doing a fantastic job keeping his team completely aggressive throughout this. But his mana pool is starting to hurt slightly as we move deeper into the game.
Yeah, so Valet is actually playing Psychic Voice rather than Mind Bomb, so he doesn't have a reliable stun, but his fear is more available, and he's been getting these double fears all game, now into a full polymorph, so that fear might set up the win. Waz is on the run, trying to hold on to Cloak of Shadows. He vanishes, cheap shots Chaz to set up Raikou, but Raikou gets interrupted, and he's not able to follow it up, so Chaz is no longer crowd-controlled. He blinks into stun Zuniaki. Zuniaki breaks out with his human Rachel, trying to connect some big heals towards Raikou, but Waz is still low. Chaz fully blinded, trinkets out to Ironbark Valet. Valet still in Void form, or no, trying to generate to the next one, so his healing output isn't going to be very high right now. Chaz needs to save him, buy him time to get back to full insanity. Tranquility healing him up for now, but that Tranquility is now over. Chaz will have to get into the faces of Raikou, which means he could potentially get crowd-controlled. Needs to be careful with how close he dances next to Zuniaki. Zuniaki, though, getting fully feared. Overlapped a bit with a polymorph. Void Eruption from Valet as they set up the big burst, trying to one-shot Waz. Comet Storm, Pain Suppression traded out to deny the kill. Pain Suppression gets Cycloned by Chaz. Nice Cyclone, but Mass Dispelled. Waz still staying on his target. Kidney shots Valet. Valet trinkets out, trying to maintain his Void form as long as possible. Now going for the Void Torrent, trying to fake cast a kick with it. Doesn't find it, though. Counterspell used on Amaru's polymorph. Zuniaki used Premonition, so he's not going to be able to stop a polymorph on himself. If they can get it, there's the full polymorph, but it breaks. They break it to a frozen orb. So now Zuniaki should be all right. They're going to fear him instead to try and pull something out of this, but it doesn't seem like they have it. That could have been the setup to win. Waz has no cloak. A bit of a throwaway there, Maru breaking that polymorph.
Yep. There's a fear to follow it up, and there's a full kidney shot out onto Chaz. Chaz is actually going to go ahead and trade up that Bark Skin, hop into that bear form, and get Vortex back onto Waz, but Waz is still on his tail. Chaz has got to be careful. This is the artifact weapon as well. Displace out into the middle of the map, and Waz is on the run. He gets Nova'd up by Maru in the middle of the map. Great job by him. That Nova just saved Waz's life. He was able to get a couple regrowths because of it, and Waz is going to go ahead and just tunnel down this bear druid for now. He comes out of a bear's form for just a second, takes a bunch of damage because of it, but now that Valet is completely free to cast, he's going to catch a lot of momentum really soon. So Northern Blue has got to be careful here. But here's the cheap shot on the Waz. He has no trinket available to him. Garrote to follow it up. He's in the bear form, but is it going to be enough? Raikou also taking a bunch of damage. Valet going to go ahead and health swap with Chaz, so they get the defensive cooldowns that they wanted. But Raikou's got to be careful now, and that's going to be the ice block. Both teams trading blow for blow as 1% dampening starts now.
Yeah, the risk of going after Chaz like this is that Maru is left open to free cast, and immediately Maru forced cauterized and blocked from Raikou, so he's going to have to be very scared for the next couple seconds. Maru gets full polymorph, but Chaz is actually just getting soloed by Waz. Waz gets cloned, though. Now Raikou on his own, trying to hide behind the pillar. Maru's right on top of him. Valet moves in for the double fear, and Raikou's in so much danger. Void Torrent fully channeling. Raikou's blinking to try and immune the pressure, but still not enough. He goes for a desperate invis, but not enough. Frozen Orb Ice Slants combo from Maru takes him down, making a movie tie the series 1-1, and it looks like Minpoike's Mistweaver Monk seems to be the best healing option to deal with the composition that Making a Movie is playing in this series. So I would imagine that if they want to keep playing the Shadow Priest Mage, that we're going to see Minpoike Monk come back here very shortly.
No, yeah, I agree. It dealt with him beautifully, and the mana pool, the healing output, everything seems to be working really, really well from the Monk's position in that matchup. So that being said, that was the map and composition advantage from from Making a Movie. So
Yes.
Making a Movie not only need to win on those scenarios, they also have to win on the opposing team scenario advantage. But versus Northern Blue, because they won on the Grand Arena, they only have to win on their advantage choices. So right now they just lost, which means that they get to go back and choose the map, figure out what their opponent is playing, and lock in a comp accordingly. So I'm anticipating we see that similar scenario where we don't see a composition change from Making a Movie, and we get the Warrior Mage Mistweaver Monk for Northern Gaming Blue. And if that trend continues throughout this whole series, it could very well be the a second series out of this grand finals, because that means Northern Blue will have fought their way back into an even playing field here.
Yeah, so if anybody doesn't know, basically how this works is that since Making a Movie has not yet lost in this tournament, that they do have a second chance in a second grand finals if they do in fact lose this one. That means Northern Gaming not only has to win this finals, they have to win the next finals to be crowned our GCD June class champions. But I mean, they're looking pretty good right now, right? They lost on the counter comp, but I mean, they still looked pretty good during that. They almost killed Chaz a couple times, so and we think they have the answer for the Shatter play, right? We think that Mistweaver Warrior Mage team is probably the comp that they feel comfortable against it. But I mean, towards the end of that match in the first game, Making a Movie did look like they kind of got a little momentum there and kind of maybe figure some things out. So we will have to wait and see for the comps. But we are now waiting on the map pick. Each team does have 3 minutes to decide a map, and then 3 minutes to decide a comp, and then another 3 minutes to decide another comp. So we are going to give them their time. Obviously, this is the grand finals. We don't want to rush anybody. We want to see the best gameplay possible. But in terms of maps, what do you think we're going to see here, guys?
So if Making a Movie now it's Northern Blues map choice, right? And anticipating, the Shadow Priest, Frost Mage, and anticipating Waz and the Warrior, I can't imagine it's going to be too big of a map. But then again, picking something like Ruins of Lordaeron could backfire. So possibly something with good line of sight, maybe like Dalaran Sewers even. I think that might even be a little bit too small. I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like along the lines of like Tiger's Peak. There it is. Tiger's Peak is actually going to be the map choice. Very, very similar size, nice and even to the Grand Arena. So makes sense. Now the real question I have is Making a Movie, because they have the resources to do this. They have an entire another series to learn from, right? Are they going to go with a crazy comp? Are they going to come out with something weird and different? Or are they just going to go with the Shatter play like they have been so far and just try to see if they can beat the Warrior Mage Monk of Northern Blue with a different comp strategy or a different strategy? Or are they going to try to throw them off with a different comp? That's the real question that I have. Because if the trend continues like back and forth like we just saw right now, Northern Gaming is going to come out on top because they're not in a grand to win. So
where's Coach Pry?
We need Coach Pry here, dude.
Where's his whistle and his hat? Where's his meme? We need Coach Pry.
He doesn't need a whistle, man. I've had coaches in the past that like didn't bring whistles because they were just so loud. And if Pry was ever a coach, I feel like a whistle would be unnecessary. He is just a loud player.
I'm trying to imagine Pry 20 years, maybe not 20 years, maybe 10, 15 years later, he has a kid. He's at a soccer game with his kid playing, and he's just on the sidelines. Like, what would he do? Like, would he be the parent that's just screaming the whole time? Like, what are you doing? That's bad. I feel like he would be.
In German, though, you have to scream in German. So, dude, brush up on your German
that's way more intimidating.
Yes. No, Pry is quite a person there in the LAN environment. A really exciting player to watch in LAN, and maybe we'll see Pry on this. I
have no doubt in my mind. Well, after seeing this team Making a Movie and the level of players that are on this team, if they don't qualify for regionals, I'm going to be absolutely boggled.
Will you eat a shoe?
I'm so excited to see.
Will you eat a shoe if they don't?
No, I will not eat a shoe.
Dang it!
No, I'm not eating a shoe.
What about a ghost pepper?
we're talking a little
Now,
bit.
now you're tolerant of them, though. We need
I
something-
know. I have a resilience build-up.
We need something hotter. What's the hottest thing we can make?
Trinidad Scorpion
Let's
pepper,
not talk about. Let's
perhaps?
not brainstorm
Trinidad
this, guys.
Scorpion. If you would like David, never mind. I'm not gonna even put that.
Oh my god.
Frostmade Shadow Priest, Disc Priest.
What the?
What?
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Hello.
They're changing it up a little bit. They're getting a discipline priest in here. All right.
I thought the NA meta was weird.
That's a little strange.
I don't even know if this is called a meta at this point. Like at this point, it's just like
The meta is there is no meta.
right. When it's this diverse, is it even a meta anymore?
So
I
they're
don't
doing
know.
this in anticipation of the Mistweaver Warrior comp or comp roulette. It says admin toxic. That's actually
Comp roulette.
That's the new tournament. We're gonna just have you're gonna spin a roulette wheel and whatever class
No,
you get. you're gonna
it's
put comp.
Supatease and Rich's tournament. What are they gonna do?
Throw
They're gonna do
darts.
something like that.
Wait,
Oh,
no.
Supatease and Rich get to pick the comps for the
Yeah, no,
competing teams.
Dilly and I's tournament will be throwing darts at the dartboard. Whatever dart you get to pick
okay.
class. Coming up
Yeah,
here in
That would
20
actually be
I feel like
hilarious.
there's actually more tournament integrity with the dartboard one.
I think so
Because
too.
Supatease knows comps way better than Rich. That's unfair. Rich's comps will just get like Rich is gonna be like, oh, it's Northern Gaming Blue versus Making a Movie. All right, Making a Movie. You guys are gonna play Demon Hunter and Destro Warlock.
Okay, I'm getting some insider info. Also, Admin Toxic got some insider info. Somebody has just messaged me in all caps. Oh God, not the Shadow Disc. That is what I've been afraid of. This is an NA player saying this, and now Admin Toxic says people queue Disc Shadow Frost a lot on ladder. So
Interesting.
I
I mean,
excited to see
there,
what
like a
happens.
lot of people say that like discipline priests are the best healers
Mm-hmm.
right now, and this and that. I mean, if you have the best healers and the 2 DPS work, then you might as well. The only real downfall, I guess, would be like the fears kind of
yeah,
DR turns out.
Subfire
It's a
Resto Druid.
skill.
Subfire Resto Druid.
Yeah, but that means you
Stop.
just don't play fear. You just play stun.
Oh, that's a good point. That is a really good point. Subfire Resto Druid. So instead of assassination, they're going to bring it to sub, and they're not going to bring out the warrior either. So instead of
weird.
the double.
Oh, I guess they don't want to deal with the priest shield.
Ah,
But I think Mpoiki's gonna die.
poor Mpoike. Are you saying rip him?
That's my prediction here. Mpoiki's gonna die.
Do you have a song for Mpoike, perhaps, to ease him on his
The
path?
death of Poike. I can't play sad songs.
The death of Poike. I hope someone clips all of these songs and just like actually labels them this like.
Makes a CD.
And then track number 4, it's the death of Poike.
The death of Mpoike. Beautiful.
Yes.
Exquisite.
All right, I've joined the queue. I have entered the arena, and I see the players now. And I am a little scared for Poike. I mean, we saw him go down in 2 games against this Shadow Priest Frost Mage, and we also saw him go down on this map as well. But the sub rogue does bring a good amount of control. Not nearly as much like throughput as the assassination rogue, but a really good amount of control, a really good amount of uptime. So maybe that's the key that they need to stop those swaps onto Poike. But a vast majority of the time that they made these swaps on the Poike, they had really good cross CC too. So I'm really curious to see how this goes. I'm actually blown away that this is like a common composition on ladder too. So
What do you get when you put 2 priests together?
I don't know. A church?
Well, apparently you don't get a name because Chaz's name is missing from the UI.
Wait, you can't have a church with 1 priest?
I don't know, man. That was my best guess. Don't be
Confirmed
hating on
church
my
economy.
guess.
Well, you'd have more than 1 priest to have a church.
It's a big church, okay? They rotate. Anyway, the opener goes out. Chaz gets sapped. Kidney shot and Amaru cross CC all over the place. Looks like Valet is going to be the kill target still for this team. Chaz caught into another polymorph. There's good CC. There's just no damage yet. There's the full blind. Maru on the run now, getting chunked down to half. Oh my goodness, that's a nice block if I ever did see one. Northern Blue is not messing around here on Tiger's Peak.
Oh, they are leading the charge. They're swapping to Valet, trying to burst him down. He gets Cyclone on his trinket. Maru's out of the ice block. They're looking for an early kill. Mpoike gets stunned, but Chaz got into a full polymorph. Valet's trying to mass dispel it. Tries to fake cast Raikou, doesn't fake cast it. But unfortunately, Maru's already at the pillar, so Raikou is unable to pursue. Valet retreating after him as well. Raikou now on top of him. Chaz got into a Cyclone, Valet and a Polymorph. Good cross CC. Maru, Eben bolting Minpoike. He Shadow Melds the Eben Bolt. Minpoike's trying to deny the Song of Death. With that Shadow Meld, he escapes to safety. Now Maru is still on the run. Waz on his tail, and Waz is playing Subtlety, so it's going to be much more difficult for Maru to kite him. Caught into that stun lock combo. Chaz drops down the barrier to try and save Maru. Maru actually kites out of it. He's just standing outside of it. This is a big mistake, I feel like, from Maru. He does manage to blink behind the pillar. Chaz trying to pick him up from behind here, but even still having a hard time. Waz is doing so much damage. Valet getting cloned up. They fear Waz away. Minpoike instant dispels the fear, but into a Polymorph. Nice deny there of the dispel from Maru. Basically, Raikou had to solo him in this position. I don't think he's going to be able to. That shield is just massive from Chaz. He's going to pick him up pretty easily. Minpoike is fully dotted. Valet is kind of mind flaying him, poking away at Minpoike, trying to force him back or maybe swap to him. Raikou now getting switched to. Everybody rotting down. Valet is having a field day free casting. Eben Bolt towards Minpoike off the Vampiric Touch Dispel, forced in Iron Bark. So nice play from Maru, and he gets those cheeky Eben Bolts constantly, and Minpoike is having a hard time healing through the pressure right now.
Yep, and everyone on the side of Northern Gaming Blue is actually feeling the pressure as well. So whenever Maru and Valet see the opportunity, they get this damage off, and they're just PvEing on their opponent so far. And so far it's working, but the setups are scary. We saw that block come out immediately from this team, so Northern Blue just need to catch their stride, just need that one setup, and here it is. There's the blind going out onto Chess. If there's any follow-up, this could be the second ice block for Maru. He's got to be so careful. There's the full kidney shot to follow it up. Valet on top of the DPS, maybe looking for a defensive fear, and that's the second block. Boom goes the Dynamite, even the cross CC on the Valet. No momentum at all. A Polymorph into another clone, and everyone is CC'd on the other side. Chaz finally comes out of the CC and life grips him, but Minpoike gets a nice clone on to Maru, keeping him at nice low health. Chaz now caught into the Cyclone. Maru's got no defensive cooldowns left, not even a pain stuff to save him. A bash goes out into Chaz, and he just can't catch a break. Raikou and Waz are just trying to take out Maru so bad right here. Finally, he connects onto Maru, and the shield is gone immediately as the full Polymorph connects. I don't see Maru surviving this. He needs to be a Live Lord, but there's just no way. Polymorph, cheap shot, life swap. Great job by Valet keeping his team in the game. A Polymorph goes out into Valet, and it gets rooted up onto Chaz. I like that because Maru can't line of sight too much. He has to be like diligent of his healer's position here, but now they're swapping it over on the Minpoike. Minpoike's got plenty of buttons to deal with, but he's trying to hold on to him for now. Full Polymorph goes out into a half Polymorph. It actually did get trinketed, I believe. Possibly. Oh, no, he's running Relentless, so it must have got broken out. But because of that break, Maru's going to be completely fine here. But he's at 2 minutes until another defensive cooldown comes up.
Yeah, and it's going to be a rough ride. Chaz needs to have premonition some Polymorphs if he wants to stay in this fight, but obviously if he's stunned, it's going to be difficult. Minpoike sitting down for a drink. He was at 30% mana, so it's very important, but he's not able to. I don't really know what's going on with Minpoike. He's spending way too much time trying to drink. Waz is in trouble. He may need to Cloak of Shadows. Minpoike finally getting some mana back after what seemed like an eternity. Valet Mass Dispelled him to put him in combat so he doesn't go back to full, which is lucky for them because it seems like they're playing the mana game. Chaz got into a kidney shot. They need to deny Raikou's Polymorph. They're looking to maybe just kill him instead with a silence on Minpoike, but they're not finding it. Maru's in trouble. Chaz got into a full blind. Waz with 100% uptime. Chaz now into a full Polymorph. Maru on the run, but you cannot run from Waz. Drops the Frozen Orb to try and force them back in reverse. Maru blinks in to try and kill Raikou instead, looking for that Eben Bolt. Raikou blocks the Eben Bolt. Chaz Mass Dispels the block. Maru tries to follow it up with Frostbolt Ice Lance combo. Minpoike triggers the Cauterize, and Raikou is on the run. Minpoike trying to recover with his tail between his legs in that doe form, trying to hide behind the balcony, and suddenly this game is completely reversed.
I can't believe it. This team just keeps like getting pushed down into the dirt over and over and over again by Northern Blue, and they just turn it around every single time. We're now at 1% dampening, and all of a sudden Minpoike's aggressive plays with his mana to keep his team nice and in the fight this entire time is now backfiring. There's a Mind Bomb to follow it up onto Minpoike. He's not going to Bark Skin or anything right now, and he's taking a bit of damage. Maru actually pushing in at this point, getting aggressive. A life grip from Chaz. He's like, no. Don't get too aggressive now. We could still definitely lose. Minpoike actually blinking in to try to follow up a Cyclone off of this ring. Maru blinking all over the place, but he is getting caught off guard by Chaz, or I'm sorry, by a Waz. Waz is actually going to go ahead and stun him up, and Maru's going to human form trinket out of that. 5% dampening here, and Minpoike wants to continue to stay aggressive. He's not going to be looking at, maybe he's going for a drink right now, but the consistent pressure of this Frost Mage Shadow Priest is definitely going to be more difficult to deal with. Valet actually getting swapped to. There's a full cheap shot. A Polymorph lands out onto Waz. This could be a disperse, another cheap shot to follow it up. up. Valet desperately trying to get away. A nice root by Maru is going to keep Waz off of Valet's back for now, and they're just going to reposition behind this pillar yet again. And every single time they reposition behind this pillar, Minpoike has to push forward to keep his rogue alive, but also to get that cross CC. Silence goes out into Minpoike, and he's forced to retreat immediately. Waz still has that Cloak of Shadows. He's not being greedy with it at all. You see a lot of rogues, popping it, getting out of these roots. He's holding onto it. He respects the damage of this Shatter.
Maru constantly tries to swap him in Minpoike and solo him by himself, and I'm wondering, eventually it might actually work for him. If Minpoike's in the open too long, Raikou and Minpoike are blinking back, they need to set up a drink. Minpoike dispels the dots off himself so that the shadowy apparitions cannot deny his drink. Jumps in stealth. Valet tries to mass dispel the drink, but he gets interrupted by Raikou. Maru tried to blizzard it, but it wasn't in range. So Minpoike is sitting down for basically a full mana drink, back to 70, but now gets silenced. He pre-ironbark the silence. He trinkets out as well. He doesn't want to throw the match after spending so long sitting down and drinking. He needs to reestablish all of his hots on his team and recover, because Maru does so much pressure, and Icy Veins is coming up in about 27 seconds. That's going to be when Maru is going to strike. There's no Iron Bark for about 3 seconds in between that, so Maru has a 3-second window to try and get a kill on Raikou. When that Icy Veins comes up, he has Frozen Orb, but he's caught into a Cyclone. They're swapping to Valet, but Valet has major defensive cooldown, so he should be all right as long as he trades them out, and then they reverse it around. He's caught into cheap shots. I'm surprised to not see him just trade Dispersion right away. He's trying to be greedy and use Vampiric Embrace first, which boosts his healing. They got Minpoike into a Polymorph. Icy Veins is popped, and Maru is looking for the kill. If he connects an Ebon Bolt, it surely will be the end of the match. Ebon Bolt being casted. Raikou trying to avoid it. Waz getting bursted down. Has Cloak of Shadows available as Minpoike gets silenced. Waz playing it greedy, though, and not using the Cloak of Shadows. He's going to hide behind the pillar instead. Now immediately charge back into the fight, but Minpoike's caught into a full fear. Raikou's rotting down. Ice Lance combo. Raikou blinks away to try and avoid it. Will they be able to hang in? Minpoike innervates, has his artifact activated as well. That's going to boost his healing quite a lot. This is going to be maybe the last opportunity Minpoike gets to top his team. He's not even able to top them with those cooldowns running. That's really trying to make a comeback. Valet has Void Shift coming up. Valet's looking to be in a great position defensively, so long as his team doesn't throw the match.
Yep, and it seems to be completely fine for now. We saw Northern Blue in the beginning of this game just take so much momentum, and now it seems to be swung in their favor. Just the mana pool to deal with, but Minpoike getting some clutch drinks. Valet getting so low. This has got to be dispersed here as the Polymorph hits Chaz, and he is going to go ahead and trade up that disperse. They're looking to light up Waz, though. No Cloak of Shadows available to him, but this is Blades onto Valet that gets the grip away from him, but only a short distance, and Valet is just on the run. He does not want this rogue to touch him whatsoever. Full kidney shot hits. Can Raikou followed up? He's not in line of sight just yet. He blinks in. He looks for the Polymorph. It gets interrupted by Maru. Fantastic job by him. 24% dampening, and Minpoike keeping his team aggressive throughout it all regardless. Valet got that dispersed use, but he's still alive for now, and he's sitting completely healthy. Raikou has that block now available to him, and the Cloak of Shadows is coming off a cooldown for Waz. So it looks like we are going to get a little bit deeper into dampening, but a nice swap from Valet goes out onto Chaz here, and that was absolutely necessary. Valet actually getting cloned up regardless at around half health there. If there's anything to set it up onto Chaz, this could be the game right here, right now, with no disperse available. Full kidney shot. Raikou needs to follow it up. He isn't going to be able to, as he's kind of fending off Maru from punishing Raikou right now with the silence going out on the Minpoike. Raikou, though, still has that Ice Block available to him. He should be feeling pretty confident to push in with his Rogue. Chaz still wasn't able to keep himself up because of that next swap, and there's the Pain Suppression going out on Valet, and I like that Pain Suppression. It's going to buy him enough time for his Disperse to come back off of cooldown so they can continue to rotate through their defenses here, and Minpoike is slowly running out of mana.
Yeah, Minpoike's mana has been the story of the match, and at this point, deep into dampening, it's going to become difficult for him to sit down and drink for an extended period of time. So they're just pushing in maybe to find the win, but every time they push in against Maru and Valet, they immediately force them back with huge amounts of damage. So it might be a mistake to commit for the kill here with no mana to fall back on. Cheap shot Polymorph on Chaz. They're looking for the kill towards Valet. Maru just doing damage to try and force them back, but Valet's in trouble. Dispersion has been forced. Raikou getting bursted down by Maru, down to 8%. Blinking, trying to immune the incoming follow-up. Minpoike gets fully polymorphed. Maru snuck that in, but unfortunately it ends up getting trinketed. So Minpoike trinkets, Iron Barks to recover from that setup, and now he will not have trinket for the silent stun setup that comes in about 20 seconds. So Valet needs to hang in 20 more seconds to try and find that setup to win. He's caught into a stun with no Void Shift. Chaz caught into a clone, and Valet will fall. Northern Gaming Blue strike back. Waz hanging out of that Cloak of Shadows just to use it there at the end to finally push in and find the kill. Now leading this series 2-1.
Yep, and that was really, really scary. If Northern Gaming Blue wasn't going to be able to win on their mapping comp choice, it would have been a huge deal for making a movie, but they did. They pull it out. Regardless of the switch up with the Discipline Priest, with the Shadow Priest coming in, they still were able to make it work, and kudos to them for doing that, showing us some really impressive play. And so that means Northern Gaming Blue is up 2-1, I believe.
Yep.
So that means that they have to win one more game in this series to get to the grand finals to really equalize that that double elimination opportunity.
Yep.
I think we're gonna be having a game 5. We might be having 2 game 5s.
It's very possible.
It's gonna be a long one.
Yeah. So what are we anticipating here in terms of map pick here for making a movie, right? This is not necessarily the Tournament Lives Online. They do have another best of 5 to fall back on, but I think they got things to do today. They want to win this outright right here. They don't want to go to the second best of 5. So, yeah.
I think a map choice relies heavily on what comp that they're probably thinking about playing. They're probably thinking about playing what comp that they want before they choose the map, because those go hand in hand, right? So I can't imagine that they feel too bad about that last game. It was really, really close. A lot. There's a lot of times where Raikou didn't have block and maybe they could have landed a kill. The mana pool was in their favor. There's a bunch of variables that were still in their favor throughout that game. So I don't necessarily know if they're convinced at this point that that composition is the key or is not the key to winning here. So with that in mind, I'm expecting a very similar composition like Tiger's Peak. I believe we already have Ashamains and Tiger's Peak played, as well as in a Grand Arena. So that's all 3 of them. So that's all of the even sized maps. So I'm actually not sure. What do you think, Sid?
I feel like Shadow Priest Mage maybe on Tolvaron would be better for them, so map might work out for them in the end. Right now it's their advantage, right? So they probably pick Tolvaron. Them and Poike's team, what did they pick when it was their plan? It was Rogue Mage Priest. I don't think that worked for them at all, so I don't think we'll see Zuniaki on Priest. This might be the map where we see a mirror Shadow Priest Mage if they pick Tolvaron. That could be something that we see coming. I'd like to see a mirror.
I would too.
That'd be sick.
I'd absolutely like to see a mirror. And I wouldn't say that it's not possible or impossible either. Oh, you mean a Rogue Mage mirror? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Or Shadow Priest
Mage mirror.
Dalaran is the map, so we have a
Dalaran. Interesting. A bit smaller. Still has line of sight available.
But that's map pick for Valet?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
They're doing something different.
What are they
I feel like they're doing something different.
Maybe
you don't go double caster against a melee caster and pick Dalaran Sewers. Maybe you do. Maybe you want to get really aggressive. There was those times where Raikou didn't have that block. Maybe on a smaller map, Raikou wouldn't be able to pull back with his Resto Druid. Possibly. I don't think so. I think with a pick like Dalaran Sewers, we're going to get some more creativity out of making a moving, possibly.
Maybe Pry comes out. Maybe the Yahtzee champion himself.
They need that energy, man. They need to go into the grand finals with some hype energy, with Rye just screaming in their ears, get them pumped up and going.
Do you think he's in the call with them while they're playing?
I don't know. Some teams do that and some teams don't. Some teams need to focus, and some teams want the insight and the feedback from their teammate. It all depends on team dynamic and my experience. But for example, I know Method keeps if Snuts is on the bench, they keep Snuts in chat, and Snuts brings some insight, because it's really valuable, I think, to have that third party perspective who's on the outside watching you guys. I think that's it's super valuable. You have a completely different perspective when it's happening to you.
Yep.
So I think it's smart to utilize it, but it's all about the team dynamic, I suppose. It all depends on who's actually on the bench too. I've noticed that a lot of different teams carry different roles too. There's certain players who are really the brainstormers, the theory crafters, and then there's the certain players who are specifically just the healer, and they're familiar, and their goal is to familiarize themselves with every single healing spec. And then there's various different roles, and it's really exciting to see how different all of these roles are for each team. Every team just finds their own strengths in their own ways. It's really, really cool to see in person. So I highly recommend that if you are going to be interested in WoW esports this year, try to find a way to get to one of these lands. There's regional championships in every region, and then of course there's the World Championship at BlizzCon. So try to find your way there, because it is an incredible experience, and these players are always so loud, which is super hype too.
Yeah, and you can have breakfast with Pry. Pry's the nicest guy to have breakfast with.
Or play bongos with Frosty.
I remember not only
bongos.
having breakfast with Pry, but running from the BlizzCon venue to the hotel with him to grab something he forgot. I was not, it was a very interesting, stressful event for us. But it was a good bonding experience. Me and Pry running side by side, dashing through the hotel to find whatever he forgot. I don't even know what he forgot, but okay.
Okay, so wait, no, this is the first pick.
This is NG's pick, yes.
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, man, I thought that was making a movie's pick for. Okay, Assassination, Fire Arrestor, Druid. So, pretty comfy pick for these guys. They made it work with the Sub Rogue. Let's see if they can do it again. Now it's all about what Making a Movie locks in right now. Making a Movie loses right now. In this next game, the ties are going to be even. They're going to both have lost a series to one another, and it's going to come down to the grand finals to determine who's the winner. But if Making a Movie can make a comeback in this series right here, right now, if they can throw something together that throws Northern Blue off guard, that could be the entire tournament. So this is between first and second place, and the difference between the rewards is pretty substantial. So this is going to be exciting for sure. Making a Movie is not going to, just put down their guard and just kind of take a loss going into this next series. They're definitely going to be trying hard, and you can tell they're utilizing every second of their delay timer to really stop and think about this. This is an incredibly important match. They've worked so hard to get here. There's offline play that these guys have to do. It's throughout the week, and then once they get through those games, they have to go into the final 8, which is a Saturday and Sunday, and they made it all the way to the grand finals. They don't want to mess it up now. It's a lot invested right now.
Yep. So
I think they need to hurry up.
It's
taking too long. You can overthink a situation too.
I agree. Yeah, I mean they have. Oh boy, Frost Mage.
All right.
It's pretty stressful.
Both teams going back to their comfy picks from the previous series. Frost
I'll
Mage,
show
Shadow
you a
Priest,
comfy
Rest of
pick, David.
Ooh.
Okay. You do that. You do that. I
Okay.
dare you. Make my day, man.
Do double dodge.
So, I mean, we see this matchup in the previous series, and I've been harping on this, but it just seemed like Northern Blue was so confident in the beginning of both of the first 2 games of the last series. They seemed like they absolutely were capable of taking out the Shadow Priest Frost Mage composition, but it ultimately ended with like Minpoike's demise. So, or even Raiku's demise at the very end when Minpoike changed up his talent. So we're gonna see how. We know how the matchup works, the composition advantages and whatnot, but I want to see how these teams actually alter their strategy, specifically Northern Blue.
All right, so
what is it? What map is it again? It's Dalaran. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck? Dalaran Sewers is actually a pretty big change up in dynamic between these 2 comps too, though.
I don't really. I really think Minpoike needs to be very careful.
Dalaran Sewers. Yeah.
You said that the last game though, and Minpoike didn't die.
Okay,
true.
well, he was very careful.
I guess that track should be called the Minpoike Lives track.
Yeah, because
Minpoike is alive.
Okay, here we go. Q has popped. Jumping in here. Chaz and the rest of Druid. Maru on the Frost Mage. Belay on the Shadow Priest going up against Minpoike on the rest of Druid. Raikou on the Fire Mage. And Waz on the Assassination Rogue. Okay.
Why is it that earbuds like push themselves out of your ear? Is that like your brain pushing them out?
No, I don't think so. Though I do have to say, you should utilize a perfect size for you. Like usually the earbuds come with like multiple sizes.
I mean, I'm a big guy. Like I feel like.
Yeah, but your ears don't get big too, bro. Like what? Hello.
You
like,
know.
How do you know? That's true, isn't it? Isn't like ears like just don't stop growing ever? So I have some big ears, man. Who knows? But yeah, for sure. Use those different sizes though, man. I swear it changes even how it sounds. But anyway, the gates have opened. Valet running in the middle of the map, looking for a massive spell to try to get these guys out of south. He misses it. Chaz on the pillar already. He's going to get sapped up. Garrote going out on the Valet into the cheap shot. Maru not with his team just yet. Pushing in, looking for some frost bolts now. A fear coming out from Valet on both the DPS. There's the silence on the Raikou. Chaz looking for a bash. He runs in and drops the bash. Even a vortex coming out as well. Full blind out onto Chaz though as they're trying to get aggressive on the opposing team. And Poike getting lit up, but he's just going to go ahead and trade out. Nothing but the bark skin. A nice efficient trade for him there. And now they're trying to switch the pressure over out on to Valet. Valet popping that offensive cooldown as well as the Icy Veins for Maru. But he's going to get cloned up. And not a lot of defensive cooldowns being forced for those big offensive ones. Just a bark skin to walk away from.
Yeah, and Poike getting swapped to by Maru again with that Ebon Bolt. Always being cheeky. Trying to force down his health and maybe set up a swap for Valet. They are targeting Poike and Raikou at the same time. Ironbark from Poike will stabilize Raikou and allow him to get aggressive as they swap to Chaz. And we saw hints of this in one of the previous matches as well, that they wanted to train down Chaz, but they maybe did it too late. So they're trying to enact the strategy more early in this setup. There's no trinket on Chaz now. There's no bark skin. Guess what's available for Waz? He's got a nice hot and spicy Vendetta, and he's going to commit that Vendetta right now. Chaz is trying to Cyclone it, but he does not find the Cyclone in time. He Ironbark Shadow Melts the burst, Polymorph on Waz, but ends up breaking, Polymorphs him again. Chaz on the run, displaces to safety, and Waz unable to connect. Poike blinks over to Cyclone him at low health. Nice play from Poike. If Waz can find a way to get over there, Chaz could be in trouble. Poike doesn't follow it up, though, and Chaz should be able to recover. Waz unable to reconnect. He's going to swap to Valet instead. Raikou could maybe look for a Polymorph on Chaz now instead of a swap. That was the Vendetta commit to the kill, and they didn't get it, so it's going to be a little bit of a downtime for Northern Gaming Blue until that cooldown becomes available again.
Yep. And now Valet has that disperse back regardless of the Ironbark from Chaz being down for 20 seconds. But I absolutely agree with the choice to use it. There's the Kidney Shot on Chaz. The Polymorph onto Maru, and Valet is all alone. He actually got kicked on Shadow as well. But he's completely fine with a bunch of hots and a bunch of shields as well as his own heals himself. There's the Cyclone going out onto Valet. I think they're actually going to make a swap over out into Chaz. Chaz sees it. He's in that bear form immediately. Waz trying to push in, but he's getting lit up by Maru. He's got to be a little bit careful here. He's got that Cloak of Shadows, though, so he should be fine. He activates that artifact and is trying to get aggressive onto Chaz, but now Chaz has both of his blocks, or both of his skins, but he gets caught out of form with a full Kidney Shot. He's going to trade up the bark skin immediately. A DR Bash to follow it up. If they have anything else out of this could be doom for Chaz. Artifact weapon gets popped. A Garrote to follow it up. He's in bear form. He cannot pop that Ironbark just yet. Now he can, but he's trying to hold on to it. There's a displace across the map, but the Shadow Step is right behind him. Another Ironbark, and Chaz, as soon as those skins come off a cooldown, he's using them instantly from these swaps.
So Waz Cloak of Shadows the Vortex to Shadow Step out of it without getting pulled back, and Chaz really wasn't expecting it and put him pretty far behind. Now he's Cyclone on his Trinket at low health. Has no Trinket, no bark skins. Raikou is dishing out the pain. Waz vanishes, goes for the Garrote Kidney, but gets feared away. He needs to reconnect with that Kidney Shot before he tops off, but Raikou's caught in a mind control. Waz is Ice Nova rooted across the map, and Chaz recovers. Nice peels from Valet and Mara, but they do ultimately reconnect. They activate the artifact. They're looking for the kill. They need another stun to follow it up, but there's no Vanish available. Unless Poike has a bash, Chaz will not be stunned. And he's able to just frenzy regen through the end of this burst damage. And Poike, in the meantime, has been caught into a polymorph. They're trying to pressure Waz away, but they cannot pressure this assassination rogue away. He's staying on target. They fear him off, but Chaz is still low. He gets kicked on his skill. Void Shift over to Valet, trying to swap that health around. And finally, Maru and Valet's damage is starting to sink in. Waz below half, Raikou sinking low. And Poike trying to recover as he activates his artifact that will boost his healing. They swap to Valet, force the dispersion instantly off of that Void Shift. Valet was unable to recover. Chaz still caught in polymorph, now caught into a bash. When Poike blinks away from the frozen orb, he doesn't want to get swapped to. He's playing very safe. They're going to swap to Chaz instead, trying to push him down, but he's got his artifact active, so I don't think we're going to see him going down anytime soon. Bark skin now available, Ironbark available, so Chaz is in a good position defensively. On the opposite side, Northern Gaming Blue are also in a phenomenal position defensively. The only thing really disadvantaging them is Poike's mana, so Valet and Maro just need to keep up their pressure to burn the rest of that.
Ooh, Ooh, that was a solid Iron Bark before the full clone hits, and that's going to help Valet survive this. He has no disperse available to him, but Chaz has got to be careful with his positioning, and it looks like every time they go on Chaz, Maru has the presence of mind to, you know, drop those slows, but Raiku's over-aggression is costing him a bunch of health, and that's going to force the Iron Bark as well as the Cloak of Shadows from Waz. Valet still really, really scared. There's the full kidney shot, and now Chaz caught into the DR bash. If they have any follow-up for this, this could be it. A clone hits. This is it for Valet. He has a sliver of health, and it looks like Raikou is trying to end this on his own. Waz not able to connect into the fear. Valet being a live lord, a mind control, even out of desperation comes out. He's not able to land it. And in 2 seconds, he has his disperse. 1 second, disperse available, and regardless, he survives through it all. And now a mind control goes out on him, and Poike, a polymorph onto Waz. And whenever this team gets into trouble, they just peel for each other with fantastic synergy. But now the full polymorph lands, and that's going to be the disperse immediately. So even though they're holding on to it, they also have to use it immediately as soon as it's off cooldown.
Yeah, and you got Cyclone on the dispersion, which is very important because dispersion actually heals you for a significant amount of your health. So if you can get Cyclone and deny the healing, that means Chaz has to find a way to power through it, and Valet is still low on health. We're now moving into dampening, so Shadow Priest self-healing going to get weaker and weaker. Full kidney shot on Chaz. It looks like they're using that for crowd control. Now followed up by a polymorph chasing Valet down, knowing that he doesn't have very much left. But if the Assassination Rogue uses kidney shot for crowd control, he obviously cannot kidney shot the kill target, which means Valet is able to kite, line of sight Raikou, build up his damage, and increase his self-healing as a result. He needs to have enough to hang on. Maru's trying to peel them away. Polymorphs into double fears, and Poike unable to dispel. Raikou blocks out for the kill. Will that block get punished, or will they find the opportunity? Garrote silence into kidney shot. Valet trinkets out, but Chad's caught in a clone. Maru's into Sheev. It's 3-on-1, and Northern Gaming Blue advanced to the second round of best of 5 in the grand final against Making a Movie. Seems like they've got this composition figured out now with a decent strategy of training down Chaz, forcing him into a defensive spot, and then swapping off whenever Valet gets low. So Northern Gaming Blue look to be in a confident position for this next set.
Absolutely, and Dalaran Sewers, I definitely think favored the just unrelenting aggression of that assassination rogue onto both Chaz and Valet throughout that game. But now we're going to the grand finals. Now things are evened up, and now both of these teams are going to be fighting for the most important games here moving forward. The Grand Arena is going to be yet again another blind pick, which means that if we do see, you know, the Chatru play versus the RMD, again, it is going to be on the Grand Arena, a much bigger map than Dalaran Sewers. But Northern Blue, they got momentum on their side. Can they make it happen a second time? They're going to have to win again. And so both these guys are tied up in series 1-1. This is the last one. We're going to go ahead and give these players a little bit of a break. As you can imagine, these games back to back is a lot of work and very, very draining, you know, mentally for sure. So,
David,
what's
how
up?
many Malcoins do you win if you win this tournament?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask, you know, Elbareth here. How many Malcoins, Elb?
You get 0
That's the real question.
You get 0 Malcoins for winning this tournament,
What
unfortunately.
about the chat? What about people in chat? Don't get Malcoins? I came here for Malcoins. It's the only reason I'm here.
Well,
And you're telling me there's no Malcoins.
there are 0 Malcoins in this chat.
You're letting me down.
I'm sorry.
Letting me down.
You could go to another stream that does have Malcoins.
Nah, he scams me out of Malcoins. I can't do that. I thought this was a fair environment.
No Malcoins?
No way.
Oh, Bean's here. Hi, Bean.
What's up, Bean
Everyone
Slayer?
say
Are
hi,
you enjoying
Bean.
the games? No, but I do want to shout you guys out. I've been reading chat throughout this tournament, and you guys have been absolutely hilarious, but also really, really supportive of WoW Esports. I see the Pog champs, I see the hype, I see the love, and it really does just makes it all worth it. You know, coming in and on our weekends and hanging out with you guys is an absolute blast and a treat. And so I do want to just shout you guys out in chat. Oh man, we got the Do Beans in chat. It's such a troll. It's such a troll emote. Wherever Bean goes, he's just followed by just like the anti-beam, the anti-bean logo.
We can shout out. We had a massive host from Zico. I don't know if I said that earlier, but thank
Hey,
you. By the way,
Zico.
Zico, our boy, turning out to be an excellent caster. We had a subscriber, Juther83 has subscribed. Thank you so much for that support. And we had a donation from Jigsaw Saint, $13. Thank you again so much. And then we had a bunch of $1 person host. Thank you guys. Elven Goddess has resubscribed. Thank you again. And guys, like all this support helps us so much here at GCD. You know, we really appreciate the support the community gives us. Even just liking a tweet or retweeting a tweet helps us so much here. Tuning in to view is awesome. And I know some of the games go to real deep dampening, but you guys still stick around and have some fun. So really appreciate that, guys. We're just gonna give teams here a little bit to kind of sort out. You know, I mean, they just played a best of 5 series, and now it's time to go to the bathroom, reset themselves, and get their mindset right. I mean, you got to get your mindset again for another best of 5. I mean, you're gonna be in here for the long haul. Making movies not going away, and neither is Northern Gaming, so both teams are gonna be there and try and win this EU June clash, which has turned out to be quite a tournament actually. Even when we saw the brackets first got released during the offline games, we were like, whoa, this is about to be crazy. And it has, you know, met our expectations and exceeded them. So I'm really excited here to see the conclusion. And
I know these guys must be exhausted at this point.
Yeah.
If you guys haven't played like really heavily in competitive gaming, there's a lot of things that can fatigue you. I mean, not only are you screaming at the top of your lungs with your team to like really get, and not only are you dealing with the stress of the night before, also during the tournament itself, but you also have to deal with, you know, just being mentally fatigued over just time, pure amount of time, and you know, going full ham and like really getting into the game and just being that serious for that long can absolutely exhaust you.
I want to see someone clip all of the players that yell like when someone's about to die and stuff. Just like clip the audio and then edit it into like some Dragon Ball Z yelling scene and just put that audio on and just see what happens.
I feel like it'd probably mesh pretty good based off of what I've seen in the past, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. That's actually one of my like biggest wishes that I had, because like obviously when you look at the UI, you don't see everything. There's a bajillion things that are going on. Each one of these players have probably like an average of like 70 key bindings between their movement, their focuses, their arena 1, 2, 3s, all of that stuff. So they're you know, they're going through so much and they're communicating so much more than what we actually see. So like one of the biggest things that I always wanted is just like to hear the comms of these players when they're competing in a tournament. You might watch like your favorite streamer play like you know, on ladder and get really serious about it, but nothing comes close to like the energy that these guys bring when they're in a tournament scenario. I've seen like Bajira's VODs of him in a tournament. I've seen Sidhu's VODs in Snuts as well. They just get so hype. It's so freaking cool. It's probably my favorite part about these tournaments, and I wish I could see it more. So shout out to all those guys who compete in these tournaments and record their VODs. It's super awesome to see.
Yep, and while we wait here for the teams, I do want to play a quick video that you all love and enjoy so much that we watch in the pre-stream. And if you haven't shown up in the pre-stream, you guys are missing out. So
wait, what is this? I want to see.
It's the UI video, dude. This is what everybody loves.
Wait, you have the UI video? They gave that to you? They trusted you?
Guess what? We're playing it right now.
To help follow along with the action, we've built a spectator interface that shows you all the information you need. Let's walk through it so you know exactly what to look out for during combat. For each player, we have 2 rows of spells located underneath their health bar. The first row of icons you see are defensive abilities that reduce or prevent damage. When a player activates a vital defensive cooldown like Divine Shield, you'll see a blue shield effect pop up. Players will be harder to kill while these spells are active. The bottom row of ability icons you see are offensive cooldowns. These will be abilities that greatly increase a player's damage output or how much healing they're able to generate as a healer. When a player activates a strong offensive cooldown, a visible fire effect appears behind their health bar. They'll be very dangerous while that's active. In the top right corner of each player's frame, you can see which of the 3 anti-crowd control honor talents they've picked. These are powerful abilities that remove or reduce incoming crowd control effects. Lastly, if matches go on for a long period of time, the healers will have to contend with the built-in dampening effect. Dampening kicks in once 5 minutes have elapsed and reduces the effectiveness of all healing spells and effects. Now you're ready to follow along with the fast-paced action of the World of Warcraft arena.
I know the chat love that. I love that video. I watch that before I go to bed every night, just to hear Laura's voice croon in my ears.
I mean,
yes, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
All right,
just to shout out again, we are partnering with Method for the Method Major, the Method European Major. It will be $8,000 prize pool June 17th and 18th on the Method Twitch channel. We are partnering with them to bring you guys some amazing games. We gave up some of our GCD days to help them out, and man, it's going to be an awesome event here. So you guys need to tune in. And if you are a European team and you want to sign up, it is open sign up, so you can sign up right away on the Battlefy. I will link that for you guys, right? I don't actually have the Battlefy link. If somebody could link that in the chat for me, the Battlefy link, or you can just go to the Method Battlefy page and sign up. I think it is on their Twitter as well. You guys can sign up and learn more information over at method.gg. The Method Major, you guys can sign up, and it's going to be a good time. And, man, I'm looking forward to that tournament, man.
I am too. I just posted the tweet in chat that Method just made, and it's so hyped, dude. Checking out that article as well in that tweet is really, really exciting, guys. So go and check out that tweet and spread the word out, man. Spread the love, the WoW Esports love, and
Spread the
retweet
love,
that, dude.
y'all. Spread the love,
Retweet it.
y'all.
Show Method that you appreciate the WoW Esports hype train, dude.
Yeah.
Show them that one team, one dream sort of thing,
Yep.
because it is really, really cool, and I'm so stoked that they are introducing the Method Majors, and I'm so stoked that GCDTV is involved with them too. I just think it's just the dream team coming together to put on some fantastic content.
Indeed. Yeah, we put on one tournament so far already, the Legion Invitational, way back in the beginning of Legion, and that was an amazing tournament. I thought it went off without a hitch. So really excited to be back with the Method guys and putting on some quality entertainment games for you guys, and bringing a bigger prize pool too. So it just allows us to have a bigger prize pool for the players and stuff like that. So really excited here, and our admin is now telling us they have 70 seconds left there to pick their blind pick. So we should be getting the games here fairly soon. And man, does Pry come out? Do they get Pry off the bench? Has he sat his sentence? I don't know. Has he served his time for being late? Apparently, they get him off the bench, and maybe he makes an appearance. Maybe get some cool mirrors. I don't know, man. This is the last best of 5 finals. Ooh,
It's a request, dude.
Let's let it go. Absolutely beautiful. I have a tear in my eye.
It was a little upbeat though. It was nice. It was a little cheerful, for sure. And I definitely needed that, man. I'm getting my second win here, getting into the second series of this grand finals, and it's so crazy because you get so fatigued. You get into the second series, you have to go through that first series that is so incredibly close. I mean, we saw a very, very confident making a movie go down in this first one. They got to be rethinking everything at this point, and it's all about whether or not they can still bring it. That's a huge variable when it comes to these tournaments, is whether or not you can keep the mental fortitude and just stay positive and continue to bring it, especially in these online tournaments when your teammates aren't right there next to you. It's difficult. It's really on each and every one of these players to perform. And but here we go. They are going to be making their groups very, very soon. I'm super stoked to jump into this.
Rename myself to Amish Tease.
Amish Tease.
Amish Tease.
I'm a pretty big fan of the Supa part though. That's like my favorite part of your name is the Supa.
Supa Amish.
Okay, that works. I could still just call you Supa. So
that doesn't
okay.
work. Supa Amish does not work. I'm sorry. Supatease is what we know you as.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you think about what the name actually is, and you think about how long it's been as I've known you. Like, for example, Evil Geniuses to me. If I heard that name and I didn't know about the esports team, I'd be like, oh, it's kind of a weird name. It's kind of almost even cringy. But because that they're such an awesome org, you're just they have their own brand now. So Supatease is ever gonna be in my heart as its own epic brand.
I feel like some people are impatient, why don't the games start? And I feel like it's because, and it's going to sound rude, but European players are really needy.
They're really smart is what it is.
Well, I think what a lot of if anybody at this point does not understand why there are delays in World of Warcraft esports, you just simply haven't been watching long enough, or just don't understand. We do give players
basically
3 minutes. Well, no, I mean, because we do give players time to get ready, right? I mean, this isn't like we're not going to rush them, right? They have their time, they have their delay time, they used all their delay time up, and now they're going to queue up, right? So it's just a simple thing, right? We give them 3 minutes between each thing to choose a map or a comp, right? So you guys just gotta be patient. I understand that
Method does the same thing in NA. Just point out, not Method.
Everybody does it. No, if you're a competitive team and you don't take your time, then I mean you're hurting yourself basically, right? Because we don't give them their time.
No,
we want the best
absolutely.
things possible.
Their time, they're hurting us though.
I realize.
A big reason why it feels like
big
reason why it feels like just too much time goes by is because there is a really elaborate format that allows these players find opportunities to take advantage on one another. And, I'm excited to jump into this one because
we waited this long for this. Okay.
All right, here we go. What do we see? Okay, what in the world? So I don't know if you guys are seeing this yet, but we have an Assassination Rogue, Fire Mage, Mistweaver Monk on the side of Northern Blue for their blind pick. I actually kind of like this blind pick. I don't know. I like. We were talking about the Mistweaver Monk and how good it did with the Warrior in previous, series. We talked about that line of sight, and, like that they're able to heal out of line of sight, and they're able to have really, really good positions because of it. And that was super, super valuable. But on the other side, we have the double priest setup coming out for making a movie, and they tried this earlier against Rogue Mage, and it didn't work out. So we're gonna have to see how this pans out against Rogue Mage with a monk. That might be completely different.
What do you call Rogue Mage with a monk? RMG?
Ooh, I like that. That's sick, dude. All right, here we go. Waz is pushing in. He's looking for a sap. He gets it down to Chaz. Raikou looking to maybe get Valet. He's going to miss his Nova for now. But Valet's going to get cheap-shotted into the Garrote to follow it up. A paralysis out of Minpoike as well. Cross CC. Across the board, there's a half poly on Amaru. Chaz not caught in any CC. He's going to dispel that immediately. And not a whole lot of momentum is going to be caught by Northern Blue here in the opener, but Minpoike is positioned extremely defensively, but he has to push out a little bit, and now he gets fully polymorphed up. Raikou's got to be careful. He's dipping down to half health here. No temporal shield available. He gets stunned up, a half polymorph into a fear. That is going to be the trinket cocoon coming out from Minpoike into the silence. Now swapping to Waz. Waz has that cloak available to him, but he wants to hold on to it, and I love this aggression coming out from this movie.
He mind controlled the Shayloon's gift heal. He just immune to full heal from Minpoike. Waz is still low. He's chasing in. He might be overextending. Flurry combo from Maru. Waz getting bursted down. Has Cloak of Shadows available, but not trading it out just yet. Minpoike now caught into a full polymorph. Raikou caught into a mind bomb. Valet really letting it rip. Raikou's still low on health. They're trying to trigger that cauterize. He's got temp shield. They might be able to purge that off. He tries to purge. He purges it off. Raikou's in trouble. They fully fear Minpoike. They need more damage to take him out. Raikou in the middle. They should be able to burst him down. Valet trying to Shadow Word Death. He triggers Shadow Word Death, triggers the cauterize, blocks at 2%. There's 2 Mass Dispel potentials from this team, and Raikou just quivering in the block at 18%. Minpoike trying to top him off. I don't think the Monk pick is working out. He's so susceptible to crowd control. There's really no healing going out when he isn't in polymorph. Waz still very low. No cauterize and no block for Raikou for quite some time, and making a movie are in a dominating position.
No, they are. There's the kidney shot. They're trying to swap it over on Amaru. Maru's going to human trinket out of that immediately and kite Waz away. This is Cloak of Shadows, or not Cloak of Shadows, I'm sorry. He's just really black in his unit frame. Anyway, Minpoike, though, he is in a much better position than he was in the beginning because he had to push up because of the aggression of his team. Minpoike actually is the reason why he caught in that CC chain that got everything. Mind control coming out from Chaz onto Waz, stopping a bit of the momentum here. But I think if Northern Blue is continuing to keep this sort of positioning right here, it's going to go a lot better for him. But maybe it's too late. With no cocoon and no block available for Northern Blue, they have to be worried moving forward into this game. Some throughput's going to get popped from Chaz as Maru's dipping down to half health. He has that temporal shield, and he has 2 blocks available to him. So Northern Blue needs to get a lot more defensive cooldowns, or maybe possibly go to a late game chat. Waz getting chunked down here, still holding on to that Cloak of Shadows, being very patient with it over and over and over again. Polymorph onto Chaz, kidney shot onto Maru, cheap shot on the cross CC for days. They get the block they need, and Waz is going to go ahead and vanish. Pop that Garrote over out onto Valet now, trying to keep this momentum alive. Another block and temporal shield to get through onto Maru. However, Amaru's not catching a whole lot of heals just yet. He's in the middle of the map, line of sighting Chaz. Chaz finally going to get back into his line of sight. If they can follow up any CC on the Chaz, they maybe can maintain this momentum. But Raikou's got to be careful too. If he pushes out too far, he doesn't have that ice block available to him. He could just go down.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble right now. Chaz caught in a blind. Chaz trinkets out. Fair trade for him, but now it won't be available if they get any other crowd control in between. Waz seems to be just hiding with Raikou, and Minpoike trying to top his team off for now. Trying to line of sight Maru at the same time. Chaz moves in. He tried to premonition Minpoike's in-cap, but Minpoike didn't even go for it. Now in-cap isn't available. Unfortunately, he pre-shadow mended it and broke himself out of the in-cap and the polymorph, so Chaz is not going to get crowd controlled for quite some time. Minpoike now silenced as they try to set the kill on Raikou. Raikou trinkets out of that and blinks the Mind Bomb, immuning it. Temporal Shield is up for him to negate this incoming pressure. Valet purged 3 times, managed to get the Temporal Shield off, so he gets no benefit. Minpoike trying to pick his team back up. It's really up to him at this point. Maru trying to set up a polymorph. They polymorph Minpoike fully. Maru setting up an Ebon Bolt. Ebon Bolt flurry combo towards Waz. Cloak of Shadows, I believe, was traded out there, so he's going to be immune for a couple seconds. There's no more crowd control from Minpoike. There's only damage, and I think Minpoike should be able to heal through it pretty easily. Chaz caught into a full polymorph now. They're trying to reverse the pressure on Maru, but with that pain suppression up, Maru is much more tanky, but it's now faded. Vendetta is ticking, and Maru's in trouble. Blocks at 15%, so no more ice blocks for quite some time for Maru. He's going to be a very exposed target. He comes out a little bit earlier. Chaz trying to top him off. And just to pick him back up now, looking for a Light's Wrath to reverse the pressure. Looks like they're targeting Waz, but I don't think Waz is the good target for them. I mean, they got so much from Raikou early on. I'm surprised to see them go after him. Maybe Raikou's just making it difficult. Chaz, in the meantime, got Mass Dispelled out of that polymorph. Unfortunately, now into another one. Waz caught into a Mind Bomb and ended up breaking early, though, or ended up ending faster than I thought. Maru caught into a Kidney Shot for right now, but no damage really following it up. With no CC on Chaz, he should be able to deal with this pretty easily. He's trying to premonition any incoming CC, maybe even premonition the blind. I'm not entirely sure, but he didn't find it. Maru seems to be all right, but they're just stacking up on each other, looking to reset that Frozen Orb as soon as possible, turn the pressure around. Raikou still has no Cauterize, no block for a little bit. Waz with no cloak for about 14 seconds, but Chaz caught into a full blind. Ends up trinketing it, so I think trinketing the blind is fair trade for him. He's been doing it throughout the series. Now caught into a polymorph. He premonition just a second too early, and now Maru's in trouble. Mind control from Valet onto Waz, but that's not enough. Void Shift is forced. They could swap to Valet now as well. He's so low. Waz is trying to attack him a bit, maybe bait a dispersion at best, but he's not falling for the bait, holding onto that dispersion as long as he can. And Poike's mana is in a great position moving into dampening. Raiku's block is shortly coming up, and they're actually looking to reverse this. Chaz caught into a Kitty Shot. Maru looking to Ebon Bolt, but not able to find it. Ends up getting interrupted. Now Maru is low on health. No blocks, I think, for quite some time. Chaz out of crowd control with Rapture activated, trying to powerward shield his teammate back to full, but still needs to cast some heals in between. He gets paralyzed by Minpoike, but Waz gets sheeped. Not able to connect for now. Valet Mass Dispels into a Dragon's Breath. Raikou tries to follow it up. They follow it with the leg sweep. Valet into a polymorph. Chaz uses a human Rachel to break the leg sweep to try and keep Maru offensive onto Raikou. But Raiku's cooldowns just became available, so he's going to be in a great position to survive this assault. And Making a Movie are slowly losing their opportunity.
No, I 100% agree, and I think a big reason to that is because of the new positioning of Minpoike. In the very beginning, they got a really good CC chain onto him, and that caused so many defensive cooldowns. But now with this new positioning, Minpoike is able to hug this pillar, able to heal his team out of line of sight throughout, and keep his team aggressive without being in the battle. And I really want to see Making a Movie pull across the map, make these guys overextend, because we've seen it time and time again. When they overextend, that is when Making a Movie can catch their stride. No ice block available for Maru for 40 long seconds. If they can make something happen here at 14% dampening, Northern Gaming Blue could take game number 1 on the Grand Arena, which is so important. We talk about it time and time again. This is basically the most important game of the match. Waz just waddling, trying to get to his target all game long. It looks like they're trying to find an opportunity. Triple DB comes out, full kidney shot on Maru. The polymorph lands, and this could be it. No block available. He pops the temporal shield, but if it gets stolen, it could be it for Maru. Chaz sitting on top of him. Minpoike running in for a leg sweep. He misses it on Chaz. Maru gets caught by it. He gets life grip back. 12 short seconds, and he will have that ice block available to them. But Northern Gaming Blue wants to push in with their Vendetta. They want to take down Maru right here, right now. But in 3 seconds, pain suppression goes out. A trinket on the blind immediately, and now Maru should be okay. But is this going to be an immediate ice block? In 30 seconds, he can have 2 blocks if he can make it that long. Kidney shot into paralysis onto Chaz. That's going to be the ice block. And as soon as ice block comes off a cooldown, it's being forced. Minpoike needs to be careful with his positioning, though. They have a huge lead, but they can still throw it at 20% dampening.
Yeah, Maru needs to be very careful, trying to get to that critical dampening point where the monk can't handle the damage anymore, but Raiku's constantly blinking these Ebon bolts, which is maybe why they were attacking Waz. Seems like it's difficult for them to connect him in Poike. Their team doesn't have a reliable stun, so they can't chase him down. But going after the rogue seems to be a bit of a mistake as well. He's so tanky with the feint, and Poike just dispels him, can heal him very easily. But Raikou can blink and immune Maru's burst, so there's really no good target for making a movie, which is why this match is going on for so long. Maru's still blinking, trying to kite and avoid the damage. Waz reconnects, kicks him, trying to look for that kidney shot, building up combo points. Vendetta up in a couple seconds for Waz, so that's going to be his big and final push. But in the meantime, Maru has Frozen Orb, so maybe they have an opportunity here. They've got Minpoike caught in a polymorph. He's looking for that Ebon Bolt. He tries to blink away from the Vendetta, which has finally became available for Waz. They fear him away on the Vendetta, trying to set up an Ebon Bolt out of it, but he gets interrupted on that. So unfortunately, Raikou shutting Maru out completely. Not able to connect that Ebon Bolt, which could win the match, but there's just so much damage following it up. Dampening, ramping up higher and higher. Chaz struggling to heal through. Tries to Premonition the polymorph. Raikou fake casts the Premonition. He's trying to maybe Shadow Mend himself to immune it next. Not able to find it though. Raikou's still low. Maybe they could force something here. He Shadow Mends it. Or was that Master Spell? It's pre-Master Spell from Valet. Chaz now followed into a half polymorph. Maru on the run again. Trying to line of sight. Looking for a polymorph from Minpoike. Minpoike ports the polymorph. Well done from Minpoike, avoiding that crowd control. Maru's just been casting Ebon Bolt for the past minute. He needs to get it off if he wants his team to win, but Waz and Raikou are making it impossible for him.
Still no block left for Maru, but like you said, he's not able to get any momentum in his favor yet. But Minpoike's mana is starting to take a toll, but not nearly as much as Chaz. If Raikou and Waz can keep this up, this could be the game. Polymorph into Fear onto Poike. This is the aggression that they need. They need to get Raikou's block. They do. They get it. Can they get the Master Spell? A full blind goes out into Chaz. I believe it did get actually broke. Raikou without a block available to him, or Temporal Shield, or a Cocoon. This could be it. Making a movie, trying to turn it around right here, right now. A mind control, and down goes Raikou. Regardless of the momentum, they bring it back at the very end. 34%
Premonition the blind and then trinketed the sheep. Wow. That was his their only opportunity to turn it around, and Chaz just locked them out. And there you go, deep into dampening. Surge of Mist is not enough healing, and Raikou ended up dying even though Minpoike was healing him.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big reason for that is because of, the CC chain on the Poike. Throughout the game, you just see a huge momentum shift going out on the Maru, getting those ice blocks throughout, and Poike not getting CC'd at all. But as soon as they see an opportunity to really win the game, you see players like Chaz running in at Minpoike, overextending, looking for that CC chain, and having that presence of mind that, no, we can win right here. I need to get aggressive. I need to get aggressive now. And I love seeing those plays come out. Making a movie just kind of mess with my brain though. They look so behind all game long, and then as soon as it occurs, boom, they have an opportunity. They get the CC chain that they need, just like in the opener where they got so many defensive cooldowns. That is key. I'm not sure if they really can avoid that though. I mean, when they get to a certain position at dampening and the team overextends to go for a kill like that, there's nothing really that you can do to you have to just have the presence of mind of knowing when it happens and preventing it, and that's really difficult to do. All it takes is that one setup at the very end.
Yeah,
got an Ebon Bolt off, he can win. That's literally all it is.
Well, I mean,
it's so long.
Yeah, making a movie, I mean, they got their advantage here, right? They won the blind pick, now they just have to win on their map pick, so it's up to Northern Blue now to try and take that advantage away from them. And, once again, Northern Gaming seems to be in control for a majority of that game, and all of a sudden making a movie makes a move and kills somebody, and we're just left like, what? Okay. So I think that's just that's starting to be their MO here. So we'll have to see what map that Northern Gaming will have to choose here. They do have 3 minutes to choose what map they want to play on. And are we thinking an even map like Tolvaron or Ashtermain, something like that? Maybe at Tiger's Peak, they seem to have good success there on Tiger's Peak.
Northern's map choice, that, I mean, every comp that they've shown us so far that they want to play against making a movie has a melee in it. So I don't know if they're going to bring it to Tolvaron per se, but winning on the Grand Arena is such a big deal, so making a movie is going to have that moving forward. So that means Northern Gaming is going to have to win not only on this next map choice that they're getting to choose now, but another game on a game where making movies has the map and composition advantage. So I mean, like, I really do like it when the teams not only choose a map for an advantage right here, right now, but also choose a map in anticipation for a longer game, like trying to get some maps out of the pool that they may not want to deal with early on or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So if they're able to like really utilize that scenario, maybe that could give them the edge they need to win on their opponent's map pick too. But what choice that is, I don't know. It really all depends on what Making a Movie locks in as a composition. And it seems like they're going to be, or it's all about what Northern Gaming chooses for a composition. And it seems like we're going to be seeing iterations of the same compositions: rogue mage, warrior mage, different types of healers, different types of rogue specs. And that's a lot of variety right there, right? So maybe they can figure something out. I thought that the monk was absolutely going to work, if I'm 100% honest with you guys.
And it was. For a majority of that game, it was working.
It was working to a certain extent. Like, whenever Minpoike was able to be out in the open for just a moment, and Valet gets the silence, and they have the cross CC follow-up, defensive cooldowns are just going left and right, and are being forced, and Trinket, Cocoon, all of that stuff. So Tiger's Peak is the map choice. Not really giving us a whole lot of information there. Very even map choice from Northern Gaming Blue.
Cleave, please. I like Thug Cleave. Thug Cleave goes short.
I would be actually really excited to see Thug Cleave.
You're not seeing Thug Cleave.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see the opportunity that they might have into Double Priest.
You gotta believe. Listen, you gotta believe in the non-dampening games. Don't make me whip out my goggles.
I think you might need them, man.
Right, we need the song of what's the opposite of dampening? We need the song of time. Speed. Oh, I wish I knew the song of time.
Ocarina of Time.
No, I don't even want to do it. I don't know.
The pressure's on.
That's not it, is it?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
I don't know what it is.
Good effort, man.
It's all right.
Yeah, that's it. That was it.
It's close enough.
All right, so Tigers is a map. We're probably going to see the same comp from Making a Movie.
I imagine so, yeah. I think that they seemed a bit stronger with their disc. Zuniaki and the disc Rogue Mage possibly might be the better option.
Oh, I did have some information from a secret person that RMP hard counter shatter. So RMP is opposed to hard counter shatter.
I don't know about hard counter.
That is.
I mean, everyone's gonna have like their own opinions, of course, but like
that is from the greatest RMP players on the EU ladder, mother. So Dmachine. My sources are good.
I mean,
find your own source.
I mean, even the best sources can be biased, right?
They're not biased.
Sure. I mean, like, based off of first of all, you also have like, the scenario in which this matchup probably isn't played a whole lot, right? So whether or not I mean, I wonder what their sample size is to determine that Shatter is a straight up hard counter, or vice versa. I mean, it seems like especially the way that they're playing it too. Like, you might face like a traditional Shatter, which consists of them playing in the middle of the map, getting a lot of good uptime on spells and stuff like that. But they're not playing like that at all. They're playing a very patient game, forcing their opponent, not even forcing their opponent, but like kind of utilizing their opponent's impatience to run at them and to find opportunities to turn around in that regards. And they're turtling to dampening.
I think they're just turtling. Yeah, you're making it sound really like each other. Like
shadow disc.
Standing on top of each other behind a pillar. I mean, mass dispels from two people.
That's a strat. Okay?
So
regardless of how demanding mechanically it is still a strat, and there is still strategy behind.
So here we go again, the Frost Shadow Disc composition from Making a Movie, and now we shall see what Northern Gaming chooses to counter with. Also,
I want to see the Disc Priest instead of the Monk. I think it looked a lot cleaner in any position. Like, for example, they can't rely on Minpoike having good positioning all game, especially when they're trying to play aggressive on a DPS. Minpoike's gonna have to push out eventually. So
I think Chaz was trying to death blind the whole game. That was just literally his whole thing. He got it once at the end. And he's like, "Oh my god! Oh my god!" That was all he was doing the whole game. Because I kept seeing premonition. I was like, why do you do that? And then it's like at the end, it's like, oh, that's why he was doing it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you get it once and it's got crazy value, super value. You don't have to, and then you have your trinket for something else if you're syncing that up. So, Yeah, I don't know, but I disliked the Mistweaver Monk. I thought the Mistweaver Monk was going to be the answer. I was definitely wrong. I think that the Zuniaki and the Discipline Priest seemed like a much more even matchup. Even the double priest was kind of pushed in at times like that, and Zuniaki was capable of, like, with his instants and his shields, he was able to keep his team aggressive, even in the face of the aggression of the other team. And that was and like when you saw the Mistweaver Monk, it seemed like they were really, really difficult to catch up. Right?
Yeah.
It was unless they had a cocoon, they weren't able to catch up. So I don't know.
If Northern Gaming does choose the RMP, I'm very suspicious as to some information being fed to them, as this person has given me a lot of information that I cannot actually say on stream because I don't want to really give away anything, but it's very interesting. It's interesting how this works out in EU and NA, to where, and vice versa, they cross too. Because we've heard a lot of stories of some of the EU players helping out some of the NA teams during the tournaments and vice versa there. So it's like they're kind of like friends while they're not competing on the same thing. And then once they get to LAN, although at LAN we did
You're
have
not
some,
in my bracket. We're best friends, bro.
On LAN though, we've had some European teams and NA teams kind of collude to take out the other people that they don't like. So them being practice partners and scrim partners in the LAN environment. So it is interesting to see the relationships here. And once everybody's at LAN, everybody likes each other anyways. They're all friends, no matter what happens online. Usually everybody's friends in person. So we'll have to see here. We have 1 minute left for Northern Gaming's comp. I think it's going to be an RMP. Maybe Zuniaki, the disc comes out. We get to see that again, but perhaps not. We have to see.
Someone say Zuniaki.
Yeah, Zuni is back.
You know the one thing Minpoike's team can't do? They can't double priest mirror.
True.
Dang, shame.
Their disc priest is their shadow priest.
Yeah, is their weakness
those
of
of
their
you who don't
team.
know.
It's just a huge weakness, not being able to mirror double priest.
Shame.
What will they do? They can't win BlizzCon like this, man. They need to fix this situation. I can't believe I'm ever saying that. Just like,
They need 2 priests.
double priest is what's stopping them from victory.
No, I think they just need to figure it out. They just need more experience with this matchup. And whoa, they're going with as cookie cutter as it comes for Northern Gaming. Sub Rogue. Oh, whoa! It's not a Frost Mage.
It's not as
or
tough
Fire
as you
Mage.
think.
That's
It's a
Shadow
Sub
Priest.
Rogue Shadow Priest Resto Druid.
So
So I mean, they're not bringing out the double priest, but they are bringing out
a
one
priest.
of the priests.
Yeah, Zuniaki will be back. He's off the bench. He's tired of this.
Why not
He's
just
ready.
play 3 priests?
He's putting his backpack on.
Does Waz play priest?
3 priests.
He-
I don't
sure
know.
He could.
Oh man!
I wonder if Pry mirrors them,
Sub
because
Shadow Priest.
Pry actually loves to talk about how he made this comp, Shadow Priest Rogue Druid, and I wonder if he'll actually mirror them, or if he's just sleeping and his team's like, "Nah, dude, go back to bed."
They benched him again.
We got this, dude.
So
We
this will
don't-
be played on Tiger's Peak. It'll be the double priest, Frost Mage versus the Shadow Priest, Sub Rogue, and Resto Druid from Northern Gaming. Man, I'm actually interested to see how this works
I
out.
don't want to say it, man, but I feel like we might need some goggles.
Oh no.
I'm anticipating some goggles right now.
Please no. I have to pack. I need a pack today.
So this is the grand finals, guys. This is the second series where Making a Movie or Northern Gaming actually came back, beat Making a Movie after losing to them in the semifinals, and now this is the grand finals. This is for all the marbles. There is no other series past this. There is no second chances. This is it. This is right here, and now Tiger's Peep is the next map the Grand Arena went to Making a Movie here, so they have that advantage moving forward. And once we get into this next map, we get to see how this all plays out. I'm actually clueless to how this is actually going to play
I
out.
have no idea how this works.
Sub Rogue offers like some pretty decent, control, but with a Frost Mage on that same opponent's team, yeah, I have no clue. I do know that both these teams are capable of playing defensive as well as offensive. I feel like Northern Blue probably favors the offensive plays. It probably favors, the aggressive Cyclones, which is what we love them so much for. While on the other side, we've seen this, Making a Movie having a ridiculous amount of success with the patient plays of waiting for dampening. So we'll see what these guys do.
If we wait long enough, we'll win.
If you don't lose, you'll win.
Oh.
If you don't lose, you can't lose, which means you win.
There it is, man. We cracked the code, Supa. Cracked the double priest code. All right, 14 seconds until these gates open. And yeah, that is Zuniaki on that priest. So I'm super stoked to see how this plays out. I can't imagine that these guys have a ton of practice with this composition, but I could be completely wrong with that because they do play an absurd amount of this game, which is awesome because this gameplay absolutely shows it. And here we go. Looks like Maru is on the pillar for now. Massive spell. He always tries to look for those massive spells and never gets them out. One of these times it is going to work out for him, but not this time.
Not this time. Well, I was actually right on top of Maru, and Maru pulls him out with a Cone of Cold. Valet gets free Vampiric Touch cast onto him. Penance from Chaz. 3-on-1 on Waz. They mind control him. Maybe trying to bait a mind control on a cooldown. And Poike dispels all the dots, though. Waz is moving in. He's going to kidney shot Chaz, but he doesn't have a mage to polymorph out of that. Chaz trinkets out of that and tried to premonition a blind maybe there, but it was just a second too early. He's expecting Waz to insta-blind him, but he didn't insta-blind, so ends up getting blind sapped, and now Maru is getting bursted down. And the blind saps are the window where they need to get ice blocks. Every blind sap needs to equal an ice block if they want to find a win before dampening, but even in this blind sap, they're still not getting close enough to get it. Maru trying to kite away, but Waz is right on his tail and cheap shots him. Chaz now caught into a kidney shot, and this could easily be a block, but they use pain suppression instead. Is pain suppression going to be enough? They fully fear him out of the kidney shot. Master spell, though, from Valet removes that right away. Pain suppression buys Maru the time to not have to block. He's looking for an Ebon Bolt. Ebon Bolt combo was, but really no damage through Feint to that rogue, so he's looking to be all right. I'm actually not sure if the ability, when Ebon Bolt hits, it procs an icicle from the ground. I'm not sure if that's AoE. If it is, it's even reduced more. So they swapped him in Poike instead, and we've seen that from Maru and Valet. They love to attack Resto Druids and cleave them down, and it seemed to be super effective in that situation, getting his bark skin very early on. If they swapped him again, it might be his trinket. Swapped him again, they might be able to kill him. But Maru is on the run. Chaz in his house, he's just not on the run. He's dead. No,
yeah, who needs defensive
block, right?
No, he did not ice block.
Yeah, I thought it was like, it's like, is Zuniaki that fast? I'm like, no, he just didn't do it.
I wasn't expecting that. I'm not sure what exactly hit him that hard, but he was hovering relatively low. He seemed completely fine. He even had a little shield on him at the very end there. But there you go. Northern Gaming going to give him the 1-2 punch with the Shadow Priest Rogue, taking Maru by surprise, and that's a big deal. That means that Northern Gaming Blue is going to take a quick game here on Tiger's Peak, tying it up 1.
Do we have any down goes in the chat? Any down goes? We got one down goes from the Almighty 2. More down goes.
There it is.
Down goes. Needs a down goes. Wait, I have a down goes.
When you ask for the dampening goggles, they arrive and
Down
they have
goes.
worked once again. All hail the dampening goggles. If you would like a dampening goggles email, please tweet us at GCD_ on Twitter.
Gosh. Alrighty, so it is tied up 1-1. Now Making a Movie has the opportunity to lock in a map and a comp after they see the composition of their opponents. And Tiger's Peak is no longer available in this pool in the final best-of-5 series of the tournament. That means that we're going to be seeing, possibly, I don't know. I like that being said, it does kind of stink on the side of Northern Blue. Obviously, they want to win. They want to just win it immediately like that. They want to tilt their opponent. But at the same time, they also got very little information on whether or not that composition actually beats, Shadow Priest, Frost Mage, Discipline Priest in dampening, or a longer game, a longer standard game where all buttons are pressed. So with that being said, they got to be a little bit concerned about what they lock in. I can't imagine Making a Movie is going to change up the comps because, like I said, that game doesn't give a whole lot of information.
Yeah.
They absolutely could have blocked and brought that game out, and it could have gone a completely different way. So I wonder. I can only assume Making Movie is going to play the same comp. Ashamane's Fall is going to be locked in. Another really standard composition, similar or standard map, similar to Tiger's Peak in the Grand Arena. Not really alluding to a whole lot. Northern Gaming Blues map or composition choice is now up next, as they did win that last game. So Making a Movie gets to see what their opponents lock in before locking in themselves. Northern Gaming get a good amount of time, like 2 to 3 minutes, to figure it out and to really think about it. Get into the minds of their opponents before locking in. It's an incredibly important aspect of the format. that they're going to try to take full advantage of here. But I mean, that's key. It's key. If they try to throw him a curveball, not only is it going to be risky for Northern Gaming because they might not be as familiar with the matchup, but they also might be worthwhile because their opponents don't know what to expect. So it can go either way here. That's part of the mind games. It's part of the game of the format. Asha Main's Fall. I feel like these two teams specifically love these even maps, these Tigers Peaks, these Asha Mains, these Negrands.
Might see a mirror. I want to see a mirror.
I'd love to see a mirror. Either way, Rogue Mage mirror or Shadow Priest mirror. I'd love to see one.
We ask for mirrors all day. They just don't come. Do we have mirror goggles? Mirror.
People are too weak.
If I was in their position, I wouldn't mirror either. Like, if I have the opportunity to get an advantage.
You can't be countered if you're mirrored.
Ooh.
Dude, that's true. It's almost like a safe play.
Sub Fire Resto Druid from NG Blue. So,
yep.
Standard from them.
Really, really solid. Not very risky. They made it work in the past. You know, as we saw in Dalaran Sewers in the previous series. Will it work as good on a bigger map? We'll have to wait and see. But the question is Making Movie even going to humor him with the same comp of Shadow Priest, Discipline Priest, Mage?
I think they do.
I think they do too.
Yeah. I mean, that last game.
They had every ability.
Doesn't say much.
Doesn't
basically. But
every single button was in their spellbook.
Didn't have time, I guess, to compute it. But now they'll have a second chance. Obviously, winning a blind pick is kind of to assume that they won't win on their disadvantage map or disadvantage comp. I think it's both, isn't it, actually? So that's kind of like a bit of a throwaway. They could try really hard if they wanted to and play that out, but maybe it's even in their better interest to just not try and maybe dampen themselves when they're supposed to be disadvantaged, try and like let those games go through and then win on the maps where they're advantaged.
Yeah. Yep.
No, that's totally a valid strategy for sure. They just need to win on their map and comp choice. And then they'll take the series. So it's really up to Northern Gaming here to win on one of these map and comp choices that they're not advantaged, which would be right now. So
yeah,
we're gonna have to wait and see if they can do that. Though, I actually was getting a couple DMs earlier on today from people throughout the community, and I just wanted to shout something out again. The WoW Wikipedia page shows compositions and dampening, as well as the maps for each of or just compositions and dampening for each of these final 8 games. So if you guys want to see what these top end players are playing in these tournament formats, go and check out the WoW Esports Wikipedia page. It's super useful.
It's awesome.
And super awesome to learn from. Really. Shadow Frost Mage, Resto Druid. So they're getting off the double priest. They're going back to the druid.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We shall see.
I feel like I see Chaz more often on the druid, so my first assumption is that Chaz might be a bit more confident on the rest of druid, so that could play a factor into that decision. But we're gonna be queuing up shortly. These players taking their time with it as they have it available to them.
Wait, I thought that they still have time. I thought they locked in their comps.
Yeah, they still have delay time if they so choose, though. So, for example, if they want to like use the bathroom or something like that, but
okay.
Nothing's worse than playing WoW Arena on a full bladder, man. Serious disadvantage.
Wait, a full bladder. I've never heard it said like that. On a full wait. I'm so confused. No, I don't want to get into that discussion. That's no, it's fine. It's fine. We'll leave it. We'll leave it at a full bladder.
Oh God. Okay, Asha Main's Fall is going to be the map choice. The queue has popped. Here we go. Jumping into it. Chaz, Maru, and Valet enter the arena. Chaz no longer on that priest. He's going to be jumping on to the Resto Druid.
Now the chat's just talking. Okay, it's fine. We've got a game. It's 1-1. This is the last chance for both the teams to claim 40 points or 20 points. And maybe Elbareth can tell me how much money we've actually raised, because I don't know the exact amount.
We have raised $1,451, so $1,451, and the winner will take home 60% of that. So pretty substantial amount.
Seriously, man, like these GCD tournaments, I feel like there's a tournament for WoW Esports every weekend, maybe every other weekend at most, and with you guys collecting prize pools like $1,500 every time, that's so awesome and impressive, and I'm sure these players appreciate it so much, and that's what these guys are playing for right here, right now. I believe first place is what, 60% of the prize pool, and second being 40.
Yep,
so
60%.
Big difference. These guys are going to want to play for that. Polymorph goes out onto Valet. Raikou just sitting there and spamming it over and over and over again. Ring of Frost possibly not going to land out of the cheap shot. Instead, there's going to be a blind. Valet dipping down to half health here. Desperation Mind Control is going to get interrupted by the cheap shot. Going to follow it up with the Disperse. Valet just respecting the setup. Vortex bringing him back out into line of sight. Now the Disperse is off cooldown, and they're swapping it onto Maru. Maru taking a bunch of damage, and that's going to get the Iron Bark. And Northern Gaming Blue's aggression is just getting cooldowns left and right. Now swapping over out onto Chaz with the cheap shot. These guys are on fire. Chaz going to go into that bear form. He's not going to go ahead and use the bark skin just yet. He's going to call their bluff, but now the swap back out onto Valet, trying to control him now. A fear goes out, and Raikou catches the Iron Bark as he gets lit up by the cooldowns from Valet. Chaz caught and do the half clone. Valet just line of sighting for now, but Waz wants to keep the aggression up. Even though he's at half health here, he wants to keep going. And Poike with no trinket in the middle of the map has got to be careful, but he's going to get silenced up actually on that Cyclone follow-up, and Chaz finally is going to be forced to use that bark skin. And Northern Gaming Blue just wants to get in here and get going immediately.
Yep, chasing down Maru, triple cheap shot, Chaz over Gross. Imagine that Raikou would like to klepto that. Maybe he doesn't have it available. Waz now getting bursted down as well. Minpoike moving in to try and hot him up. But every time Minpoike moves in to heal his partners, they almost immediately swap to him. Valet already has him fully dotted, but Chaz has caught a Ring of Frost. Valet's caught into a clone, so nice crowd control from Northern Gaming. They're trying to chase Maru down. They've got him caught in a cheap shot. Another clone to follow up. They swap the clone over. It's still 3-on-1. Valet looking to Master Spell a Cyclone. That will allow Chaz to heal for a couple seconds. Minpoike saw the Master Spell, lined up another Cyclone. Looks like Chaz will be fine to recover anyways. They're even polymorphing Maru. They know they're not going to kill him at this point. Valet landing a double fear. I'd really like to see them set up on Minpoike out of that double fear. Doesn't look like he can get a polymorph or a setup. Chaz moves over, bashes Minpoike. Maru should get a free polymorph out of this shortly. Surprised to not see him go for it. He gets silenced instead. Valet seems to be the target still. Line of sighting Raikou, trying to avoid as much pressure as possible. Full blind over onto Chaz. He's playing relentless, so he has no trinkets. Could easily be a dispersion from Valet unless he gets kicked. He got kicked on Shadow for a second. Barely disperses off of the lockout, but the dispersion will allow him to easily recover. And Poike wasn't able to cyclone it, opting to cyclone Chaz instead as they swap to Maru. Bash out of the cyclone chain. Maru in a 3v1 once again. And Northern Gaming Blue, their cross crowd control is on point. And Poike even lobbing out a Star Surge to try and assist the team, blinking away from the Ebon Bolt, line of sighting it. Good reaction when Poike saw that swap. Now Maru was forced to Ebon Bolt Waz instead. They cyclone him, but they cycle him on the flurry damage, so Poike should be comfortable to pick him back up. I guess they cyclone the Iron Bark as well, so it's a nice play from Chaz. Waz actually re-stealths out of the Cyclone, allowing him to get free cheap shots and nice crowd control again. Swapping over to Maru. Maru trinkets out of the cheap shot, blinks away, trying to kite out the pressure. In the meantime, Minpoike gets silenced. Valet's trying to turn it around with a double fear onto the DPS, but no real damage just yet. Chaz moves over, bashes Minpoike. See if they can get anything out of it. They get a full polymorph, and now Raikou could be on the back foot as he is below half. He's polymorphing up Maru. It's very easy, I think, for the Fire Mage to deny the Frost Mage, but Valet can follow up with this sustained pressure instead. Now triple Dragon's Breath out from Raikou. They're trying to switch the pressure around towards Valet. No dispersion for 10 more seconds. It could be the Void Shift from him. 9 more seconds. Valet needs to hang on. Will he be able to sap onto Chaz out of the chain? They Cyclone Valet at the same time, though, so they don't end up getting either dispersion or Void Shift from that attempt, which means that making a move, you basically have a clean reset on defensive cooldowns. And Poike's mana about even with Chaz as we get closer and closer to dampening.
Yep, and closer we get. This is going to be the cooldowns from Maru. He's trying to get aggressive, lighten up Raikou. Raikou's going to blink back out of line of sight of Maru for now. Kidney shot goes out on a Chaz, which allows Minpoike to blink in and get that clone. Maru now on the run. He gets Vortex back into line of sight, however. Waz is on his tail. He has one Ice Block still available to him. No cross CC. Oh, actually, a full polymorph lands out onto Chaz to follow that up. Chaz is sitting in that full, but Maru and Valet are doing a fantastic job peeling for their team, but also line of sighting the damage of Raikou. And through that full CC chain, they're going to swap to Chaz with it. Cheap shot after cheap shot's going to force the Barkskin as Chaz wasn't in bear form. A defensive fear comes out from Valet to give Chaz a little bit of breathing room. Chaz goes for a Cyclone. He actually, I believe, got kicked on it. He goes into the bear form for now, and the bear form's going to keep him alive just a little bit longer. He catches enough heals, but Raikou's in a lot of trouble. This might be his block. Waze isn't able to peel for his mage as he was caught into that full root. Ironbark going to be casted from Minpoike. A very aggressive position here for Northern Gaming Blue. There we go. There's the kidney shot going out onto Chaz. He doesn't have a trinket. He's running that relentless. A DR cheap shot into a DR cheap shot into a double DB. Going to cause the Ironbark to be used on the Chaz, and now will not be available to anyone else on the team. But Raikou and Waz in a lot of trouble here. Minpoike without a Barkskin as well. Cloak and block available, but they don't want to trade it up just yet. There's the kidney shot going out on the Maru. He's going to human trinket out of that immediately to stay in the game. 2% dampening starts the tick, and Minpoike caught into a CC chain out of the poly into the silence. Raikou's still hovering at half health here, and he somehow is doing a fantastic job surviving, but Valet has line of sight, and he's teeing off on him. Chaz is keeping his team completely fine, but the mana is definitely in favor of Northern Gaming Blue. This aggression is not only making the cooldowns get popped quick, but also the mana get used fast.
I really think the win opportunity for making a movie is going to be killing Minpoike and find an opportunity to punish him when he moves in for his Cyclone. So see if they can accomplish that. So far, they've got the entire team dotted. And Poike has cooldowns, though, to recover from the situation. He trades them out, activating his artifact. Overlapped with the Tranquility, so those are his two major AoE recovery spells. And he will not have either now for quite some time. So I'd really like to see Valet and Mario get their hands dirty, get on top of them. Seems like they're having a hard time. Northern Gaming Blue are switching pressure around with the kidney shot on Chaz and Ring of Frost, but ended up breaking to damage, so no crowd control on Chaz. He can easily Ironbark Valet. Ironbark will stabilize Valet quite easily. And Poike is still looking for Cyclones as they swap to Maru off of the Ironbark, but Raikou's getting bursted down as well. Silence over onto Minpoike. I would imagine that Chaz would like to bash him out of that. He's chasing after and bashes him out of the silence, but Chaz is also stunned, so both of the mages are in a race to the death. Let's see who falls first. Maru blinks in on top of Raikou. Comet Storm out to him, but Chaz has gotten to a sap now. Valet still just trying to put out as much pressure as possible, really not playing defensive at all in this position. He's now fully Cyclone. Chaz caught into a Dragon's Breath. Maru is still on the run, but Waz is on his tail. Kidney shot forces the ice block from Maru. An important cooldown here as we move deeper into dampening. Chaz now getting swapped to as well. Gets a cheap shot on his artifact heal, so he's not able to get the hots up that he would like to for a couple of seconds at least. Mana still in favor of Chaz, but still kind of even as well. Maru seems to be stabilizing, but he's forced defensive constantly. Not really able to cast on the targets he would like to. And now Chaz is caught into a full blind, but he's in Boomkin form. So they need a Ring of Frost or a Sap. They go for the Ring of Frost. They get it. They were unable to stop it. It's a 3-on-2. Dragon's Breath makes it a 3-on-0. Maru down to half. No CC, though, on Valet. Chaz connects Ironbark. They swapped him in Poike, and this is the swap opportunity that they need. They vortex him in the middle of the map into the bash. He trinkets out of the bash into a silence. Barkskin should be enough with that trinket to get out of line of sight, but another cheeky swap like that could be their opportunity to win.
Yep, and now because of that over-aggression, Minpoike at low health finds an opportunity to get the clone onto Chaz. They follows it up as well, but Maru is just kiting Waz like a fantastic mage that he is. Clone onto Raikou also in the middle of the map from Chaz is going to stop a lot of the momentum, but that swap on Minpoike was devastating. It really was. If he wasn't running Trinket, that could have been him. That could have been it just right there. There's the fear going out on Minpoike. Raikou dipping down at low health, looking for a ring follow-up on the kidney. They do get it. They get the full ring follow-up. They're going on to Valet with this. He has the disperse available to him. 20% dampening at this point. Raikou trying to get aggressive with this combustion, but surely this is going to be his block. Minpoike was inside that CC, and Raikou still hasn't blocked. Finally, he blocks. Now they're swapping the damage out onto Waz, and Waz is going to go ahead and Cloak of Shadows. And as it gets harder and harder for these healers to heal through this, they're getting more and more defensive cooldowns, including Valet's Disperse. So regardless of the block and cloak being used, they still get the disperse. Blades available for Waz as well. Cross CC Fear goes out into Minpoike and Waz, but it's DR. Chaz in trouble. He's got skins available to him, but he's holding on to him for dear life. The Tranquility comes out as well, trying to top his team as well as himself. Minpoike running in, maybe to get a bash. A sap goes out the Shadow Meld across, and I think he actually broke out of both of those saps.
Oh, that would have been sick. And now Waz is in trouble with no Cloak of Shadows. Minpoike tries to save him with an Ironbark. Chaz is still maybe getting chased down. The dampening is so high, it's hard to recover from the situation. He's going to Barkskin the kidney shot, but will that be enough if Raikou can connect more pressure? They blind Valet. They're going all in for the kill onto the healer. I think they're going to be tunneling Chaz down until the bitter end here. They know he has minimal cooldowns to recover. Minpoike's running out of mana, and they're running out of time. So Chaz is definitely in the lead. Minpoike has cooldowns coming up for himself, but his trinket's not coming up for 5 more seconds. If they can burst him down, it doesn't look like they're going to even go after him. They're going to go after Raikou instead. They just got his cauterized and blocked, so he's definitely a juicy target as well. Valet with no disperse for 10. He needs to survive. Will he make it to that point? Chaz caught into a Ring of Frost. Chaz gets broken out and connects an Overgrowth, which gets kleptoed by Raikou, and Valet gets cloned at low health with minimal hots, so if they can get any crowd control on Chaz here, Valet could be in danger. Disperse, though, just became available for him. He's going to have to activate it as soon as it comes off cooldown. A race to the finish, 30% dampening at this point. Minpoike has 7% mana. Raikou has no cauterize and no block. He's going to be the target, I think, as he's in the middle of the map, but Valet gets cheap shot. Chaz gets kidney shot. It's a 3-on-0. Valet with no defensive cooldown silences Minpoike. He fears the trinket. Nice play, but he's setting up for the win, but he's the one in trouble. Will they be able to find the opportunity in time? Chaz Ironbarks Valet. That's going to stabilize him at 40% to try and swing the momentum around. Now they're playing defensive, actually. I'm not sure if I agree. I guess the pressure is just so high. Dampening is so high, it's hard to recover and turn this around. Chaz now got into a kidney shot, and this kidney shot is for the win. Maru needs to peel the mind control away was, but there's nothing left for Valet. Northern Gaming Blue take victory on Making a Movies map pick, I believe, wasn't it? It's Making a Movies advantage, so Northern Gaming Blue actually reversed the advantage in their favor, and they're 1 win away from claiming the championship.
Indeed,
1% block,
indeed.
just by the way, there at the end. If you haven't left the game already, but
I haven't left the game yet. No. 36% dampening, and Minpoike completely tapped on mana. If that lasted just a little bit longer, that could have been Making a Movie. But Northern Gaming gonna stay in it. Oh man, these guys are so close to one another in regards. They're just so good, and they're just taking blow for blow. It's really, really exciting gameplay.
Chaz almost at 5 minutes of CC. Wow.
That's got to be more than
It
frustrating.
still
Don't
went to
worry.
40%
He's
damage.
also playing Relentless, so it's a lot more.
Yeah.
What is Relentless still 15? Is it 15%?
I'm not even sure. I'm on a level 1. I can't even read the
I can't
tooltip.
check. I think it's 15%. So what would have been potentially? I don't know how to do math. That's actually like a complex math question.
I don't want to think about it.
What was the missing
not
amount
even
of minutes of
15%
crowd
of, like,
control
the
if he
total-
was playing Trinket?
Yeah, it's not even 15% of the total 5 minutes,
20?
right? It'd be 15%.
Oh, it used to be 25, I think.
Yeah, and even if it's 25, it's 25. Would it still equate? Because it's 25% of each individual CC. Does that mean it'd still be equal to 25% of the total number? I don't know. My brain hurts. I'm not good at math, man. That's hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of CC, and it would have been like a lot more. And I guess that's where a lot of value comes from, that Relentless thing. And at the very end there, I mean, Chaz was also running out of cooldowns as well. Even if he wasn't in CC, he might not have had the throughput to keep him alive anyway. So I don't necessarily know if Relentless is like a problem today for them.
In the education.
Hey, percentages are not my strong suit, okay, guys?
Well, just waiting here on the map pick of Making a Movie, and that was kind of the make or break for them, right? If they win on their map pick, they since they won the blind pick, they would just have to win one more game, but now it's Northern Gaming. They broke through that, right? They broke through the composition or the counter comp to say, and now they're in the driver's seat, and that just kind of shows you how how good a team they are, and how much of a veteran presence they have. That they're not really pressured at all. They're gonna sit there. They're gonna play their game and find a way to win. And they did find a way.
Dalaran Sewers. I mean,
It's the second
it's
time
exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same as last time. When Tiger's Peak, Ashamane's Fall, and the Grand are no longer available, they bring it to Dalaran. It's we've seen it twice now, and I guess they just feel like Dalaran is one of those maps where they could still like utilize the line of sight efficiently, and it's the best choice for a balance map outside of the other 3 choices. So it would appear that way anyway. So Sub, Fire, Resto Druid is going to get locked in for Northern Gaming Blue, sticking with the comp that's got him here. And then we're going to have to wait and see what Making a Movie ends up doing. I wonder if they're going to go back to the Discipline Priest or stick with the Resto Druid for Chaz. I don't think the Resto Druid was necessarily a bad call. It was a really close matchup.
Yeah,
so
it was close. Right there at the very end, man. So we'll have to see what they are going to choose to do. But yeah, I mean, this is do or die here for Making a Movie.
Do or die.
They've gotten here to the grand finals, right? After a brand new roster, not much expectations on them, and they got here to the grand final, and You know, I'm sure they want to win it. Obviously, every team here wants to win it. And it's full of players that have been to BlizzCon. They've competed at BlizzCon, and they know what it's like. So they're not even looking at regionals. They're looking at BlizzCon. They want to get to the BlizzCon and win that finally.
Yep.
And, you know, I know last year Pry was actually really disappointed with how his team did, and you know, he was competing with Chaz. So I mean, I'm sure both of them want to make a better showing there this year. So we'll have to see now for what making a movie.
Yeah, those two have been together for a while now, man.
Yeah,
Chaz and Pry, man, the duo.
I was gonna say, you know, Frosty ditched them. He's not in the finals.
Oh.
Ooh.
I mean, that is a fact.
You could say that about a lot of teams, though. This for this tournament.
Yeah, there's been so much ditching.
Joe, I mean,
It's actually insane.
Well, Joe
Who
took out
else
his
ditched?
former team. Joe took out his former team.
Did Joe took out Botar
Yeah.
earlier?
Before
And then Joe got taken out though.
Yeah,
So
Joe got
rip.
taken out. But
Rip the dream.
Joe took them out before broadcast, so Joe knocked Method out again before they made a top 8. Method has only made one top 8 in all these tournaments.
That's crazy to me.
You're
I mean,
familiar
if you
with
guys
that?
aren't familiar with Method, those guys are the world champions. Those guys play so many different classes and so many different comps. But I think a lot of other teams are, you know, kind of adapting as well and playing a lot more as well.
I personally believe in karma, so I feel like the teams that are sticking together or didn't deliberately ditch anyone, I feel like they're ultimately going to be the ones that come through.
We'll see.
I don't know.
We'll have to see.
Dang.
So
Call it
Frost,
karma.
Shadow Wrestler Druid.
So the moral of the story is, guys,
Don't
be a
ditch
good
your
teammate.
friends.
Be a loyal teammate, and you'll come out on top, according to Sid.
Yeah. I guess that's not true.
Shadow Druid. Okay, so it's the same thing.
I guess that's not true for Botar last year. Awkward.
Awkward.
But he didn't even replace him. Like that's like the sad part.
I mean,
wasn't
they
even
did,
like-
but they didn't.
It was like more scummy that they didn't replace him.
All right, guys, here we go. Dalaran Sewers here as it's Rogue Mage Druid versus Shadow Priest Mage Druid. Seen this matchup time and time again. It can go either way here. Northern Gaming is now up 2-1 and making a movie. They feel their tournament lives on the line right here. It's second place or first place. They need to get a win. They need to tie it back up, and they need to bring it to a game 5 if they want to get that 60 percentile of the prize pool as well as the points. Now, the second place gets 30%. And the third place, I got confirmation, gets 10%. So every cent of every
10%.
dollar that you guys donate in the
Feels bad.
Matcherino goes to players. Sorry, what did you say?
So if you love KFC managers, you love Drainer, you need to donate more because 10% is not very much. We need a big number. If you love
If
Drainer,
love
he needs your help.
donate more.
You can donate for free. It's a $1 free donation. Drainer needs your money. Help him.
All right, here we go. Waz and Raikou pushing in stealth, looking for a good opener. They get the sap onto Valet. Chaz in his little bear corner is going to get sapped up instead of gone on. Valet is going to be the opener. Big damage coming out from Waz with this is Blades, and it's going to get polymorphed up full. Benpoike out of line of sight, wasn't able to dispel it until just now. Now a full kidney shot on Chaz, and they're making a swap over onto him. Chaz just barkskin Valet, and now is forced to barkskin himself. Dipping down even
What is
lower.
going
He's
on?
not in bear form. Is this just going to be it for Chaz? That was a scary moment for him. He's going to have to pop the artifact weapon as well, and this opener is getting so many buttons.
Everybody's just exploding. Minpoike caught into a bash, no silence to follow it up, so it's not going to be enough to find lethal. Minpoike in a great position. Chaz gets blinded. They're committing the kill onto Maru. They need to sap or Ring of Frost out of this because Chaz pre-moon conformed it. They get the sap. Valet's in a polymorph. Nice crowd control. Could force a block. They do get the block. Clean setup from Northern Gaming. Curious to see how they decide to deal with this as he's ice blocked. They swap to Chaz for a second, trying to force him behind, try and get an overgrowth maybe on himself so he can't overgrowth his partner. He's trying to hold on to it as long as he can, but they might be able to train him down if he's too greedy. He goes for the Tranquility. Even though Kick and Counterspell were both up, that was risky. Mario in trouble. He's on hypo. He's just going to fall. He's at 4%, 1%, and goes down. Northern Gaming Blue execute a quick kill here in game number 4, and they will be the champions of the GCDTV June Clash.
When this RMD catches momentum, man, they are a force to be reckoned with. They find opportunities where you wouldn't even think that they are there. Maru on hypothermia there for just what? He had like seconds. Seconds until he can get that second ice block out. He had an opener where they get both blocks. Absolutely phenomenal play by this Rogue Mage Druid. Yet again, taking another championship. Northern Gaming Blue.
There they go. They found a way.
they
And they
are.
did it. They win the finals 3-1 over Making a Movie. But we've got to give our hats off to Making a Movie, making a run in the winners bracket there to get to the finals. And with a brand new roster, it's not always the easiest thing to do. So super happy with that. And we have our winner's interview here. So I'm going to add Min Poike to the call. Wait, Min Poike.
Oh, God, not Min Poike. Oh.
Yeah. I'm excited to hear.
Is there anybody else?
These guys got to be tired after all of those games that they just put in. So I'm excited to hear, the relief on these guys' voices coming into this interview.
Mm-hmm.
Excited to pick their brain as well. It's always so good to be able to have this opportunity to interview these players. So I do appreciate all the supporters via Matcherino. Even if you guys are the free $1 supporters, you guys are still my hero.
All right, it'll just be a few seconds before you grab him in here, and we will get our winner interview started. But before that, I want to thank all of our sponsors, Skillcapped, Matcherino, MSI. Thank you guys so much, and Twitch, and also Blizzard. They provided the prize pool to us, which is amazing to have Blizzard support. I really love those guys, especially the two esports coordinators. I don't remember their names, but they are very lovely people. I also love the WoW esports managers, Kyle and Jeremy. You guys own. Thank you guys so much for giving us support here at GCD. It makes our lives so much easier. And while I will add Min Poike to the call, let's see if that works. He's not accepted my friend request yet. Thanks, Min Poike. You really
He's not already your friend. Feels bad.
I don't think you understand, Elb. You need to be a pretty substantial, figure in the EU community to be friends with a guy like Min Poike.
I know. I'm just a lowly nobody. That's the wrong thing, by the way. Toxic for Waz.
Nobody. What?
Yeah, it came up empty. Though I got Zuni's. And Moke needs to accept mine though for me to add him to the call. And then we get our winner's interview started, and then I will jump out of here and go start to pack because I am actually moving across the country. Yeah. Yay.
Moving or just visiting?
I'm moving. Yes, I'm moving. I'm packing my PC up. We are going.
Big boy Elbareth.
Yeah.
Big boy decisions.
Big boy Elbareth. While I have this chance of waiting for the players, I would like to thank everybody at GCD. So our admin behind the scene, Toxic, he's done such a wonderful job. Aya for also helping backup admin, and of course Angie and Emmy both helping us with the social media and the chat. All of our mods, you guys mods have absolutely killed it today. And here we have Min Poike coming, but
he's getting called. He's getting chimed.
A special thanks to Aya who did fly here to help me move, and she's
dude. Look how fresh he looks.
Stuff. He does. Look at his profile picture.
It's a nice suit, dude. For those of you who don't know, Min Poike's profile picture in Discord has a nice suit on.
Yes. He's being called, but he has not accepted yet.
He's ignoring us. He's BMing us. Wow, we just got BM'd by Min Poike. He hung up.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you finally get a winner's interview in Europe. They don't want to interview with us, man. So it feels bad, man, to us, Feels bad, man. I mean, I'm telling you right now, it's not true. Like that's not like here. I'll make a screenshot. This is what's coming up when I try to add Waz, unfortunately. So we need to figure out.
Can you hang up and have someone else host it? Or will that screw everything up?
Sorry, guys. We're still trying to just figure this out and get these guys into Discord so we can have an interview with them. Obviously, we don't know who's gonna win, so we have to add them up at the last minute. So sit tight. We will get this figured out for you in just a second. We're getting the Discord usernames from these guys and adding them up here. But
meantime,
they
may hit us with your best dad joke in chat.
Ooh,
what is your best dad joke?
Dad jokes.
Wow dad jokes? Wait, there's wow dads?
Hello? Yeah, there's wow dads.
Not yet. Cedo hasn't had a kid yet. I mean, there's no real wow dads yet, are there? Oh no, Tony Style's a wow dad. Tony Style has a kid.
Oh, he's a wow dad officially.
Who else is a wow dad? There's nobody else, man. Is Elbareth gonna be a wow dad?
No, I'm not gonna be a wow dad.
Wow. Feels not that,
unless you count fur babies.
No. Not real. Wait, I missed any dad jokes. Did anyone actually have a good one?
David? You have 2 fur babies.
I do have 2 fur
Too many
babies.
Best dad
Chris.
joke. Supa becomes a dad. Wow, that is.
What did Anduin wear for his long walk around the broken shore?
Wait, what?
Wow, dad joke. What did Anduin wear for his long walk around the broken shore? His high king boots.
Oh gosh, that is a dad joke.
Wow, that's actually a dad joke. Okay.
I looked up wow dad jokes, man. Google's important.
Is
Oh,
Hello.
we have.
Hey!
Hey, congratulations.
Poike joins the fray with the casters. Welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How are you
Yeah,
feeling
thank
right
you.
now, man? Break it down for us.
It feels really good. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Feels good to be back. Feels good to redeem myself.
He's
I
back
obviously
on top.
didn't play the best series, the first one against them.
Oh yeah, we were scared.
So
for you.
yeah.
We played the Death of Minpoike flute song, in your honor. But yeah, you
It
guys
kept them alive though.
Yeah.
Instead of the Minpoike Die song, it turned into the Minpoike Survive song
Oh, yeah.
because after those series, you were able to stay alive in the face of a ridiculous amount of damage. I was absolutely impressed by the versatility with the talent choices and everything, as well as your team peeling for you. But after a game like that, do you have anything to say in regards to your opposing team, the team that lost? Anything to say about their play?
They surprised us a lot in terms of how durable they were, I would say. Like, they lived for a much longer time than we would ever expect. And I think that, well, we thought our comps would do much better into them than they actually did. But every game just turned into like 40% dampening, and that was pretty unexpected. And
yeah.
they put up a really, really hard fight.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
the way you guys adapted actually from the first series, or from the first time you played them to get knocked in the lower bracket to the finals, is actually pretty crazy in our opinion. So hats off to you guys for finding a way to kind of outlast them and get the kills there. Yeah. So any shout outs you want to give? I mean, obviously to your fans, but anything else for your teammates who, I don't know if they're joining or not, but any shout outs you have for anybody?
I'm not sure if they'll make it. Well, of course, to everyone that's been watching us, friends, family, and of course my Twitch community, and to my partners and as well as the opponents.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure that you guys are going to each and every one of these players' Twitch and Twitters and following them up because you're going to want to catch these guys live if you're interested in WoW Esports. These guys are practicing all the time, playing new strats, playing new comps, and it's always a pleasure to catch them live.
Yeah.
I absolutely, every single time I see him in Poike stream on, you best believe I'm in chat lurking. So,
oh yeah, it's a great.
I want to see you guys there too.
It's honestly one of my morning. I either turn on if in Poike stream, I turn it on and I lurk in there while I get ready for the day. It's nice. It's a good calming relaxing stream to be in.
It's a good time in the day.
And if I want to get tilted or pumped up, I go to Joe's stream for like 30 seconds and instantly am tilted about something that he's tilted about. So no, but really, you guys, if you guys want to learn anything about great healing in the World of Warcraft, obviously watch him in Poike on Twitch. And
appreciate the shout outs. Thank you.
Cool. Anything else you want to shout out?
I had one more question because obviously you guys, what these points mean are, qualification points to get further on into the road to BlizzCon and ultimately get to the European regionals. With the amount of points that you guys have, I think that as long as everything goes according to plan, you guys are probably going to be there. And I'm super excited to see you guys there. But out of all of these top 8 teams, or even like the top 11 teams that we have with points, is there any one team in particular where you're just like keeping an eye out for when you do get to that regional championship? Like, is there any one team that you guys really feel like is going to be your main contender?
Not necessarily. I think there's a lot of strong competitors, and the ones that you would have believed to be the strongest ones have actually not really shown up this year at all so far.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
like I really believe in my team, and I think every time we lose, it's actually because of ourselves and not because another team is better than us. So I think it's an issue we have within the team that we just have to fix, and then we should be able to beat everyone.
Yeah. No, makes a lot
Yeah,
of sense.
absolutely.
That's the way I see that.
It's a good
But I
mindset
still
to
respect every competing team, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. And I mean, like the play that you guys bring each and every time, it definitely shows that you guys are putting in the work. So kudos to you guys for doing that. Speaking of like your practice, what is like your normal regimen? I know that you guys practice a lot off stream and on stream, but can you give us a little bit of insight on what you guys do to prepare for any of these tournaments?
Yeah, we put many hours in. Of course, we discuss teams specifically and prepare things for teams specifically like that. But we also focus on our comps and our games and such. We play every evening from 8 till 1 a.m. approximately, and then of course we play on our own as well, a stream as such. So it's a lot of WoW. It's a lot of WoW.
Yeah.
Tell us
Awesome.
your
It's
best
more
joke.
than a full-time job.
Yeah.
What is your best joke?
Sorry?
Do you have what is your best joke? Do you have a
Best joke.
What's your best joke?
NA WoW.
Ooh.
Oh my
Shots.
gosh.
Oh!
dude. Oh my gosh.
I like
A
it.
whole region just got burned. Absolutely savage.
Well,
What?
congratulations
gosh.
again to you, Poike, and your team. Hope you guys have a good night celebrating, and I'm sure you guys will be back on the grind to win even more of these tournaments, man. So it was nice seeing you guys back on top. Thank you for this interview, and I hope you guys sign up for the Method.gg tournament that is coming up, the Method Majors, which is, if you guys want to learn more about that, go to Method.gg. It is an $8,000 prize pool tournament on June 17th and 18th. It will reward points just like ours do, so make sure everybody there can sign up. So, hey, just go sign up right now. It's really easy. It's on the Battlefy. Same thing you've been doing, so, yeah.
And I hope to see you compete in that, Mimpoike.
Yeah.
We absolutely will.
Ooh. So,
All right.
that is it from
Thank
us.
you for having me.
Yep, that is it from us here at GCDTV. I want to thank everybody else for watching, and thank you guys for supporting us so much. And we will be back for the, well, I guess we're going to be back next week for the NA Cup. There's a Blizzard Cup. Those signups are
Yes.
still actually live. So if you're an NA team
Yep.
and you guys want to sign up. It's on the Battlefy. We can get that link in the chat if you guys want. But yeah, seriously, if you guys, even if you guys are 0 rated, sign up, have some fun with your friends, find 2 other people that you want to play with, and sign up. Anyways, that is it from here at GCDTV. We love all of you guys. Thank you for watching, and good night.